Oh, I almost missed that. Well, no, I did miss it. What's up, folks? How's everyone doing today? Smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do.
Is currently doing this. He practiced that in the mirror beforehand. Imagine telling your kids that story. Who let the trolls out? 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 Oh wow, that's edgy. You must be exhausting. I fully formed adult chose this as a hobby. He thought that landed, bless his little heart. Sir, this is a panel, not a cry for help. Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out?
Smash the like button, share the live, do the things you need to do. We got stuff happening today.
Say a troll ain't nothing if he ain't got a grievance. Or Charlie wave the grievance. Or Charlie wave it. A troll ain't nothing if he ain't got a grievance. Or Charlie wave the grievance. Or Charlie wave it. Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out?
All right. Enough of that. So I'll mute Abby, and ladies and gentlemen, we are being joined today. Finally. Except he's disgusting today. He's a gross little individual, and I can't hear you at all now. What did you do?
Did you unmute him?
I unmuted him. It was working when you came in. What did you do, John? There you go.
I didn't do anything. It
There you
just
go.
changed it.
There you go. There you go. My goodness
Okay,
gracious.
quick technical difficulty.
Yes.
Quick.
All right, guys, smash the like button, share the live. Little John's been on a tear lately, so we might actually have some Muslims up here today. Ugh. You know, I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't want nothing to do with that. What is going on?
I get why people think we're brothers. I really do.
You do look
I
alike.
used to not, but like, I mean, look at that. Wait, wrong way. There it is. Look at that.
There you go.
Look. Those are brothers if ever I've seen it.
You do look very similar.
Oh, I don't have it on this. I don't have it on this.
You just struck the majestic pose for nothing.
For nothing. For nothing. They heard the music, so I got to put it on this. Hold on. Where is it? Scene. And then we're going to go. Where the heck? I don't remember which scene it was. Oh no. Guys, entertain them while I'm fixing things.
Oh.
Got
There we
it.
go.
He said we look like brothers. That's pretty gross. That's pretty gross.
Did you mute him again?
He muted himself.
Oh.
Are you trying to talk? Can't
And
hear you.
your wife agreed. I just want to put that out there. It's not just that I said it. Your wife agreed with it.
With what?
You
So
do
it's
look like you
it's a
could be
double whammy.
related.
She said we look very similar.
Whatever you say. Whatever you say. Just remember, I can remove you from this at any time. Get rid of you.
That's true. I am a man under authority. That's for sure.
Wow, there's such
I am here by the grace of Big John Steele.
Oh yeah, that's why I need. I forgot to set up a solo cam for you on TikTok.
Mm.
I knew I forgot to do
No,
something.
I'm just like chilling, just hanging out in your chest. So
Hold on. Link to guest one solo.
Somebody said all pasty white boys look alike.
It's true. It's
pretty
true.
close, yeah.
There we go. All right. I got everything working. All right, guys. Smash the like button, share the live, do the things you need to do. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessing that you've given. Thank you for allowing us to have Little John on this channel, that he's blessed us with his presence now that he is famous after taking on Muhammad Hijab. Thank you for humbling him enough to come onto this channel. You are good. Walk with us this day. Be present with us. Guide us into good conversations. If not good conversations, give us the strength to take down the bad ones. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
You're so dumb. No, I've been running a new argument that I'm pretty sure Muslims cannot have free will. That's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, who cares?
There's a all right, that's fine. I'm just
talking shit in a prayer is wild. I do it all the time.
The Lord knows his heart. So if he's like, if the intent is already there within his innermost being, might as well come out his mouth anyway.
I don't know if that's true, man. The guy who tried to catch the tabernacle, did Lord know his heart? He was just trying to stop the Lord from hitting the ground. He still killed him.
Yeah. But there, I actually think that was the Ark of the Covenant. Not the you. Well, you said the tabernacle.
Freaking nerd.
So I've actually
freaking nerd. Does anyone care?
So,
does anyone care if it's a tabernacle or the freaking Ark of the Covenant? Nerd.
He is a pastor. He's supposed to.
Yeah.
Care.
I forgot to take my pills.
I'm supposed, like, what if
you know how I know I'm old?
Some unknowing Christian. You know mold.
What? You know how I know I'm old?
Oh, I thought you said, you know how I know mold? I'm like, no, tell me about your experience with this fungus.
All right, hold on before you start yapping. All right, folks, smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do. We need 20,000 likes before we start taking guests. Abby, you can open the shorts chat and get that done. Today's topic is convince us to stop worshiping Jesus, win a taco. That is going to be the topic pretty much from hence on forth until I decide to change my mind. With that being said, I want to show you guys something. And we have now officially released the website. The website is up. It is ready to go for anybody who wants to support the channel. You get access to, what is it? We have almost 70 some new videos on there. Each video is like 4 hours long. So do the math. How many hours of that is entertainment for you guys that you can have access to? This is just basically a way that you could support the channel and step away from doing it on Patreon. We have multiple tiers. All these tiers just get you the exact same thing. It's just a pay what you want service. Right. So starting off at $5, going up to $100 if you want to support us for $100 a month. If you do, you get access to all the content, the members only content. You also get to join the Discord with the official role of I paid to be here in the Discord. It gets you nothing extra except you get to tell everybody and get to flaunt on them that you paid to be there and you're more superior than them and you actually support Big John Steele. Well, they just grift off him for free. So you just get to flex on everybody why you are more superior to them in every single way. So that's a great thing to have. Or if you just want to make a single one-time donation, you could do that through here with like the buy me coffee option. Plus, hey, you want to join this channel too because you get the latest updates on YouTube. There is a free option where you just get our updates and access to our links if you need it. You get our members only stuff, feed, videos, contents. You get access to our hangouts, our raids, our study sessions, so on and so forth. I have yet to sign up for a membership, but it seems kind of a little redundant. So the website is in the link below if you're watching on TikTok or anything like that. It's bigjohnsteele.com. bigjohnsteele.com. That's right. We got a .com name, ladies and gentlemen. bigjohnsteele.com. So make sure you go over there and sign. We will be announcing this like 17 times throughout this live today. So, because we got to get everybody from Patreon over to there and we got to get this channel up and going the way it should be. All right, 20,000 likes, and we will start taking guests for Convince Me to Stop Worshiping Jesus, Win a Taco. No Christians, please. No Christians. All right, you can yap now. You didn't get the role?
I'm just...
CJ? Well, I'll have a look at that later. I'm sorry if you didn't get the role. I'll have a look at that later. It should have just automatically connected it to you. I'll look. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I'm chilling. I'm waiting for some fights.
Am I going to move the Bible studies over there? Oh, like the audio file Bible studies? That's not a bad idea. I wasn't planning on doing that because I'm not doing the Bible studies anymore. But I don't see why I couldn't. CJ, put a comment in the chat just so I could see you real quick on the Discord. Why do we have to wait for 20,000 likes? Because I told you to. Do you think you get to come in here and make accusations and comments? No, you come in here and you do what you're told. All right? Yeah, I will look at that, CJ, because you don't have that role and you should have it. So I will personally add it for you right now. But I will look at that later. Yeah, because that's why, ladies and gentlemen, because also you opened the shorts chat, right?
Yes.
They're sending us out to the comment section, into the trenches with no protection, where reason dies and chaos reigns. The shorts chat battlefield where nothing remains. We march into the spam and the bots. The brain rot takes everyone we've got. 15 seconds of absolute hell. This is where good soldiers fell. We're going to the shorts chat where souls go to die. Moderating madness.
See ya. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out.
We won't make it back. Lost in the shorts chat.
I was going to say it. Oh.
Under attack.
Why is the
comments move faster than we can read? Deleting nonsense.
Very weak salute, fair enough.
First and ratio echo in the void. Every brain cell systematically destroyed. We tried to bring order to the storm, but the algorithm doesn't conform. 3-word sentences, no.
God, where are you? John, you can't just leave.
I didn't leave. I blew my nose. Did you want it to happen on camera?
Go off the camera.
You gotta freak. I did go off the camera. I just did it backwards. I put the camera off. I didn't leave. I'm here. It's just you gotta pick one.
You don't realize that we're not on StreamYard. When you leave, it doesn't just automatically like full out the screen. It just creates a big black hole.
So you prefer watching me blow nose?
No, I prefer you just go off the camera.
You could just duck off the screen.
Or give me some warning so I can. I'll remove you off camera.
You were playing a song. I was trying to respect the melody.
Not to interrupt.
Gosh, I can't win. Abby, help. Big John Steele bully.
I'm not a bully. I'm just, I just call out shit when I see it. Did you guys see the chat? I want to point it out again. Hold on. It's a flight he had to announce. He had to announce he was leaving.
That's what I was going to say. So funny. Because he wasn't even commenting or anything, but then he commented just to let you know.
Just to let me know. Okay, I'm out of here. I hate arrogance. Not interested in this content. Block creator.
How were we being arrogant?
I don't know.
Where was
probably because I told the person that they have to sit and wait for me to get 20,000 likes and they don't get to say things.
How's that arrogance? It's just like currency. I don't know.
They don't like currency.
Someone got butthurt. Someone got butthurt. Salute that sensitive guy that quit. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the website. Why it didn't give you that role. It's connected and it should work. Maybe you have to pick it in the website. If you go to the website, go to members only, click perks, and then it says connect to Discord.
Oh,
You'll have to do that.
that would make sense.
And so,
Because how is it supposed to know?
yeah, right there. Connect to Discord. So members only, perks, connect to Discord. Try that and see if it that works for you. If not, then we'll figure it out later. I'll have to put like a little blurb on there for people how to do it when they sign up. Am I going to collab with IP soon? Probably not. Probably not. What's Little John's real name? Like Jonathan Steele? No, it's just Little John. His first name Little, his last name John. Little John. That's his name.
My real name is Bought by Blood.
Here it is. Why put Jesus behind a paywall? Do you think I have Jesus on my website behind a paywall? Do you think that's the only way you get access to Jesus? If you go to my website and pay for it, do you really think that's where it is? Do you think that's what I have behind there? Really?
The
You
most
think that's what's
powerful
going on?
apologist.
I'm the most powerful apologist in the world. I'm hiding Jesus behind a
He's got
paywall.
Jesus.
Do
No.
you want to get to heaven, little boy, little girl?
We're selling salvation for $19.99 up in here. No, behind my paywall is access to my exclusive content that I make for you guys. Right here is where you get the free Jesus. Except Jesus, he's the Lord and Savior.
Yeah, it's not Jesus you get access to. You get access to his knowledge, his articulation of the points.
Well, it's not even that. It's mostly just hangouts, reactions. There are some study sessions in there where we study things. So, for example, there's a 3-part series in there. So, just so you guys know, if you join our website at www.bigjohnsteele.com, you'll get access to our 3-part series going over all the details for the Islamic dilemma. If you want to cook some Muslims, join our website. Stuff like that. Yeah. We need 20,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. It's been on a slow grow today. 20,000 likes and we'll start taking up some guests. Now that's some value. I agree. And just pay what you want with a minimum of $5. After that, pay what you want. I would have loved to have it set up where you could literally just put in whatever number you want and you pay it.
Oh, dang it. I tried to mute. I've done really good. I muted every time. I forgot that time. That's my bad. That's on Papa right here. That's my bad.
Right in the ear holes.
The worst part about it is I have headphones on, so it's like so gross. And listen, man, this is not just hold on.
Release Jesus from your virtual prison.
Absolutely not. Lord, forgive me if that's blasphemous, what I said. So Abby knows this too. When she's sick and if she's sitting beside me and she does it, I leave the room.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just you, John.
No.
I feel your pain.
Yeah.
I've done it at least like 20 times since the stream started, but I've muted every time except
I
one.
appreciate it.
So
I actually do appreciate that. Thank you. It's so gross. Ugh.
John can't do it.
Mm-mm.
He can't do that.
Mm-mm.
It's one of his weaknesses.
Trump is Jesus?
What? Ban.
That's the same person who said I'm hiding Jesus behind a paywall. So now you think I have Trump. I have Trump behind the paywall. Tap it up, ladies and gentlemen. It's allergy season, bro. I got it too.
Yeah. John's sick, but
No, he's sick, yeah.
same thing.
Yeah, I've been sick like since Sunday. I haven't even had a voice. Preaching on Wednesday was
That's
painful,
rough.
literally.
That's rough.
Also, people have been asking me if I'm going to do call-ins on this weekend. No, me and Abbie are going away this weekend. We're doing a little getaway, so I will not even be having my phone with me. I'm going to disconnect from my phone as well. So you will not be able to get in touch with us this weekend. It's the great. Can you do a Donald Trump impression?
Can I?
Yeah.
Probably not a good one. I try to just like ignore
Hold on.
Where's Sheik?
I try to ignore all things politics and all things.
Let's see if there's a
large
Donald
dilemma.
Trump AI voice.
Sheik isn't even in the chat, so can't bring him up.
Oh, hold on. I can't copy and paste that thing. How do I copy and paste that? Copy tasks. There we go.
Oh, there he is. Okay, John's going to use AI instead of you.
Let's see if it works. AI is working. If it takes too long, it's not going to be worth it for the joke.
No.
That's the problem. Won't be worth it for the joke.
It's the greatest website. You don't see websites like this one. It's so great it can contain me.
That's great.
That was pretty scary.
Yeah, we just got endorsed by look guys, hold on. We just got
It's the greatest website. You don't see websites like this one. It's so great it can contain me.
That's pretty good. That's pretty scary actually how good that is. We're going to leave that up there for every time we promote the website.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Now that was a little too perfect. That was pretty golden, yeah. It was pretty golden. All right, guys, keep smashing the like button. What's going on? We're at 16,000 likes. We have nobody in the queue, and we only got 80 viewers on TikTok. That is wild. That's crazy.
Because Little John is here.
It's probably because Little John is here. He's ruining things. He's just
Or
ruining
they're
nothing
scared.
wrong. You know, he's
They're
just made
scared
the
of
channel.
him.
Little John has ruined us.
Scared of him.
He's ruined us. He's ruined us. He's coming here and just ruined everything.
I like the upgrade.
Yeah, you should show him the other one.
It's just ruined it all. The other one is this. When somebody comes in and gives like a big long spiel about like
When they start doing the sophist stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or we had somebody on Wednesday, John, that came up and said that he was the Holy Spirit.
That's true. That's true. He said he was the Holy
He
Spirit
was like,
incarnate.
I am that guy.
Yeah.
That was his direct quote. I am that guy.
That's really fun. That's
Yeah.
super fun.
Yeah, he thought he was the Holy Spirit.
Wild. And he went on a big spiel and you put that up.
John used a fake clanker to replace me. And then you just got replaced by DC.
Hi John and John, I just wanted to say I think your choice of background and lighting is sufficiently creative enough to warrant copyright protection anyways. Do you mind if I use it for fair use in my next presentation?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
That must be the lawyer.
That's our other lawyer, I think.
Yeah, it is. I
Yes.
talked to him yesterday.
Yeah.
I spoke to him yesterday.
Anyway, Shake. John used a fake clanker to replace me. POTUS. Sad. You can come up. You can come up and do it if you want. If it makes you happier, come on up.
It makes you happy.
It makes you happy. Come on. You get the permission. You're the one Christian. Come up. Isn't the Holy Spirit a woman? Calm down. Calm down. Literally, your name is literally Master Debater. Come on. Calm down. We got 20,000 likes. Yeah, but we got no guests. Here, I'll bring someone up. I'll pick someone randomly and force them up. Could you imagine if I had
That'd
that
be so
power?
weird.
If I could just pick someone randomly from the chat, debate me. I can't, LOL. Well, then why are you talking shit? It's a
You're
South Park
golf.
reference? Oh, my bad. My bad. Come on, man. Have fun once in your life. Don't tell me what to do. Stop telling me what to do. If I don't want to have fun, I'm not gonna. Holy Spirit identified with male pronoun. Well, actually, he's also identified with female pronouns. Ruach is a female pronoun. Little John is a rapper. Check out Luke Guan Chopper. What? Read Psalms until the ops show up. Thoughts on Andrew Wilson versus David Wood. The stupidest thing ever. And it's still going on. They're just yapping about it. Oh no. He said bingo. Oh, he doesn't like this guy. And I think he should like this guy because we don't like those guys. The stupidest argument I've ever seen in my life. Bunch of children, grown-ass men, grown-ass Christian men, all arguing with each other, calling each other out, telling to the thousands of viewers why the other person isn't the proper person because the other person said bingo. Grown-ass men.
BINGO.
That's my
Banned.
opinion on it.
Oh
no
my
longer
gosh.
have John on here. He said bingo.
The dumbest thing. There's way more things to fight out there. You guys want me to show you the abortion meter again? We can fight that. You guys want to see how many Muslims are trying to take over the world? We can fight that. But
Yeah.
no, we want to start a big old beef because one Christian guy thinks the other Christian guy isn't a real Christian guy. Ooh.
If they just caught drift, I told you this the other day. I said if like Jay Dyer, who's accusing Avery of being a grifter, just caught wind of you as an apologist and your grifting song, toss a coin to your grifter, like it would just be like Chef Kiss,
I would love
right?
it. I would eat it up. Here's the thing.
John came in the day after playing that song.
I did. Here's the thing. If Jay Dyer all of a sudden started talking about me being a grifter, I would just be like, yeah. And then I would use the fact that he's giving me clout to grift more.
Yep.
He's just a grifter. He's just dog.
Where's the Muslim to argue about Tawhid al-Rububiyyah?
I don't know. Fridays are the slower days too, by the way. What the F is a grifter? It's somebody who doesn't actually believe in what they're doing, but they just do it for the money. Like me. Like I'm not actually a Christian. I'm just pretending so I can get money. Because apparently, I guess you guys didn't know, the best way to make $1 million is preaching Jesus. That's why there's so many pastors in the world that are millionaires, right, John?
Yay.
In case you guys didn't know, that's the quickest and fastest way to be a millionaire is just use Jesus to make money. Listen, when you go take a course on like the best ways to make financial money, they say, hey, one of the things that you should consider is preaching Jesus. It's the fastest way to $1 million. Fastest way to $1 million. Mm-hmm. Who's the co-host? That's Little John. All right, we finally got a guest. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 18. Hello,
All right,
how are you?
Good, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
I'm not convincing you to stop worshiping Jesus. I follow the message, but I just don't think it's meant to be worshipped in the way you're putting it. I think that he's the messenger of God. And with that being said, he's the messenger of God, just like Muhammad was, just like Buddha was. I don't agree with the...
Wait. So you don't think I shouldn't worship Jesus? So you say you can worship a man?
I think you should worship God. I don't think Jesus
so then
was
you
meant
do
to be
think
worshipped.
then you do think we should stop worshiping Jesus?
And I think I agree with his message that he supports God and the morality of God.
I need you to clarify, man. Do you or do you not think we should worship Jesus?
I don't think you should worship Jesus.
Okay, so then you came in on a lie.
Well, I'm not gonna attack you or go after you by saying stuff like that. I'm just trying to get you, like, your opinion across, trying to get my opinion across, just trying to talk to you.
Yeah, but we appreciate honesty here. So just tell the truth, whether it hurts our feelings or not.
Well, no, I follow the message of God. That's why I agree with Jesus. I just don't think Jesus is meant to be worshipped. I think he's the messenger of God.
Yeah, but the thing is, you think we should stop worshiping Jesus. So when you said when you started on the conversation, I don't think you should. I don't want you to stop worshiping Jesus.
I'm not your controller. I'm not your leader. I don't think you should stop doing anything. I just don't agree, me personally.
Okay, so if I was throwing babies off a rooftop, would you look at me and be like, hey, listen, I'm not going to try to stop you to throw babies off the rooftop.
I just genuinely don't get what analogy you're trying to make.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so you hold to the Quran, I'm guessing? You're a Muslim, yeah?
I do not. I do not hold to the Quran. I do not follow the Quran. I do not.
You just said Muhammad is a prophet.
Say Muhammad is a false prophet. I believe
Muhammad is a prophet. I believe Buddha is a prophet. All of these people are put in text to be examples of God's power. All of this. I don't believe they're meant to be worshipped. I think they're the messenger of God. They're all showing that this God exists.
Okay. How can you hold that they are all prophets of God if they lack continuity with one another?
What are you saying? In the Quran, they confirm Jesus' existence.
Uno prophet, one prophet, says something that contradicts another prophet. Who's giving the true prophecy? They lack
Well,
continuity.
I feel like
They're
that's
not in
where
agreement.
it goes into another lens of the stories getting misconstrued for the value of worship. And that's why they made these religions to say, oh, Jesus
Wait,
said
wait, wait,
this,
wait, wait.
Jesus said that, so people start
Who's
worshiping
they?
Jesus.
Who's they?
People who control religion for power.
But who is that?
The elites of the world. I'm not trying to go like some conspiracy route, but I feel like that's a pretty prevalent thing that
Which
there's
elite?
a bunch of satanic influence in
Which
society.
specific one? Do you know one?
For example, Israeli IDF.
Okay, what's your evidence?
They've massacred babies. They hate Christianity. Like
Those
they
are
literally view
claims. Those are claims.
Those aren't claims.
You're
It's
right.
literally like
Those are claims. Well, I need some
I'm
evidence.
not-
I
I'm
need
not
some
saying
evidence.
all
I need some
Jew- I'm
evidence
not
that
saying
these
all
guys
Jewish. I'm not
invented.
saying like Ashkenazi Jewish people.
Hold on.
wrong.
I need some evidence that they are inventing these things to mess with us. Who is they, and how do you know they're
Canaanite
inventing
Jews.
these things?
Canaanite Jews. Look
Okay.
into that. Those
Great.
people
Okay,
are.
great. How do you know they invented it?
They invented what? What are you saying?
A religion. The religions that we follow.
I'm saying they've misconstrued it
Yeah, how do you know?
because the mistranslations of the Bible, the mistranslations of like even I think the Quran isn't mistranslated, but there's like over 26 mistranslations of the Bible to fit King's narratives.
Okay, evidence? Do you have any evidence?
I mean, it's literally just factual evidence. You can search it up right now.
Well, okay, if it's so easy, then you should just be able to provide it for me, right?
Well, I mean, you're on your computer right now. I feel like you could just pop up a little Google search showing the mistranslations of the Bible.
So just Google search it, bro. That's your argument.
I'm not gonna do a sit and back argument with a grown man.
So you're
trying to have a
gonna
conversation
make
with
a
you.
whole bunch of accusations towards something with zero evidence
I'm
or
not
zero
making any
argument for it,
accusations.
and then
This
get
is known
upset.
information. You're
But
just
then,
putting
but
it as
hold
accusations,
on, and then you're
refusing to
gonna
look
get
into
up.
it. You're being arrogant.
Then you're gonna get upset
You're
when
being
somebody.
ignorant right now.
Yeah, then you're gonna get upset when somebody asks you to provide, a reason to believe you.
Because you're
Why
not
should I
going in this
believe
as a
anything
debate.
you're
You're
saying?
going in this as an argument. You're not even trying to go with the message of
What's
what
the difference
your thing
between a
says.
debate and an argument?
See, dude, you're not even going in on God's message. I don't even think
You're
like,
18.
What are
You're
you
18,
like trying
you're
to get
18
across?
years old, and you're starting. Listen, you have so much life ahead of you. You're 18 years old, and you're starting out.
Okay,
with
old man.
You're starting out with the intellectual, like, prowess of a hippopotamus. Okay, I need you to actually.
That's what I'm saying. You're
think about the things that
insulting.
you're saying.
You're being so insulting.
I'm
That's not
insulting.
the
Dog,
message
you
of God.
started with the insults.
That's not the message
Yeah.
of God. What did I insult?
You
What did
started
I
with the
insult you?
insults.
What did I
I
say?
want to be clear.
What did
I'm
I say?
insulting you.
My
I'm
coffee cup
insulting
is
you
empty.
How did I
because
insult you anyway?
when someone-
What have I said to
No,
any of you?
I would like
Listen,
some
I
free
might
tea
have
as
just
well,
I might
please.
have started the insult. That's fine. The point is, if you
That's not
cannot
fine.
give
You guys can't
justification,
preach God's message and then hate.
if you cannot give,
not?
I don't hate you. I hate what you're saying. So it's not the case, right, that
What?
I think you have any reason or justification for
I'm
why
not a
you believe what
Muslim.
you believe.
Everybody
If
thinks I'm a Muslim. I follow Christ. I
not
follow
about-
God.
It's not about you being a Muslim. Just the only thing.
Wait.
I
Hold
wanna know
on.
is, do you have a reason to believe what you
Wait.
believe?
Wait. I just need. Hold on. So if you're not a Muslim, just say that Jesus is the Son of God.
Jesus is the Son of God.
Hmm.
I feel like that's, dude. With that being said, that's not saying that he is to be worshipped over God. Do you get what that interpretation means? Jesus is the Son of God. He is the messenger of God. He is the representation of God in the flesh form.
According to the Quran, it actually disagrees with you on that point. The Quran says that if
I
Allah
told
does
you I
have
don't
a son,
follow the
he
Quran.
is.
Do
He is
you
worthy
follow
of
the
worship.
Quran?
No, it's not about that. I'm showing you where when you're looking at any worldview.
So you're
Any
pulling up texts from
Hinduism.
other books that you don't follow to prove your point?
You're 18 and you have a lot of life ahead of you, and you're not making any sense. I want to know, in what
Bro.
reality do you think you have a reason to hold the beliefs that you hold? Why do you believe what you believe? Simple.
Okay, why do I believe what I believe? I believe there's a right and a wrong in society. That's a given. There's hatred,
Great.
and then there's good.
Morals.
You can either, morality. I believe that morality
Okay.
comes from the
I'm
code of
not
God
asking-
and that higher self.
Okay, who is God? Who is God?
Okay, I think God is the higher power. Just put it like that.
What does that mean? Okay, higher
The
power.
higher power is within yourself.
Who?
The higher power is
There
the
it
best
is.
version of yourself.
There it is.
And I'm not saying that I collectively believe I am myself as God. I believe it's a collective conscious. We all hold God within inside of us.
So you're a
That's why I say
panpsychist.
that we're all equal. Huh?
So you're a panpsychist.
No, I'm not.
You think we're all God?
I just believe that we're all equal. We all have pieces of God within us. We are God's
Okay.
children.
Okay, if you're a part of God, right? Can you right
You
now?
are part of God as well.
Oh, great, awesome. Can you teleport into my room?
Do you not believe that? Do
Can
you
you
not
tell-
believe you are
can
part
you
of
tell-
God?
Can you teleport into my room?
You don't believe that. You
Can you
don't
tele-
believe you're a follower of Christ and God is within you.
Dog, can you teleport into my room?
What are you saying?
You're a part of God. Teleport into my room. Go ahead.
Saying you have, bro, it's ridiculous. It's like really ridiculous what you're doing.
Can
I'm
you
saying
teleport
have,
into
like,
my
you're
room?
taking
Yes or
everything
no?
So literal, you're taking everything so literal, but like
Wait, when
then
you said
that
we're
would,
all God, it
like,
was a
Get
metaphor?
rid of prayer. So then do you not believe in prayer?
So it was a metaphor when you said we're all God?
Do you not believe
Prayer
in prayer?
to who?
Do you not believe in prayer?
Prayer to who? Prayer to who?
Hold
Who
on.
are we
Prayer
praying
to
Hold on.
God.
Hold on. Can you or can you not teleport into my bedroom?
No, I cannot.
But you're God. Why can't you do
what
that?
analogy are you trying to make?
That's not an analogy. You said you're God.
No, I said we are all a part of God.
So
a
then
collective
teleport into my
consciousness.
bedroom.
Bro.
Why can't you
That
do
doesn't
it?
give
If
you
you're
the power.
God,
That's what I'm saying. You can't idol worship and like say that Jesus is God. He has the power of God. He can do whatever. God gave him that power to show us what following
wait, you
Christ
said you're
gives
part
you.
of God. Teleport into my bedroom. Come on.
Who
Bro, this is just ridiculous. You guys come in hating, you come in insulting, and then you come in acting like children.
So can you do it?
Who
Yeah,
are
okay.
you praying to? Who
I'm
are you
18
praying
years
to?
old and I can still hold like a more mature conversation than you can, and that's just sad.
I'm still waiting for you to teleport into this room.
You're funny, buddy.
Why can't you do it?
I'm just waiting for you to talk about Christ. Talk about anything.
Why can't you do it?
I've put my points across.
Why can't you do it?
Because I'm put in a mortal body.
Why
I'm
can't
put
you do
in
it?
the
Why
flesh.
can't you teleport
I'm
into
put
this
in
room?
I'm put in a
Why
flesh
can't you do
vessel.
it?
We're all put in flesh vessels. That's why.
Who put you in the flesh vessel?
God.
But you said you're God, so you put yourself in a flesh vessel?
We're a collective consciousness.
So we collectively put each other in flesh vessels?
God collective puts his energy into all of us.
So God did it or we did it?
God
A
did
flesh
it.
vessel?
So God did it. God,
put all of his
God,
energy-
who is all of us, the collective consciousness, separated himself and put us all in flesh vessels, and then took away his own power.
I mean, in a sense, yeah. He's all
So
powerful.
wait,
What
so
are
wait,
you
so
saying? Like,
he's all
genuinely, You're trying
powerful.
to misconstrue it
Okay,
into
so
your
if he's
own
all
idea.
powerful,
You're trying to put it into your own idea to make it not make sense.
So if you're all
Who is
powerful,
he?
You're ridiculous, bro.
if you're all powerful, then
You're not even
teleport into
going
this room.
into. You're not even trying to make a point. You're trying to argue.
Teleport
Who
into
is
this
he?
You're
room.
smiling. You're a joke.
Who
bro.
is
You're a
he?
Teleport
joke.
into this room.
Who is he? Is it Krishna? Is it Vishnu? Is it Allah? Is it Yahweh? Who is he? Is it Zeus? Who's the he?
My bad. God is
the
a they.
subject of the personal pronoun.
God is a
They
they.
are the all-powerful.
God
It's
is a
not meant to
Caesar.
be a he or a she.
Who is God? Is God an actual
Energy.
entity?
What is
That is
love?
God is the
creator of
energy.
all-
God is the
Okay.
higher power of
What
energy.
is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
Okay.
Don't hurt
Okay.
me.
So God is an energy.
No
Does
more.
energy have intention?
What? Yes.
energy.
There's good energy and there's bad energy. Yes. Yes.
Does energy have intention? That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, how are the
Energy does
vibes,
have
man?
intention. Yes.
Hold on.
What?
I'm still trying to figure out why you can't
Intention.
teleport into
There's
this room.
different versions of energy, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, it's not just one. Like you're putting it
Dog,
into one.
why can't you teleport into this room?
Because I'm put in a flesh vessel. That
You
makes
put
me a
yourself
human
in the
being.
flesh vessel.
Okay.
You said you're God.
No, I didn't.
So just
no, I
unput
didn't.
yourself
God
in the
put me
flesh
that
vessel.
just like He put you in that.
But you
vessel.
said we're all God.
He gave. Yeah, we're all God because.
Okay, so if you're God, unflesh
you
your
have the
vessel.
gift of God within you, bro. You know that too.
Then
That's why you worship
unflesh your
God.
vessel.
You come in here hating, and you come here not even trying to like
sounds
talk
rough.
or communicate. Like that's the saddest part about all of this.
Unflesh your
old are you, bro?
vessel.
I swear.
How old are you, bro?
I'm infinity because I'm eternal because I'm also God.
That's crazy.
That's crazy to say.
You're the one who said it. So
I said
unflesh a
that we're
vessel.
all a piece of God. I said that we are all a piece of God.
God's made of parts now.
Go away. Oh, I haven't missed this.
Yeah, this is unique to my
Welcome,
channel for
John,
some
welcome.
reason. This is unique to my channel. Is the insane people all come here for some reason. They don't go to anybody else's channel. They all come to my channel and do insanities.
Striker says, I want Unflesh Your Vessel on a t-shirt.
Dude, that's crazy, bro. That's so crazy.
That was wild. That was wild.
Bro, I don't know what that guy was talking about.
All right, hold on. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm all 24.
All right, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
I mean, maybe. I just want to know, like, what's like your best.
Sorry, just one sec. Abby, when you make the timestamps, make that one unflesh your vessel.
I already had it as we're all in flesh vessels.
Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just like, I guess clarifying question. Are you down for like? Are you like doing more like biblical discussions, or are you like good with like philosophical discussions too?
Whatever you want.
Okay. I guess like what's like your best philosophical, maybe reason? I mean, you know, like I mean, like an argument, like what like your best reasoning like for believing in God?
Death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Well, what's your best reason to believe that God did that?
Yeah, it's just the most parsimonious explanation, right? If Jesus is who he says he is and he has the authority over life and death, and he already confirms the scripture, that's a high, good reason for justification to believe that he is God and God has authority over life and death. Could it be wrong? Could it be the fact that it was aliens? Sure, but I don't see a reason to believe that considering there's no evidence to the case.
Oh, yeah. I want to go. Yeah, I don't think that's a good argument. I guess what I'm asking is like, so, like, are you saying like the reason you believe in God is because of the resurrection?
Are you talking a personal reason or a justification? Those are two different things. My personal reason is I had an experience. Justification is that there is a death and resurrection.
Yeah. I get your personal. Yeah, I get your personal reason. I guess what I'm asking is like, cause like I know the pros and cons of like the debate with the resurrection kind of a little bit. So maybe I could talk about that. But like I guess like my stronger feel is just like asking you like, okay, so. Like for a clarifying question, like, do you believe in Christianity because of like the evidence of the resurrection, or did you believe in God first and then, like, do you have like a metaphysical reason for believing in God more than the resurrection, or is it just purely like the resurrection is like your biggest?
Are there philosophical arguments for the existence of God? Sure, but I don't find that interesting.
Oh, okay. So then it's more like scriptural, like evidence, like empirical based.
Yes, I'm an evidentialist.
Okay, then. Okay, I mean, I guess we could go with that then. So I could talk about that because I mean, I'm willing to be convinced too. So, like, what's like your best reasoning to why Jesus resurrected?
Yeah, so it's going to be Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, in the book of Acts. With just those books, I think you have enough alone. As a matter of fact, the more I study, I think you can get away with just Luke and Acts being sufficient enough to say that Jesus Christ died and resurrected. But we have a whole bunch of tertiary evidence that's just bonus on top of that. Basically, what we do is we look at those books, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Acts. We try to figure out if the authors are being honest and truthful. And it seems to be the scholarly consensus is, yeah, they are trying to be honest and truthful and record accurate information. So much so that almost every naturalistic explanation in the scripture is held to be true. Most scholars don't even go against it. Seems like the only reason that we disregard things like the resurrection is because of this thing called the principle of analogy. Principle of analogy is like, if we don't see it today, then we can't apply it to yesterday, which I think is unscientific and dogmatic by nature. So there's like a new model. I forgot the name of some, but there's like a different model that Paul Rhodes and Gregory Boyd have applied, which is the idea of the historical model is you approach it with the openness for any possibility, which is scientific, right? You have to approach it with the openness for any possibility, and then whatever remains. No matter how, like, and you start putting hypotheses on the table, whatever remains when you start removing, right, hypotheses because of the data, no matter how improbable, it's more likely to be true. And I think the best explanation, the most parsimonious explanation is Jesus Christ actually died and resurrected.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, that's interesting. So I guess with the gospel, because I haven't read Acts yet, I've only read the 4 gospels, especially Matthew, Mark, and Luke. So when you say they're like historically verifiable,
Yeah. So, for example,
like I think
in
there's
the
some
book of
stuff in the
Acts,
gospel. Sorry, go on.
in the book of Acts, there's a guy who comes up. I forget his name, and he gives a prophecy of a great famine that will hit the planet. He says there's going to be a great famine that comes upon everybody. It's not even a Christian. He's just he's a Jew, and he just all of a sudden did this random prophecy in Acts. It's really out of place. But the historical consensus is this famine was real. It actually did happen. It's recorded by Josephus and Tacitus. So we have like, I think in the Acts alone, we have 80 plus of these like singular events that we can confirm through history that shows that Luke is trying to record accurate and truthful information.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've only read parts of Acts, but like I've heard people believe that it comes later, it comes earlier. So if you want, I mean, just focus on the 4 Gospels because I know that better. But like, I mean, if what you said is true, then that's interesting. That's something to look at. But like, when you talk about like the Gospels, right? Like I think there's like some historical stuff about Jesus that probably did happen and that like actually is recorded. But I feel like a lot of it, like with like let's say like with the resurrection appearances, right? I'm sure you've heard this a million times, but you know, it seems like a mythological development over the Gospels because you know you have Mark and his. I mean, I don't think you take the longer. I mean, maybe you take the longer ending of Mark to be scripture.
No. Well, the people for some reason seem to think that the shorter ending of Mark leaves out the resurrection. It doesn't. Right. It ends.
Yeah. I don't think it leaves out the resurrection. Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah. No. I was gonna say it leaves out appearances. Like,
but no, it doesn't because he appeared to the women. That's why they ran away in fear.
Yeah, I'm saying
then,
like
so it ends with he appeared to the women. They ran away in fear. Right. And then it finishes with then he appeared to Peter and the 12. Right. And that's it. It doesn't give like all the interactions where they touched and ate. And like that's the longer ending of Mark. But that's exactly what we see in 1 Corinthians 15:3. Where it says that he showed up to Cephas and the 12. I always get Cephas and Caiaphas mixed up. So Cephas and the 12. So that's a consistency that we see within Paul's writings and the Gospels. So when I have those two, I have just two. Like historically, having 2 accounts of an event is almost enough to confirm it's to be true. So why do I rejected this? Well, I have more than 2 accounts that says he showed himself to Peter and the 12.
Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of. Like I'm not too. I was hoping more like a philosophical discussion, but like because what you said already sounds like. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, bro. It already sounds convincing because I haven't done too much deep dive analysis. But like, I mean, with the writings of Mark, I mean, I guess what I would say is that like obviously it comes like Paul's our first like New Testament writer, obviously.
Yep.
So the writings of Mark come, you know, way after. I mean, I'm guessing you hold the like it was written like 50 AD, right?
Well, I can even give you 70, and I'd be fine with that.
70, yeah.
Yeah. So
like I'm like,
but can I just touch on that? You said it comes way after. That's like time is relative. When we talk about when we're talking from like an historical perspective, decades after an event is really early. That's really early from a historical perspective. Like we have writings that we take to be true in history that are hundreds of years after events, and we say, "Yep, this event happened."
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that. Like I believe there's some like definitely like some historical stuff about Jesus in there. I mean, a lot of atheist scholars believe that. I mean, like they can pick out a lot of information about like historical Jesus just within the Gospels. I guess what like kind of unconvinces me is just like I feel like there's some inconsistencies with
but that's what you inconsistencies is what you would expect to see from honest people.
Like are you saying like with like people who record a different story?
Well, what I'm saying is
not a different story, but like
let's say you had Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and you read it, and they were 100% the same with like no differences except for maybe like grammatical styles. What would your assumption be? Most people are just going to assume that they got together and colluded.
Well, I mean, there is the synoptic problem, but like,
well, the synoptic problem is that they actually copy from each other, and I know that. Like, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, I mean, it's pretty. I mean, like, I have read the Gospels and Matthew and Mark. I mean, obviously, like, they're pretty much word for word, almost identical in some places, except pretty much towards the end.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, when you say that, I mean, the only things that are different seem to be like theologically motivated in a way. So like for
Yeah.
example,
100%.
like yeah, I mean like I don't know. So that's why though. Like I feel like
So you're going to find theological motivation because of the types of things that they're responding to at the time. So for example, the biggest example of this is we're going to see in like the book of John, right? A lot of scholars believe that one of the primary, not just the only reason, but one of the reasons that John wrote his gospel is that he was responding to claims about Docetism. That was a heresy that was being purported
yes,
in that time period, right? Docetism is the
right.
idea to which we say, hey, Jesus didn't even have a physical body. And so when you get the narrative account of, okay, John is giving the account where he's Thomas is touching Jesus and putting his hand in his side, that many scholars hold that this is a response to Docetism because it's something that's prevalent. Now, it doesn't mean that it's theological development, but rather it's just responding to theological claims, but still using history to do so. So,
John, just real quick, do you think when Jesus died on the cross that he technically did unflesh his vessel?
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to answer that. I want to ignore the.
Go ahead.
I don't want to hear that. If you make like a soundboard thing of that, I can imagine you just hitting that button every now and again when someone comes in with some crazy stuff.
The other guy left the app. He's like, "Come out here."
Bro, my bad. My girl texted me. I was like,
"No, you're good, man. You're good."
My bad.
No, you're good. But
but anyways, go on.
Yeah,
man.
we
Sorry,
can see we can see things that are definitely being used as response to certain heresies, but they're trying to preserve the truth of the matter in a historical sense. So, but like even in the Gospel of Mark, we still have a very, very high Christology, right? Some people say, now I think it's higher in John. I think that's fine. I think it's higher in Paul's letters. But
you're wrong.
I think comparatively, but it's a very higher
Christology in Mark
as well. You think it's a higher
Christology?
Christology?
No, when you say high, like so
really, are you going off of like Than's hypothesis?
I have no clue. Anyways, it's beside the point.
Christophilus, bro.
You know Christophilus, eh? You know Ball.
Oh yeah. Of course.
Yeah,
I mean, I watched him in IP. Yeah, I mean, I watched him in Exploring Reality before he switched to IP. But yeah, he's pretty cool. I think he makes some pretty good arguments for like God. But I mean, when you say there's high Christology, so I guess like my biggest reasoning is like I'm willing to like be fine with there being a high Christology in Mark because I know there's like some instances where like he calls himself Lord, and refers himself as the Son of Man in Daniel. Like I don't have a problem with that, but like,
well, he also performs more miracles, way more miracles in the Gospel of Mark than he does in John. John, there's like a handful of miracles. There's like 5, but in Mark, it's just miracle after miracle after miracle after miracle. Authority, like he's just showing who he is in Mark way more than in John. In John, there's more claims of who he is.
Yeah, but you did pull out like the Son of Man of Daniel, the one who rides on the clouds. Like that is a very specific inference that we can draw because Yahweh was the only one. Like so there was a polemic basically, right? In the ancient world, the god who controlled the rain was like the head god, right? This is how they understood it because rain
in ancient Israel,
means food. Yeah, rain means food. Food means life. If you don't have food, you die. So whoever was the cloud rider, that was the one who was in control of everything. So when you look at like Elijah in the Old Testament in Kings, when Elijah goes and says, hey, there's not going to be rain anymore, and there's this god named Baal, well, we can see from ancient texts that Baal was known as the cloud rider. And so later on in Scripture, you see where Yahweh takes that title. He is the one who comes on the clouds. The Son of Man comes on the clouds in Daniel. And so in Mark, when you actually connect that the Son of Man is the cloud rider, that is a direct statement in what was a polemic used against Baal to where the Son of Man is Yahweh. So that's why you still have a high Christology in Mark.
So then I'm actually interested. Yeah, so then I'm interested actually like like not to like change subject, but if we go to the Old Testament, because another thing like you mentioned that I'm interested in is like if I mean there's obviously there's like a scholarly theory that Baal is supposed to be Yahweh or whatever, and how
Yeah.
and how like the ancient Israel authors thought that
so I can give you all the evidence. Sorry, I cut you off. That was rude of me.
No, you're good, but yeah, I know. Like, and I'd love to hear it, but we don't gotta jump to the Old Testament, but like, there's also stuff in there that seems very like historically probable to assume that the way that they use like in Judges 5, the way they use that language and the Song of Deborah, I think that's the name.
So
it's very cosmological like warfare that we see a lot in like I think it's called like Ugaritic texts.
Yep.
But
Ugaritic. So all the evidence that they have, literally all the evidence that they have to show that Yahweh comes from the Canaanite pantheon is the fact that he was called El, and El just means God, right? In most senses, hence the name Israel, right? To wrestle with God. And the fact that they find, what do you call it? Appropriated texts. So for example, the wiggling serpent, the Leviathan, right? It's almost like a direct copy of Ugaritic. The issue with this is like, how do you distinguish between appropriation versus cultic competition? Scholars haven't elaborated on that. They just assume appropriation.
Right. So then, yes. Well, one of the main reasons I think they think that El equals like is Yahweh is because I forgot. Forgive me if I
Yahweh
get the
is
text
El.
wrong.
Yeah, Yahweh is.
Well,
El.
yeah,
we
I'm
don't
talking.
deny that.
Yeah, I'm saying like why they think they're like the historically like why that like is derived, like where that's derived from is forgive me if I'm wrong with the I think it's Deuteronomy 18 or 22. I'm not sure. 42. Yeah, I was way off. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking about, where it says that he will give, like God will give inheritance. I
can steel man it for you. So basically, it says El Elyon will divvy up his nations between his sons, right? So that's what it says there. And then Israel he will leave as a portion for himself.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I know the correct Hebrew wording is I think
Deuteronomy 32. I got it wrong too.
Yes, it's 32. Yeah, 32. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, but because I know like some different Bibles will translate it as sons of men, or like I forgot what they translated to.
Translates it's more of a human context in the different later translations. The earlier translation, I agree with you. It's talking about a pantheon
like
of God's divine counsel. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then if that's the case, then I mean, if they're like if it's in the like, because I think the Bible seems like it's like at least in the Old Testament it preaches like a henotheism kind of thing. So like I feel like if you already consider that, it kind of equals like it kind of seems pretty reasonable. Sorry, go on.
So we have to evaluate henotheism versus ancient monotheism. Okay, ancient monotheism, it is not something that has a rigorous like persisting definition. Monotheism is something that has so historically monotheism, henotheism. So when we say like Elohim, right, or the B'nai Elohim or anything like that, Elohim is going to be a category of being, right, to which these beings can hold the predicate God. They can hold that predicate, just like there are instances when men are called gods or sons of gods and things of this nature. They can hold the predicate God, but that's not an ontological reality. Right? The claim of the ancient people is not that they are ontologically equal with Yahweh, right? So it's not henotheism is going to say that there is one God, but then there's like these other gods that are under that God, but there's still some level of ontological equality there. Polytheism is going to say that there's many gods. They have ontological distinctions, different powers, different abilities. Things.
Just real quick, guys, before you go. So if you want more specifically on this topic, I'm really mad these videos never took off. But here's 2 videos I made on my YouTube. Scholar says Yahweh is second to another God. Biblical scholar refutes me and says God does have a dad. So there's 2 videos of me and Dan McClellan going back and forth on this specific topic. If you want more, go watch those 2 videos on my channel because it's not, I don't have it all memorized. This was 2 years ago when I went through this information, right? So I highly recommend if you want more on that specific topic, go watch it, because like you got Dan McClellan, right, going against me. He's an actual scholar, so you're going to get the data from both sides, and you can make up your own mind.
Yeah, and I know he's very like critical about this view. Like he's written books on it and stuff about this. But I guess I don't know your name.
That's the distinction between like henotheism, right?
Yeah,
henotheism is
John,
going
he
to
gets
say
it.
that
He
there's
understands
still
it. He got it a long time ago. He understood what you were saying a long time ago.
Well, I was just reiterating.
Oh, me?
So,
I know. He can keep going. It's okay.
Yeah, no. But monotheism historically has not held the exact same definition.
Yeah.
Jews largely still consider themselves monotheistic because there was not like ontological equality among this category of Elohim. So,
Right. Okay. So then, see, like I agree with you. Like historically, then like obviously, yeah, there wasn't really like monotheism like you call it today definitionally, but like if we were to take the Bible as true, I feel like you'd kind of expect that maybe in a way, because like when you say that these are lesser, like I'm sorry, I don't want to misquote you, but
there
like,
are lesser gods, yeah.
Yeah, so like when you say there's lesser gods, I mean that just inclines me to believe in the historical viewpoint, because like who are these lesser gods? Like they're not angels.
Well, that's the predicate. So the predicate God there is being utilized, but it's not in the same sense.
Yeah.
There's
like
an equivocation happening.
There's if you read the book of Hermes, it gives a good understanding of what the early church thought about with what it was like to be like a pantheon of gods, because it gives visions towards that and what their authorities were and how they worked. So there was like a council, and they were just under Yahweh. Right. And then there were like angels that were under like this council. So there's this pantheon of, so to speak, and humans are part of this pantheon, right? Where we're also included in this. But the difference between us and these angels and these lesser gods is that we're actually meant to rule with Yahweh alongside him in his new divine council when the new Jerusalem comes.
Yeah.
So then who would you think?
Have you ever heard of Michael Heiser?
Let him talk, man.
Michael Heiser? Oh, yeah, the scholar. Yeah, he's the Messianic Jew.
You're thinking of Alan Siegel.
Oh,
No.
then I've heard of
Michael
Heiser.
Heiser. Yeah, Michael Heiser has some really good material on this topic. If you want to look at that as well.
Okay, I mean maybe I will. Yeah, because like I don't know. Like when you say lesser gods, I mean maybe I'm like just not knowledgeable enough, because when I think of like the heavenly realm and like who like sustains in it, I guess, or just like, it's obviously God, and the angels, and then like, so when you say it, like, I'm just not sure, like, who could we be talking about, like, who, like, if they're not lesser gods by identity, maybe, but then like, who are we talking about? Like, who are these lesser gods? Like, they're not
They're
angels.
called the B'nai Elohim. B'nai Elohim. Holy heaven.
So then,
Good.
so like from like a Christian standpoint, would you say that like Yahweh has like other? I don't want to say helpers, but
he's got helpers. He's got people who rule alongside with him. That doesn't mean he needs it, right? Just like we are meant to rule over the earth, it doesn't mean he needed us to rule over the earth. But it's just part of participating in creation.
Like I can see
that's exactly it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like I can. I don't know. I mean, I guess I can kind of see that reasoning. It's just, I don't know. I guess it works. I mean, I don't really got like a pushback against it. It's just, I think like, I mean, yeah, I guess it's not. I mean, I don't got much to say about that.
We also hold on, John. You're really like eager today. Just give me a sec. So one thing that I think you should look at too is go back to that Deuteronomy 32 verse and see that, El Elyon, who we think is Yahweh, has the authority over these lesser beings. He has the authority to give it to him. You also go to Psalms 89, I think it is. It says that he stands amongst the council and he will judge them and he will make them die as if they were men. It says in Genesis that he goes to Egypt and he judges their gods. So we can definitely see that there's a separation between the God of the Bible and these lesser gods. He has an authority over them. Psalm 82.
Yeah, but the thing in 32 though is that it says El Elyon, he gives the land to Yahweh, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, it doesn't say Yahweh. No.
It doesn't. Not on the Hebrew.
Nope. It says El
Can
Elyon
you check
divides
real
it up
quick?
amongst the sons of God.
Oh, then I know I'm thinking of something else, and I'm misremembering. My bad, because
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I can reread the text real quick and then come back maybe another time.
You're talking
but,
about. I think you're talking about where it says Israel is Yahweh's portion. Right.
Yes.
No, it
yes.
doesn't say that either. It says, and Israel will be a portion I set aside for myself.
It says that in the original text.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let me go. I should just go reread it in the Hebrew. Well,
Sure.
At least like a side-by-side translation, and then I can come back because I think I'm just misremembering then. But
Go watch those videos first too.
Yeah. All right.
You're my favorite human. You're such a good human.
I'm talking to John.
No, he's talking to you.
No, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, he's definitely not talking to John.
Those are words
Thank
that will
you.
never come out of my mouth referring to John Steve.
All right, man. I appreciate you being a great interlocutor and only doing your due diligence. So God bless and have yourself
Yeah,
a great
thank
day,
you, man. I'll watch. Your YouTube's big. Is it the same as your TikTok?
Yeah, Big John Steele.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll go check it out. Thank you.
All right, peace. And I'm not just trying to promote my videos there. Those videos, that one video has only got 500 views. I really have no clue why it didn't take off. I'm mad at it.
To set seriousness aside for a moment, this super chat is given in recognition of John's exceptional grifting talent.
Thank you.
Just remember, he is phenomenal at it.
You should read a couple super chats while you
Toss a coin
go.
into your grip.
Before you go.
Big
Yeah.
John needs to
All right.
pay his
Well, that's
bills.
playing in the background.
Big
Let's read some
John
super chats.
needs to pay his-
All righty. Super chat break, ladies and gentlemen. We already got that one. Little John is here. It's been so long, and he needs to change his name permanently. This is not far off what I believed in Scientology. What? Question for Little John, my goat, and Big John. Any books you guys would recommend on the resurrection accounts responding to heresies and maintaining history? Well, lo and behold, in my website, there's a section of recommendations of books. Now, right now, I only have one book in there, but I'm going to be putting more books in there for recommendations. So,
Can I put books
gifting
in there?
has been suspended on my TikTok. Yeah, you can put recommendations
Wow.
in there. Yeah. So there's going to be book recommendations there, article recommendations, paper recommendations. We're going to build it over time. So go join the website. And this section is free. The recommendations are free. But while you're there, you might as well sign up for the members only content so you can get access to hangouts, raids, and study sessions. Study sessions is going to have a lot of information as well. But right off the bat, this is the first book I recommend. I am not going to recommend anybody else's second book until they've read this one. That's going to be my hard, fast rule. No second books until I recommend that one. John?
So, if he's asking specifically responding to heresies, I don't have anything off the top of my head.
Against Heresies by Justin Martyr.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to think. I did read a book on John and like the Book of John, as it's like, as I mentioned, against Docetism.
Irenaeus.
I can't remember the name of it right now.
All right. To set serious aside for a moment, this super chat is, oh yeah, thank you. And then W, thank you very much. Now, with that being said, what time, how long have we been going? We're good. I was about to do a grifting break, but
No, you just
we're
started.
doing okay right now. We're doing okay. Let's bring in the next guest.
Okay.
We should have got like that. Don't you have a good person song?
Oh, you
That
do.
man deserved a
Okay.
That man deserved a good person song.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he also came educated, so he actually gets this good person song. Because we have a good person song for the uneducated, and we got a good person song for the educated.
You actually prepared. You actually cared. Brought sauces and fats. I wasn't ready for that. This is what I've been missing.
You gotta turn the volume back up. You still have it low.
Someone who's actually listening. Most debates are just cardio for the algorithm.
Appeal not approved. You're reviewed and appealed, confirming that gifting and visibility for this live cannot be restored in recommendations and search results.
Why?
No clue.
Oh. Stupid TikTok. Hi, Bert.
I'm not even going to bother resetting TikTok. TikTok can eat my butthole. TikTok can eat my butthole. They're constantly, oh, we're going to restrict you. We're going to restrict you. You smiled too big. We're going to restrict you. You frowned too much. We're going to restrict you. Oh, you sneezed funny. We're going to restrict you.
Sorry.
They're always restricting you. All right, you want to take on a Muslim?
Yeah.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm in my 20s. I'm good.
All right.
How are you?
All right, man. Convince John to stop worshiping Jesus.
I'm guessing you're.
Yeah, I think it
so,
kinda goes-
from what I
I
understand,
think
you're a
it-
Muslim.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back into the conversation that you were previously talking about. Why would you worship Jesus based off of a polytheistic Bible?
Lord dying dancing. All right, God bless.
Wait,
Have a
is
great
this-
day.
Wait.
Is this Chef Clay?
Don't run, bro.
No.
Don't run.
I'm running right off the
That-
bat. When you're going to start with that level of like straw man, I don't even want to talk to you, dishonest baboon.
I thought I was talking to.
No, I'm not dealing with that level of dishonesty.
You didn't have to. I was gonna do it.
I'm not. It's not happening. I'm not allowing it on my channel anymore. You come up and argue in good faith, or you go somewhere else. Sneaky Lemon. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi there. I'm 30 years old.
Okay. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
Oh, sorry, there's a delay. Oh dear, I'm from too far away. I don't think my connection's going to work.
All right. God bless. Mm-hmm. And if you keep talking shit in the chat, you will get permabans, and then you will never be able to come back up. Come back a different day when you're ready to argue in good faith, and then we'll have a conversation. Patrick, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, John. I'm 20 years old. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
I'm not sure, but I'll try if
Mhm.
I can.
My goodness gracious, that accent. Ah,
Irish.
ah.
Thanks.
He loves it. He loves it.
So,
Can
Well,
I give you my Irish accent and you tell me if it's good or bad?
yeah, sure.
Oh, but I'm going to say something offensive because it's the only way I can get into the
Go ahead,
Irish
go ahead,
accent.
I don't
All right.
mind.
Oh,
I
it's
don't
top in the morning. So I tell you what. How are you doing today, my son? How's it going over there? Is this not bad or is it good? Where are we sitting?
It's probably it'll probably work on someone who
Probably work,
hasn't
but not a
lived in Ireland.
not a real Irishman, eh?
No. First of all, we don't say top of the morning, and second of all,
I know
it's
you
just
don't. That's why I
something
said I had to say something offensive first, because that's what gets me
yeah,
into it. I
yeah,
know you don't say
oh,
it,
yeah.
but I have to say it to get in the accents
Yeah.
because I just see the leprechaun and then
Scale
It's going.
from 1 to 10.
course.
Yeah.
Rate him.
We'll give it a 6 because
A 6?
5
6
is,
is
5
pretty
is average. 6
All
is good for me. I'm a critic when it comes to ratings. Okay.
All right, fair enough, man.
6 is above average.
It's
Thanks
above
for-
average.
Thanks for being
You're
a good
above
sport.
average.
Yeah.
It's
All right, man.
better than like
Go
you know
ahead.
if I just went up to an American on the street. Anyway, so I hope you don't mind. I do have some questions before we get into debate.
Mhm.
If that's fine. I hope they're not too rambly, but well, I'd like to first of all say that I'm an atheist and I'm reading the Bible at the moment, right? Because I'm just doing study on it in my own free time, and I'm just wondering what your opinion is on like non-canon books, what order it should be read, things like this.
Oh, I'm going to be very unique in this position. I don't actually hold to canonization, so I might not be the right person to ask that question.
Okay. Yeah. Well, should I just read it cover to cover, or?
Well, just reading, like, listen, man, from my perspective, I think Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Acts. That's what you need to study to understand Christianity and what it is.
Yeah, at the moment I'm reading the Old Testament, because I did learn in Ireland. You know, all the schools are Catholic. I've learned about the New Testament.
Sorry,
We
just
actually weren't
one
taught
second.
much about.
I don't mean to
the
cut you
Old
out. I just want to address something in the chat. Holy non-denominational, really? Okay. Well, I believe in the Eucharist and I believe in the sacraments. I believe in apostolic succession. Non-denominational. All right. Anyways, sorry, bro. Go ahead.
So sorry, just I was just sorry, I lost my place there. It was in Catholic school we weren't, you know, really taught about the Old Testament, so, you know, learning about it has been quite odd because, you know, it's quite different in some ways.
Well, the Old Testament, like, why are you reading it? What's your goal? I can't tell you what to read if I don't know what your goal is.
My goal is just to learn about, you know, what the people in that time believed in, and you know.
Okay. Then I would say get a chronological reading order plan, and then read it that way.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be the best way you're going to see from like the earliest to the latest date of like what people believe.
I just want to real quick tell you why I don't believe, and I also want to ask you, you know, about your beliefs before we get ahead. So, also real quick, I do have a question. I used to live in a small town, and now I've moved to a big city, and I've noticed a difference. And so basically, my old church was, you know, very, very welcoming, but this one in the city seems to be very confrontational, you know, towards me. And I'm just wondering how to navigate that.
What do you mean?
I grew up Catholic, of course, and you know, as an autistic person, I did kind of get shunned for the way I acted in church, for you know, not being reverent, you know, all that, but like I more so notice it now than I did back then. Maybe it's something to do with the church I was going to back then.
So wait, you're saying you're going to a church, and because you're autistic, they treat you differently?
I'm not going to the church at the moment, but I have ran into street preachers, and they've. You
know. Well, first thing I got to ask, right? Because like a part of like being autistic is a difficulty understanding social cues. How do you know they're treating you differently, or if it's not just something that you're perceiving?
Well, that is a good question. You see, I didn't intuitively know them, but I do have the ability to like learn about, you know, these things, you know. So I do understand social cues. It's more so like a difference in I suppose, to use an analogy, it's like I can put on a mask and pretend, you know, to be quote unquote, you know, typical or normal, but ultimately that's just, you know, very draining and, you know, just exhausting. It's like if you force someone in a wheelchair to. Yeah, go ahead.
Could I ask a question? So you said you were being irreverent, or you had like irreverent behavior, and the church was treating you badly because of that behavior, or is it just because of your beliefs? What was the behavior that was irreverent that you were doing that made them like hone in on you? If you don't mind.
A good question. So it was mostly to do with questions I would ask.
Questions aren't irreverent. Like, and so okay. Here's what I'm going to tell you. There's a quote. It's one of my favorite quotes of all time, and it's actually from Gandhi. Okay. Gandhi was asked the question, what do you think of Jesus Christ, basically?
Oh,
and Gandhi
God.
said this. Well, what is your issue? Just let me freaking
Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. I'm just
Okay.
in the back with being a peanut gallery guy. This freaking idiot.
Anyway.
Look at what he's
Anyway, Gandhi was asked the question about Jesus Christ, and his response is something I think any Christian should take into account, any church should take into account. His response was this: I like your Christ, but I don't like your Christians because your Christians are so unlike your Christ. When
That's
we
such a
are
youth pastor saying.
That's Gandhi. It's not like I didn't make it up. Take it up with the Gandhi dude. Anyway,
Gandhi,
but,
the P3DO.
So, listen, just take it up with him. The point is this: Christians are not always going to act Christ-like. They're not always going to do Christ-like things. They're not always going to treat people right. You're never going to find a perfect church. You're never going to find a perfect Christian. Every single one of us, we're going to mess up, right? Now, I don't know. I'm going based off of your testimony. I'm going based off of your experience. If the church has hurt you, if you've been hurt by Christians, I'm sorry for that. Just ask yourself the question: is what they have done or what they have said consistent with what Jesus did and what Jesus said? If the answer is no, and there's a contradiction between the two, look at Jesus, because Jesus is the foundation of their beliefs, right? So asking questions is never irreverent, right? I mean, I think it depends on the question. If you're like asking like really obscene questions or something like that, if you're just
I was
asking, okay,
asking
moral questions.
I was asking questions such as the way the Bible kind of skips over a lot of Jesus's childhood and things like that.
Yeah, that's not obscene. That's
Yeah. Well,
like,
can I just say this?
if-
Don't talk to street preachers. Just don't.
Okay.
Yeah, just avoid them. Go to your church. Go talk to the leader of the church there if you genuinely have questions.
Okay.
Street preachers are just assholes like me who stand on the street and say things. You don't know what they're going to say or believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And I suppose the last question to do with this is about guilt. You know, trying to read the Bible again has brought back that sort of guilt programming. And it's just been difficult to deal with.
Like guilt and
Sorry.
what?
So, sorry, it's difficult for me to talk.
You're good, man.
You're good, bro.
So, in Ireland, there's like a culture in the church of like everyone's guilty and in debt to God, and enjoying yourself is inherently sinful. All these sort of things that the culture sort of believes, and revisiting that brings those notions back, and it's been very difficult for me.
Okay.
And I was just wondering, do you have any advice?
Well, and what I'm saying is just try to draw in to give advice. That is very cryptic. What are you feeling guilty about?
Well, any sort of enjoyment of anything at all.
So like
Or
if you have like a can of pop and you enjoy it and you're like, this is guilty.
That's sinful in the way I was raised.
Okay. So what I want you to do is, if you're reading the Bible anyways, read the book of Ecclesiastes.
Okay.
And I think you're going to see that well, this in scripture is that you're supposed to enjoy life. That's what that book's about.
Yeah.
Because everything's fleeting and temporary and momentary. And so you're supposed to enjoy the small things and you're supposed to engage in it. So this idea that you can't enjoy life is a nonsensical idea.
Yeah. And also to reading contrary ideas that's another thing that I feel guilty for.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't.
Okay.
Read what you want, man. Information's information.
So what you're saying is the way I was raised is like different than how I should.
Well, no, I can't talk about how you're raised. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I don't know what happened. But what I can tell you is what you're in this current moment. You feel guilt for X. You should not feel guilt for X. Right?
Yeah,
For it says in the scripture, my people die for a lack of knowledge, right? It says in the scripture to enjoy and indulge in things. So this mindset that you have, I'm telling you, is wrong, but I don't know how you were raised.
Okay.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't feel that I'm able to communicate verbally from this point on. So if
That's okay.
it would be okay to call in
Why don't you
another
here,
another time.
So why don't you join our Discord? If people want to drop the links on YT for us, that'd be great. And then you can have access to the community of people there, and just be able to chat. They're a good group of people. But yeah, man, we'll pray for you and good luck on your journey. I'll let you go.
Thank you.
All right, God bless, man. Lord, look out for that young man. Walk with him as he's going through this journey and wrestling with things in his soul. In Jesus' name, amen. The Father, Son, Holy Spirit. What do you want?
Nothing.
No.
No.
He's going to get hair on me.
Oh, he's so cute. Little bit.
All right, I got to restart TikTok because I keep getting banned. And yeah, so we're going to restart it. We'll be right back on TikTok. Everyone else, you'll be fine.
My nose cleared up.
Thank the Lord.
Wow. Bless the Lord.
God is good. God be good. Yeah, again, absolutely sick and tired of getting freaking bananaed on TikTok. It doesn't matter what I do. I freaking look around funny. I do anything at all. They're like, nope, nope,
Nothing.
nope,
Can't do that.
nope,
Can't look like that.
nope. They're awful, man. They're awful. All right, guys. Smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I am 36.
All right, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
You should stop worshiping Jesus because Jesus doesn't want you to worship him because you make him look pretty bad.
Okay, make the argument.
Okay. Well, you're bad at debating, for one. A couple days ago, you were on talking to somebody about evolution, and you ran from them. And before you ran from them, you did a false equivocation when you asked them.
So which day in evolution? Because there was a day where I had 3 conversations of
This is
people
2
with
days-
evolution. Hold on, let me finish.
I'll tell you. I'll give it to you, brother. I'll give it to you.
finish. So I had a conversation with 3 individuals about evolution, and all 3 of those individuals, first one was about 10 minutes, he had to leave. Second one was 45 minutes. Third one was 45 minutes. So I'm curious how we ran. 2:45
Okay, this is one
debates.
where you said you're like if two things have shared DNA, are they related? That guy, remember that? And
yeah, that happened
you
in
said-
all 4 of those conversations.
Okay. Well, in this one, you were like, you go, this is a question of logic, so it has to have yes or no.
Yeah.
So first of all, that's not true. That's not a question of logic. That's not what.
Wait,
a question of
evolution doesn't have
is.
logic in it?
No, I'm saying the question that you were asking was not a question of logic that required a yes or no. But anyway, besides that, when he said, yeah, because you didn't define the term relation, because that can be very broad. But he said,
Okay.
I guess, yeah, in a very broad sense, if 2 things have shared DNA, they're related in some sense. And then you said, oh, so your cousin's a banana, and then you kicked him.
Well, no,
So
I
that
said
was
your
pretty
cousin's a
embarrassing
banana.
for
Then
you.
he said no. I remember the conversation. Then he
Right.
said no, which contradicted what he originally said. So I kicked him for being inconsistent.
Nah.
Yeah.
No. Nah, bro.
No, it's a false equivocation, and
What's
there's
the
like
false
no way around
equivocation?
it.
Is our cousin a banana?
Yeah. No, that's not the same thing. It's not.
Okay,
saying,
so
he didn't say.
so fine.
He
Hold on.
didn't
So let's
say
walk through.
if
Let's walk.
something-
Let's walk
he
through it
didn't
again.
say
Let's walk
if-
through it again. Let's walk through it again. So
Okay.
our cousins
Sure.
not our bananas are not our cousins. Do we share DNA with a banana?
I don't know if we do, but if we do, that doesn't make them. It doesn't make a banana your cousin. Being related doesn't mean that you're a cousin.
Okay, so being related doesn't mean you're a cousin.
No.
So if we share far distant grandparents removed like 7,000 times, what is that? Is that not a cousin?
If you're talking about human relationships, yeah.
So
Human
if we share
relationships
a distant relative, right? Like you and I share the same grandparents or great grandparents that make us cousins, right?
Yeah, but the way that you have distilled it down,
Right,
to,
but it would make us cousins. So
your
let
cousin
me
is a
land the
banana.
plane. Let me land the plane then.
It's not the same as saying
okay,
bananas
that's
share.
fine. Let me land the plane, and
I
then
mean,
you can.
even if you want to,
Let me land the plane, and then I'm going to let you speak. I promise I'm going to give you the floor and let you speak. Let me land the plane, and then you can show me the difference. Okay, so if us sharing like grandparents or great grandparents or great great grandparents makes us cousins, if me and a banana share great 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 all going all the way back to the very first single cell organism, how are we not cousins?
Because nobody uses the word cousin in that sense. So that's where you're being dishonest, and
that's not answering the question. You just appealed to what people say. That's an ad populum fallacy.
Yeah, it's words, it's semantics, and this is why you're bad at debating, because this is all you have.
I'm bad at debating, and you okay? What is semantics?
Yeah, because all you have
define
is like
semantics.
you get into these
define
semantics. Where
semantics.
It's like you call
define semantics.
Path ancestor a cousin.
You keep saying I go into these semantics, and that makes me bad at debating. Do you know what semantics mean?
Do you understand that?
You don't know what semantics means, do you?
Do you understand that nobody uses the term cousin in that way?
Oh, so that's an ad populum fallacy.
No, this is.
It's
you
not.
know that
How is
you're
it
wrong
not?
on
How is
this.
it not an ad populum
You know you're
fallacy?
wrong on it, and you know you're wrong because you.
How is it not an ad populum fallacy?
Nobody, because you're confusing terms is what you're doing.
Okay, what terms am I confusing?
The word cousin.
Okay, so what are they if not my cousin? If I ontologically give you the definition of what makes a cousin and I show you how a banana relates to that, how'd I get it wrong? The only thing you responded with was, well, people don't call it your cousin, which is an ad populum fallacy. Come on, man, you said I'm bad at debating. You should be doing better. Let's go.
No. It doesn't, no one is going to call that a cousin.
That's an ad populum fallacy.
The only point is
ad populum fallacy. You have anything else besides fallacies?
Well,
go ahead. Google will help you. Google will help you. Go ahead. I'm bad at debating. Google will help you. Go ahead. I can hear the tippity typing.
The only other thing I would say is that another reason Jesus probably doesn't want you.
Oh, so now you're doing a goalpost shift. I'm bad at debating though, right?
You're just a jerk, dude. You're just a jerk. And
now we're gonna poison the well. Now we're poisoning the well. Do you want to do another fallacy? Do you want to do another fallacy? You're poisoning the well.
You're just not.
Which other fallacy? Should we do a checklist of fallacies?
You can do a checklist of just all the things I'm saying that you're bad at. That you're a jerk.
You could have a fallacy bingo.
McClellan put you in your place, and you act like you had this like. You're on the same level as Dan McClellan. Like,
okay, cool. So McClellan put me in my place, but Joshua Sijawadi put McClellan in his. Oh, he left. He left on his own. I didn't even kick him. Anyways, Joshua Sijawadi put McClellan in his place, and Joshua Sijawadi holds to the viewpoints that I hold to. So,
but you're just a jerk, John.
I'm just a jerk.
Just a jerk.
See what happened? You came up and tried to rebuke me, and then you just got embarrassed. That's why I don't let people rebuke me. Because I don't want to embarrass them like that.
I just let you have that one. That was.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna if he stayed up and got done with you, I was gonna give him the ANE.
What's the ANE?
Plantinga. Evolutionary argument against argument against naturalism.
Like NEAT. That argument, the NEAT argument or net argument or whatever it is.
I know it by ANE.
How we can't trust our rationality because evolution?
I'm sorry, EAN.
Oh, do you believe in evolution?
Yeah, I'm a theistic evolutionist.
Yeah, see, I told you guys it could exist. There's one right there.
I hold Joshua Swamidass,
view of the genealogical Adam and Eve.
Tequila. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Tequila. Going once. Going twice. Sorry, I don't like tequila anyways. Let's bring up the next guest. Green light. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, 42. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. Yeah, can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
That's a big ask. I'll do my best.
Right.
What's the reason why you worship Jesus?
I worship Jesus because he's the way, the truth, and life. No one gets to the Father except through him, that he is God incarnate on earth. And the reason I believe that is because the historical testimony of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and the book of Acts.
The historical testimony of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
And the book of Acts, which would include Luke. Luke is written. Luke wrote both Luke and Acts.
And are we sure that who the authors are of these books?
We have a high confidence.
High confidence.
But I would argue, even if we didn't know the authors, that's not going to change the historical reliability of the text. Because we can do textual criticism internally and see what the authors are trying to record.
So, is it most of the books we relying on what Jesus said come from the memory of what he said to his people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So the words attributed to him, we didn't get it from him. This is a hearsay. Also correct?
No, it's testimony. Hearsay is like if somebody far distant remove starts saying what somebody else told them. We're talking about testimony of people who have individually witnessed it. So within Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Acts, we have 21 individual eyewitness accounts towards Jesus Christ, which is something that we see commonly, right? For example, if you read a newspaper today, you're not reading somebody who they themselves witnessed it, wrote it down. You're reading what the news reporter recorded of the witness.
Yeah, and in the newspaper scenario, there's witnesses and conversations and being corroborated.
Right. So, so for example, if you read Luke starts off with, "I come to take an account of the eyewitnesses of the resurrection." So he's recording what people witnessed.
Yeah, and by definition, you just said that is hearsay, correct?
It's not, no.
No, it's not. So if I come ask you what you say and then tell somebody else what you said, am I relaying exactly what you said, or am I providing what hearsay?
I wouldn't say that's hearsay, no. You're giving testimony to what I said. You're a direct witness to what I said.
No. He's quoting what the witnesses say they said, because he wasn't there, remember?
Yeah, he's giving direct testimony to what the witnesses saw.
Yeah, and he's the one reporting it. So he is the one would be committing hearsay.
Yeah, so that if you're gonna hold to that standard, then literally every single news station ever is all doing hearsay, and we can't trust them.
Well, no, not that, because remember, they're documenting current events, whereas these events were documented, at least 40, 50 years after they happened, right?
Yeah, that's within the lifetime. This is what we would call, contemporary. Yeah, so it's contemporary. It's not an issue.
No, well, but I think pointing that out, that these stories that they're reporting were 40, 50 years later. Mm-hmm. I think you comparing that now.
Do you trust the historical records of like World War II? Because most of the historians who wrote down things from World War II came many, many decades after.
Well, if we're going to compare this book to other man-made books, are we saying that this is just a man-made book, or is this something greater than that?
So that you're shifting as like a red herring, right, to a different argument.
Not even close. It's called a category. It's called a category error.
Yeah, so now we're arguing about like what type of book it is. All books are man-made.
No, we're not arguing about the type of book. All I'm saying
all
is
books are man-made. Every single book is man-made. Yeah, if you have an issue with a book being man-made, you're going to have a huge problem in life.
No. That I agree with you. This is the best thing I've heard you say thus far. So now that we've established that, and we've already established that hearsay is the worst form of testimony.
I never established that, and I never said it was hearsay. Wow, what a horrible straw man! What a terrible, dishonest way to engage in conversation.
I'm doing the work for you. I don't need you to acknowledge it. That's what's happening.
God bless them. Tequila, did you get your mic working?
I think I did.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Just real quick, how old are you?
Oh, it works?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm 27.
All right, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
Well, first off, I want to ask you a question, if you don't mind. Like, am I required to convince you to stop worshiping Jesus, or can I address something that you said before?
Depends. Depends if I'm in the mood and the other thing.
Okay, so I want to talk about the banana example and like the genetics. Okay, so like I think that this is a common misconception, and it comes from like a misunderstanding of what genetics is, right? Because we do share genetic similarity with most life on this planet. I think all life on this planet, but you could in the same way that every book, right? Every book has words like the, of, and like there's all these required words that aren't necessarily saying something in and of themselves, but they're content in a shared language. So the reason we share DNA with the banana is because DNA is composed of amino acids, and there's a finite amount of them. So like there's only so many arrangements you can make with DNA.
Sure, but do we have a common ancestor with the banana?
Well, if it depends on like your prescription to like what you believe, because I believe in like Darwinism. I believe in evolution. I think that science
Darwinian and evolution has been thrown away by the scientific consensus.
So what makes you say that?
Because the scientific community has all said Darwinianism was a great start, but we've evolved since then. There's about 7 different models, and nobody
like,
really holds to
do you agree with
Darwinian.
evolution? Like, do you agree with evolution? Do you think that
I'm
at the core, like,
I'm agnostic towards evolution.
Well, okay, for me, as like some like we think we can look at fossils and we can look at how species change over time. So I think that evolution is like pretty provable.
How?
I mean, have you like what do you mean how? Like
how do I look at fossils? Yeah. How do I look at fossils?
The progression of species as they grew.
How do I look at fossils and see change over time?
Well, because you can look at different fossils and you can carbon date
but how do I do it?
All sorts of different dating to establish when a fossil.
Can you tell me how? How do I do it? How? Yes. Yeah. Why should I be convinced of it?
Well, okay. Let me establish this first before I do that. Are you trying to say that like geology is fake?
I'm not making any claims. You're saying I can do this thing, so therefore I should believe it. So how do I do it?
Right, but I think like I think it's kind of unfair to me, right, to like put the burden on me to.
Well, you're up here to try to convince me of evolution, but it's unfair for me to put a burden on you to be able to convince me of it.
Right, but you have to realize that you are going against the massive like consensus of the scientific community. Like I don't have the burden of proof to
ad populum fallacy.
No. I don't think that, and this is like I think you misrepresent like a little bit in the way that you try to like
poisoning the well.
Well, right, and no, because this is contextual. Like if you look back at the stream, like you're bringing up these fallacies, whatever, and I think it's like some of it is honest, but I think like in this instance,
I'm being dishonest because I'm asking you to substantiate your claim. I got it.
Well, you have to realize that before you told the guy he did a red herring, and I brought up that a banana is made of shared amino acids, and there's a reason that we share DNA with it. And now you're telling me like you're moving the goalpost.
No, I haven't moved the goalpost.
You're asking me to explain how to carbon date a rock now. You realize that, right? Like you're asking me about geology.
You said I should believe these things because we can see changes throughout time. Did you not say that?
Right, and like you're asking me basically to like explain.
So you said we should believe it. I said yeah. So you said I should believe it because we could see changes throughout the time, and I say fine. Show me the changes throughout the time.
Because like I'm saying it, you should believe it because you could go buy a textbook about it and read a textbook about it and inform yourself. Like it's not. You're acting like this is some like
so your argument is Google it, bro.
No. You have to.
So
like,
why should I believe this?
The act of like dating something like a fossil or carbon dating an item like with radiocarbon dating, like you're acting like that's some like conspiracy, but it's like
I didn't say it is a conspiracy. I'm asking you to substantiate your claims. You said I should believe it because we can. So how do we do it?
Right, but like, don't you realize that this is like you are kind of strawmanning me in the context of a banana in DNA because you don't understand like what DNA is and how it's formed, and you're trying to relate.
Okay, so do we share a common ancestor with a banana?
A banana.
Do we share a common ancestor with a banana?
This goes back to evolution, right? Because if
do we share a common ancestor with a banana?
Then it goes back to the least common ancestor.
Listen, you Evo bros are actually really pretentious. You guys come up and you make these asserted claims like thrown right at me. I have to believe this because the evidence is so clear. And I say, fine, I'm open. I want to believe it. And I say, show me the evidence. And then you guys get really upset and attack my character. Do you have the evidence or no?
You have to believe it. I'm saying that if you like to not believe it is to disagree with most of the planet.
Okay.
Like, and so, I mean, you can like.
So that's an ad populum fallacy. You know that, right? That's a fallacious argument.
But it's not fallacious, so because it's true. Like if you act
okay. So hold on. If it's true, hold on. If it's true,
like the world
hold on. If it's dude, hold on. If it's true, 1,000 years ago, when everybody believed that the earth was the center of the universe, could I just walk around saying, hey, you should believe this because everyone believes it?
Well, you have to realize that they didn't have evidence to prove those claims. It was completely
okay. So
fictitious
then,
and
what's the
based on, like,
evidence?
constructed mythos that were based on like regional
Great,
gods.
great.
And
So
all sorts of
okay, I
different
agree
things.
with you. You shouldn't believe them because they didn't have the evidence. Great.
Right.
So you're saying all these scientists now believe in evolution because of the evidence. Show me the evidence.
I feel like would you bring a geologist on here and like want them to explain this? Because I think that's a better way than for me
Go get
as,
a
like,
geologist.
layman to
Why
explain
are
this
you
to you.
convinced of it?
But for you to,
Why do you believe
why
it?
am I convinced of it?
Mhm.
Because my entire life is predicated on the ideas of things like space existing and that the sun will rise and set from the east and the west.
What does
Like,
that have to do with
all,
evolution?
you have to realize that like these scientific
Why do you believe in
consensuses that
evolution?
humanity makes, right? They build modern society. So if you're going to contradict them, you have the burden because modern society
why
is
are
built on
evolution dudes so smug and looking down, and then they can't provide any evidence? Why do you believe in evolution?
Why do I believe in evolution?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's evidence for it.
So what did you see? What did you see with evidence that was convinced you of it? Show me the same evidence that convinced you of it.
I can grab my copy of Charles Darwin's. Like I can grab it.
So the testimony of Charles Darwin.
But you have to understand that it's not just Charles Darwin. It's based on subsequent scientific progression that forms our opinion about the world. Like,
okay, show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. You just keep giving me testimony. Show me the evidence.
You were asking me to recall basically like the entire canonical history of geology.
Okay, so
like
hold on. Fine.
It's not reasonable to ask.
Fine. It's not reasonable to ask you this. Then let me ask you, why
I'm
should
just
I?
trying to explain a banana
Fine.
and
I'm
DNA.
agreeing with you. I'm agreeing. It's not reasonable to ask you to prove the whole evolutionary method. Now let me ask you, why should I believe in evolution then?
I mean, why should you believe in anything? Like, why should you believe that that there's light in front of your
dumbass? Hey, I just want you to know that you should believe in evolution. I have no evidence for it, but you should believe in it because everyone else believes in it. That was literally the whole argument. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm bored too. We have no one else in the queue, by the way, guys. No one else in the queue. Mm-hmm.
Ooh. What is that?
AV wants to know where your fit from is from, Abby. Your fit.
Oh,
probably like Amazon.
No, it's hand-me-downs.
Hand-me-downs. I'm pretty soon gonna do convince me of evolution as a topic. I might do that next week.
Ugh.
And see what happens.
Ugh.
Because I'm 100% open. Do you want me to take you off camera? Your mic isn't muted. I just hear you.
Oh, my bad.
I can give you a 10-minute break. Here, go take a lunch break. I'll take you off camera.
No, I haven't. No.
No?
Bring me back. No.
Bring me
back. Just, like,
he's waiting.
I've gone like 3 guests without being able to say anything. Because they just want to yell at you.
Well, nobody likes me. There's just a thing about me that everybody hates. Premise 1, shared physical ancestry equals kinship / cousinhood. Premise 2, humans and bananas share a common ancestry material. A conclusion, therefore, under materialism, humans and bananas are cousins. His whole argument was, but nobody says that, though. Nobody says that. Just remember, no one says that, though, so therefore I'm wrong and dishonest. Dishonest, too. The lemmings fallacy? What's the lemmings fallacy? Mm-hmm. All right, we do got to guess.
That's actually not a fallacy I'm familiar with.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 30 years old. I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Good, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
Now, first off, I'm Muslim. I follow the teachings of Jesus.
It's all yours, John.
You know, I don't denounce Jesus. I follow the teachings of Jesus, the Prophet Muhammad. The only question I have to ask is, Why worship?
Oh, come on.
Are you
You're still there.
Don't
It's
cut
just
out.
glitching out.
I've been waiting for you all day.
you specifically?
The creator.
There we go.
Hello?
It's got
You hear
one
me?
bar.
Hello.
No, I can't hear you. I could probably tell you your argument without hearing you, but I couldn't hear you.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
There he is.
No, no. You cut out like really bad. I don't know what you said.
I said, okay, so Muslims, we follow the teachings of the Prophet Isa. We recognize
I
he
know.
was the Messiah. We recognize he's coming back.
We know because
But-
every time a Muslim ever talks
Yeah, I
to
know.
somebody, they tell everybody what they believe.
No, here, let's just do
Okay,
something
so
really
what I'm
simple. Let's just do
asking is-
something really simple.
Yeah.
Let's just do something really simple. Okay.
Uh-huh.
What is the best historical source for us to know the words and actions of Jesus? Wait, what's wrong, John?
I was just curious if you, because you started with the first premise. I was curious if you were using my new argument, and I was going to be very mad if you were because I had yet to release it.
You haven't told me your new argument.
I know.
Okay. Anyway. Anyway, what is the best historical source that we use to know the words and actions of Jesus?
That'd be the Gospels.
The Gospels, right? Does Jesus claim and do people believe that Jesus is the Son of God in the Gospels?
But let me ask you this, and I'm not
answer
here
the
to
question first.
argue
Wait,
about it.
answer
I
the question
respect-
first. Answer the question first.
Yeah.
Does Jesus claim and do the apostles and disciples believe that he was the Son of God?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what
Okay,
they claim.
great. According to the Quran, great. According to the Quran, if Jesus is the Son of God, does that make him God?
Allah has no children.
That's not what I asked. If Jesus is the Son of God, according to the Quran, does that make him God?
But the Quran doesn't speak of Jesus being the son of Allah.
No, that's also not what I asked. Listen to the question I'm asking. If, this is a conditional, if Jesus is the Son of God, according to the Quran, does that make him God?
So you're
According
saying
to the Quran.
if the Quran were to say that, that's what you're asking me, correct? If the Quran were to say that?
No. I'm saying according to the Quran, if Jesus is the Son of God, would that make him equal with God? Would he be God?
So here's why I'm confused with what the Quran doesn't speak of Jesus being the son of God. That's why I'm confused.
Okay.
It's an if. If.
It's a conditional. It's a conditional.
If it did.
That's why I asked if the Quran says that. That's what I said.
No. Listen. I'm going to slow it down. All right. If Jesus claims to be the Son of God, so that's over here. We're going to put that in a little box, and we're going to put that box right here. All right. If Jesus claims to be the Son of God, then according to the Quran, if he claims this box over here, according to the Quran, would that make him God?
No.
No? Okay. I'm gonna take you to a surah. So do you believe Allah is the only one worthy of worship?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you got your Quran? Or John, can you put this up for me?
I'm outside. My Quran's in the house.
Okay, so Allah is the only one worthy of worship, right?
Yes, sir.
What do you want me to put up?
All right. It's here. Let me pull it up really quick. Put this on the screen. Oh, I gotta find it. One sec. Sorry. I gotta find it in my notes.
Watch out, Uncle Jackson. Watch out, buddy.
He's gonna forget the argument by the time you find your notes. I've forgotten the argument. It's gonna be a silly argument.
But here, the one thing I did want to say is that the Gospels that the Quran speaks of, the Gospels the Quran speaks of and the Gospels we have today are two different Gospels. The Gospels that was around during the time of the Prophet
Gosh, where's
are not
that
the
surah?
same.
Can you prove that?
How many different versions of the Bible are there?
That's a question.
I'm gonna look it
Can you prove that there's a different gospel at Muhammad's time than what we have now?
It's a known fact that the Bible we
It's not
have
a known
today
fact.
is not.
I don't know that, so can you prove it to me?
Okay, here it is. It is Quran 43:81. All right, so I want you to remember this, okay? You said Allah is the only one worthy of worship. Yes? Right?
Yeah.
I asked you, if Jesus claims to be the Son of God, would that make him God according to the Quran?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You said no, it would not. Right? Now I want to show you
so
something.
bad to navigate
in the
through.
in the
I'm still
Quran,
looking for what
43:81.
John wanted me to do. 43:81. I'm almost
43:81.
there. Scrolly before I
If
have
the most
gray hair.
compassionate really had offspring, I would be the worst. I would be the
43:81
first
says,
one.
say,
he's
O
reading it. He's
prophet,
reading
if
it.
the most compassionate really had offspring, I will be the first worshiper. I know you're supposed to sing the Quran,
Okay.
so.
Okay, so this is saying, according to the Quran, right, where Allah is telling the Prophet Muhammad, say, O Prophet, if
You're supposed to sing
I
it.
had offspring, I would be the first worshiper. So, if Allah is only worthy of worship, and his nature, his divine nature is worthy of worship, if he has a son, then that son would be worthy of worship because it shares his nature, correct?
But yeah, I get what you're saying. You're taking that as he's being in a literal sense. He's saying that
Nope,
in a.
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Allah is giving a conditional. If he had a son,
Go
say,
inside.
O Prophet, that you would be the first worshiper. Right?
Yeah.
So if Allah has a son, then that would make his son God, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You already agreed historically that Jesus is called is there a leaf blower? What is going on? You already agreed
Yeah, I'm
historically.
outside. I got a bunch of kids inside, so I don't want to be inside.
Okay, I got you. So you already agreed historically Jesus calls himself and people believe that he was the Son of God, right? So we have a historical evidence over here of Jesus' words and his actions. And then we have a precedent set within the Quran where if Allah has a son, if God has a son, then that son would be worthy of worship because there is equality.
It's the greatest website.
Right.
You don't see websites like this one. It's so great it can contain me.
Shameless plug. Anyway. Yeah. So, what do you see? Do you see the issue?
All right, now go to Surah 4, Ayat 171.
No.
Are you just? I already know what it is. I neither beget. Yeah, you're just saying where Allah says he doesn't have a son, right?
What was that?
Yeah, you're just saying Allah doesn't have a son, right?
So what I'm getting at is you're speaking of a ayat where Allah is speaking to the Prophet ﷺ in a hypothetical sense. If
okay. Yeah, that's fine. So now we're going to continue down the line. Simple question. Who is the father of Jesus in the Quran?
The father of Jesus in the Quran?
Talk. Oh my God.
Joseph?
Joseph is the father of
Use
Jesus
that.
in the Quran?
The Quran doesn't mention a human father for Jesus.
Okay. So who caused Mary's pregnancy?
The angel Jibril.
And does the angel Jibril have the power to cause
No,
Mary's
Allah
pregnancy?
sent the angel Jibril. Allah sent
Yeah,
the angel Jibril.
Yeah, so Allah is the cause of Mary's pregnancy?
Yeah.
Okay. When you are the cause of a woman's pregnancy, what does that make you?
Brother, I see what you're getting at, but that
Yeah,
does
what does
not
that
make
make you
him
when you're the
in
cause of
literal
a woman's
sense
pregnancy?
his father, brother.
Well, doesn't it call Isa a word and a spirit from Allah?
So is God your father?
Does the Quran call Isa a word and spirit from Allah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does, right? And we know that Allah is the cause of Mary's pregnancy, correct?
Say that again?
We know that Allah is the cause of Mary's pregnancy?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if Allah is the cause of Mary's pregnancy, and I asked you a very simple question, if you're the cause of a woman's pregnancy, what does that make you?
In a human sense, yes.
What
That
does it
would be
make
the
you?
father. But you're
Okay.
limiting Allah. Allah isn't a human. He cannot be the father to somebody.
Okay, so if you had it in a human sense, right? A man got a woman pregnant, all right? And then that person says, "You know what? I'm not the father. I don't got no kids." Right? Do you think that is a truthful statement?
Yeah. Now let me ask you this. Do
No,
you
but in a
think
human
Allah
sense, do you think that's a truthful statement?
Wait, what you so if
Listen,
a human gets
I'm granting you that Allah says, "Hey, I ain't got no kids." All right, I'm granting you that. But here's my question.
Just a
My
bad dad.
question is, my question is, if we recognize that Allah says, "Hey, say, O prophet, if I were to have a son, I would be the first to worship him." Allah is the cause of Mary's pregnancy, to which there is no human father. Isa is referred to in the Quran as a word and spirit from Allah. Then why is Allah saying he doesn't have any children if he's the cause of Mary's pregnancy?
because Allah isn't you're limiting Allah to being in the human aspect.
Hey, John, you want to see
I'm-
something? If I look
What?
like this, if I'm looking straight at the camera, if I have to point my nose at the camera, look, I look sideways, and now I have a straight nose, but I'm looking sideways. That's
How many
crooked my
times have your
is.
nose been broken?
Just saying.
Let me ask you this. Why do you guys put Jesus on the same pedestal of Allah? You should worship Allah and only
The
Allah,
Quran,
God.
the Quran does it. Allah is the cause of Mary's pregnancy, right? Which would make him the father of Jesus because Jesus had no other father. And if Jesus is the son of Allah, Allah specifically says, "Say, O prophet, if I had a son, I would be the first to worship him." And so, if he's saying that his son is worthy of worship, then even according to the Quran, Jesus is God.
Close the door, man.
Oh my God, what a gotcha type argument.
I hear what you're saying. Allah sending the blessing down through Angel Jibril to bless this woman with a baby does not make this man his son.
So what would you say of a
He is
man
a
who got a
blessing.
woman? What would you say of a man who got a woman pregnant and says, "No, I'm not the father"?
So
What would you
saying
what would
Allah
you
is a
call that
man?
guy?
Let me ask you, are you
No,
saying Allah is a
no,
man?
I'm just saying if so Allah compares himself to a man already. There's another surah specifically where Allah says hey, why are you looking at me like I can have a son when I don't have a wife? Allah says that. So why does Allah need a woman in order to have a son? That's a statement in the Quran. It's a statement where Allah says, hey, I obviously don't have a son because I don't have a wife.
So then how did he
Isn't
make
that a
Adam?
comparison?
How did he make Adam then?
Yeah, Adam, he made from the dust, right? But
Okay, then.
Adam
So
is
he
not.
doesn't need a
Is
woman to
Adam?
create
No,
humans.
no, no. Watch this. Is Adam called a word and a spirit from Allah?
He's a word of a spirit from Allah because he sent.
No. Is Adam
Angel
called
Gabriel to
a word
breathe.
and a spirit from Allah?
But listen, I'm explaining that to you. He's
Just
called
is he
a word
called?
and a spirit. Brother, you're not letting me explain.
Is Adam called? You didn't answer my question. Is Adam called a word and a spirit from Allah?
No, and I'm gonna explain it to you, brother.
No, but Jesus is, right?
Hey, brother, you're not letting me explain. I'm trying to help you understand something, brother.
No, I'll let you explain. But the point I'm just pointing out to you, there's a distinction between Adam. Adam is made from clay, right?
Absolutely.
He is not called a word and spirit from Allah. Do you agree
Absolutely.
that the spirit of Allah is the essence of Allah? It's the breath of Allah. Is the breath of
Absolutely.
Allah the essence of Allah?
Brother, I'm not saying you're wrong, brother. I'm not. What I'm
Okay.
trying to explain to you is he says that about the Prophet Isa, alayhi salam, because he gave Angel Jabril, he had Angel Jabril breathe
Nope.
into Mary.
Nope, he didn't. It wasn't just he breathed into Mary. Simple question. Was Allah the direct cause of Mary's pregnancy through his breath, and is his breath his essence? Is his breath his a part of his essence?
He through a
Is the breath
proxy
of
of eight.
Allah his essence?
Yes.
Okay, the breath of Allah is his essence. So when he breathed into Mary, he breathed in his essence, yeah?
Yeah.
And that created Isa, a word and spirit from Allah, but yet he says, I'm not the daddy. That's what you're telling me?
So see, what I think you're limiting a law to the capabilities of a human. That's what
No, Allah
I think that's
limit. No, it's not about limiting. It's saying he got a woman pregnant using his very essence, which is his breath, and yet he still claims he's not the daddy. Right? If a human did that, we would say, all right, that's a
because
gigolo, right?
Allah is the creator of all things. That doesn't make him
Okay, that's
everyone's
great. But
father, brother.
Yeah, but
So is the tree. Is the tree his son?
Are you called a spirit and a word from Allah? Are you created by the breath of his essence into a woman?
No, because
No,
Angel
you're not,
Jabril
right?
didn't
Distinction.
breathe into my mother.
Yeah, it wasn't Angel Jabril. It was Allah.
We both agreed on that. He sent Angel
So I'm
Jabril,
giving you
brother.
a symmetry breaker. So I've given you a symmetry breaker. Adam is different because he is not called a word and a spirit from Allah. He was not created with the very essence of Allah, which is his breath. We also say of all the rest of creation, they are not a word. You are not. I am not a word and a spirit from Allah. We are not created by the very essence of his breath into a woman. Jesus is uniquely created by the essence of Allah, which is the cause of Mary's pregnancy, which would just make Allah the Father. Like, simple, hands down, if he's the Father, then, according to the Quran, it says that the Son of Allah is worthy of worship in the same sense as Allah, and Allah himself compares himself to man when he says that,
So can
why
I
do you
ask you
think I have
something
a
real
son
quick?
when I do not have a woman? So why does Allah
Yeah,
compare
let me-
himself to a man? It's simple.
Brother,
Either
can I ask
Allah
you
has
just a
a
quick
son.
question? Can I ask you a quick question, brother? So I think
This feels
what
like
is it?
two toddlers arguing with each other about why they can't eat ice cream for breakfast.
I think it's Revelations 22. It's Revelations 22, either 7 through 10. I believe somewhere Revelation 22, somewhere 7 through 10.
Revelation. It's just a singular.
Started choking on beans.
Please, buddy.
What?
Go. I'm on the phone,
I
buddy.
started choking on
Sorry,
beans.
it's my son. It's my son. Sorry. No. So Revelation, I think it's 22, 7 through 10, somewhere along the fact. It says, "Do not worship me. I'm a servant of God."
That's an angel. That's not Jesus.
Worship only God.
Yeah, that's an angel,
So
not Jesus.
if an angel's telling you worship only God,
Yeah.
this angel being a liar.
What?
No.
If an angel is
By the
telling
way,
you
you're
worship
completely
only
shifting
God,
away. You're completely shifting away from the Quran. I was showing you that in your own Quran, Jesus is God because he's the Son of God, because he's born of the essence of Allah, and Allah is the direct cause of a woman's pregnancy. That's the argument I presented to you. Made famous by Duran Dorsey. Shout out Duran.
So
right?
so hold on. Do you take Revelation as a hold on? I'm fine. Let's go here because you guys have bored me now. You say so. Revelation when the angel says worship only God, you take that as authority.
put it back. Go. Put it back. Sorry, hold on.
So when
My bad.
Revelation,
Go ahead.
when the angel says worship only God, you take that as you believe that to be true? An angel actually said that?
The angel said worship only Allah. Is that what you're speaking of?
Yeah, in Revelation it says worship only God. You take that, and an angel actually said that. He said that to John.
Yes, that's what the Bible says, doesn't it?
Great. So then why don't you take it in Revelation when Jesus himself says he's the first and the last?
Yeah. You said I got a bunch of people keep coming out here. My bad. Say that again.
Yeah, so in the same book from the same author, getting the same revelation, he says Jesus is the first and the last. Jesus himself says, I am the first and the last. In the Quran, who's the first and the last?
Allah.
All right. So why do you believe him? Do you believe him when it says Jesus is the first and the last?
I believe that the Bible man has today is not the same gospel.
Lord, you just told me you trusted Revelation. Don't double back on yourself. Don't be a sneaky little creep. You just said you trusted Revelation.
I never said I trusted Revelation.
Then why do you believe? Then why do you believe that the angel said only worship God, but you don't believe when Jesus says I am God? Why do you believe that? In the book of Revelation, the same author, the same book. Why do you believe one and not the other?
Brother.
No, don't ask me a question. Answer the question. I'm kicking you. Answer the question. I'm kicking you. Why do you believe one and not the other?
I don't believe one and not the other.
Okay, so then you do believe when Jesus says,
the book I live by.
Dog, I'm not talking about the Bible, you sneaky little buffoon, right? You're trying to be tricky here. I'm not talking about the whole Bible. I'm talking about the book of Revelation. You quoted the book of Revelation when the angel says, worship only God. In the exact same book, Jesus says he is God. Why don't you trust it? Brother.
I never said I trusted anything in the Bible.
I asked you, I said, do you actually believe the angel said, worship only God in the book of Revelation? You said yes. That means you trust the book when it tells you that. Yeah? When the book of Revelation says, the angel says, don't worship me, worship only God. You believe that, right?
Where I was coming from?
Nope. Answer the question. You believe that, right?
I don't believe anything.
Nope. Okay, so then don't quote shit you don't believe.
And so let me
hold on. Are we both agree? We both agree. We both agree you shouldn't quote shit that you don't believe, right?
So why are you quoting the Quran?
I didn't quote the Quran at all. You shouldn't quote shit you don't believe.
And say don't believe it.
What? I'm his dad, John. Hey, go to your room. Go to your room, John. Go to your room. Go to your room.
You are my dad.
All right. Anyways, because you're a stereotypical lying Muslim. Goodbye. Mm-hmm.
It's because the only parts of the Bible that are true are the parts that agree with him.
Absolutely.
Everything else has been changed.
You don't see how? You don't see how? Joe, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, 37.
All right, man. Can you convince
doing
us
well.
to stop? Hey, awesome. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
I wanted to call in because I heard the spirited debates and I wanted to kind of get in on it. Just to start, I don't really think I can convince you, and frankly, I would like a taco. But I just wanted to kind of go over a couple of things that the last few callers had talked about.
Are you here?
Is,
Are you here to talk towards us about the subject or towards the callers about something else?
Bananas have
towards the
potassium.
subject, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah. No, nothing about bananas for sure. But one thing that y'all had mentioned is, why would we believe the accounts of people long ago, such as Darwin, if Darwin, if we can't have proof that creatures have evolved over millennia?
Are you arguing against us or for us?
Let me lay it out.
Well, hold on. I need to know, because if you're here to reiterate and help us with something, that's not the topic.
Against. Okay. So, if we were to use that same framework that, we just simply can't take the word of an account from long ago without any proof, we would have to apply the same framework on the Bible.
Yeah, but no one made the argument that we can't trust Darwin because it's long ago. No one made that argument.
Okay, so then how do we prove that Jesus is the Son of God?
Did I have a stroke?
Yeah.
Or am I having a fever dream? What's going on here?
No. How? No. Well, if I'm to convince you not to worship Jesus, you worship Jesus because you believe he's the Son of God, correct?
Yeah. Well, I believe he is God.
Okay. So, and that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know that?
Through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and Acts.
Written by those very people.
Well, there's nobody named Acts. No.
Right. Well, okay. Granted. Where is their proof?
Where's their proof?
Where is your proof? Yeah, where's their proof?
Yeah, my proof is in their testimony.
Okay.
How are we using the word proof here? How are we using the word proof here? Because proof means it's definitive, then I don't have proof. But there's no proof for vast majority of things in the world. If we're talking about evidence, then yeah, we have lots of evidence.
Okay, so and that's why I believe that's why it's called faith, right? You don't really have proof.
Okay, great. Then you have faith. Then you have faith in evolution. You have faith in vast majority of things that you believe in, because there's no real proofs out there except for mathematical and logical proofs.
Yeah, but when you ask a caller to prove something, where's the evidence?
Yeah, evidence and proof is not synonymous. You know that, right?
Evidence is offered as proof.
No, evidence is anything that raises the evidence is anything that raises the probability of something being true. A proof is something that's just a fact. We know it, right? And again, we have very little proofs in these world except for logical proofs and mathematical proofs. So it's a proof that 2 + 2 = 4. You can't deny it.
Okay, I'll take that. Mm-hmm. Then do we have evidence that Jesus is the Son of God?
Yes.
And that evidence is testimony?
Yes.
From people a long time ago?
Yep.
I rest my case.
And he just left. I rest my case. You imagine inventing the rules to your own game and then patting yourself on the back once you win it?
It's like that quote. It's like playing chess with pigeons.
Yeah.
They just strut all over the board and knock over the pieces and crap on the board like they won.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Never mind.
Oh my.
Homie said, they're too powerful.
grifting break.
Never mind.
We're not taking another guest until we get at least another $100, $250 on the dono bar. Until then, we're not doing another guest. So
You should catch up on the super chats. You got a couple.
Toss a coin to
no, we actually don't.
You don't?
Oh no, we do. Sorry, I'm late. I'm happy you're well. Though to do this Friday, Wednesday's convention seemed tiring. I used to have back problems. I was hunched over and having problems with my posture. I didn't think prayer could help me, but I stand correct.
You missed the pun on the last one too.
That's wild.
Yeah. God bless you, man. Thank you for defending Jesus. Got you, bro. For the grift, appreciate you. Sow seeds for our fellow brothers. I'm giving all dollars. Appreciate you. Yeah. Those are the few we missed. And while we're at it too, just so you guys know, we do have a brand new website where if you want to support the channel, you can head over there. It's bigjohnsteel.com. You could support through many different memberships. We have 70 extra videos on this that you can't get access anywhere else. Each one of those videos is 2 to 4 hours long, so you could do the math. You can also make singular donations to keep this channel running and keep it going. When we talk to individual people, this is the way that you can see it. This is when we talk to individual people and we have these conversations. Oh, look, my live is restricted. It's probably for promoting my website. That's probably what it is. They don't want you promoting your website. Anyways, you want us to keep talking to these people and having these conversations. This is how you support us and keep us going, by going to this website and joining us. Why is a TikTok such little douchebags? Little douchebags. The grift, I knew it was coming. Well, as you hear from the song. No, I've bought a few tacos.
Toss a coin to your grifter. Big John needs to pay his bills. Big John needs to pay his bills. Oh, toss a coin to your grifter. A friend of humanity. Toss a coin to
To rest the case, you first have to have a
John needs to pay his
That's a good point.
Big John needs to pay his bills. Oh, toss a coin to your grifter, a friend of humanity.
No, this isn't always the topic, but the prize is always a taco. Again, guys, we're not taking anybody until we get to 250. Not taking a soul, because we're almost time to the point where I should quit, especially if I want to go to do jiu-jitsu tonight. I'm going to have to end it. So
We started late. We started really late. We've been live like 2 hours.
We were really late.
How late is really late?
Like,
We've only been live 2 hours.
yeah. It's only like halfway of what we usually do.
If I gift the galaxy, is that the same as a grift? Well, yeah, no. I mean, TikTok takes so much. By the time you pay for it, appeal not approved. We're restricted again. By the time you pay for it and then I get it, TikTok has taken so much. So like if you give $1, I get like 20 cents. So it's like nice, but we don't get much. We don't get much from it.
Your Honor, I've reviewed the opposing evidence carefully, and unfortunately, all of it appears to be against my client. Given this development, we see no reason to continue. We rest our case, smirking face emoji.
Based.
I would never hire you, Lord Stryker.
I would.
If
I would hire I would hire him for the meme,
But
because
he-
apparently there was a guy he represented once and like, you could work, and he held up his arms, which he didn't have, and be like, are you sure?
No way.
That's how he won his case. The judge was like, or something like that.
He held up his arms, which he didn't have. It's wild.
You can work. That's wild.
So I would hire him just for the memes, just to see something like that. The vocational expert said he could do assembly line work. My client had no hands.
That's insane.
Yeah. P1, all humans are stupid. P2, atheists who are arrogant deny the stupid. C, arrogant atheism is inconsistent with humanity. A coin for John, a syllogism for Little John. Thank you, but spell our names right. You got both of them wrong. Here's a few coins for the cause. Thank you for what you do, Jon and Abbie. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
John, are you eating taco salad?
It's like a nacho bean rice chicken.
Nacho bean rice chicken. I'm not eating taco salad. I'm eating nacho bean rice chicken. I'm not eating a taco. I'm eating tortilla, beans, rice, and meat.
There's no tortilla though.
Oh, I thought you had chips.
I do have chips.
John, what is
That's,
it?
that's not a. That's
Are
not
they
a tortilla.
tortilla chips?
Big John, still can't spell
Yes,
my name right.
but
The
it's-
narcissist
tortilla
Christian would
chips
like
are
to help him
distinct from tortilla.
play his bills by not letting you talk.
A tortilla
Yes.
chip.
Yeah, if you want to talk, I need to pay my bills.
A tortilla chip is just a tortilla that's been baked.
I don't believe you.
All right, guys, we're at 235. We need another $20 before we take another guest. Another $20. And there it is.
Since you started late, here a little incentive to keep arguing with the internet.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, we hit our goal. Let's bring up a guest. Psych, end the live.
Can you imagine?
J.A., hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 29.
All right,
How are
man.
you?
Good, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
Yeah, you just said, I hear in your debate before, you say that you believe in Jesus. And I want to ask you this. The Christianity came from Judaism, and why the Jews don't believe in Jesus?
I don't know. That's asking me why people who are flat earth believe in a flat earth.
No, because Christianity came from Judaism.
And?
It's believed that Jesus must be...
Hello? Oh, his signal's cutting out.
I mean, Jesus constantly yelled at the top teachers of the law that they didn't understand the scriptures. Like it was a consistent theme throughout the Gospels of Jesus yelling at the top dogs that they didn't understand the scriptures.
I also love how the only time anybody ever considers Jews experts in anything is when it's Christianity. They don't even consider them experts in Judaism, but they're experts in Christianity. Anyways, go ahead.
Sorry, again, I didn't hear what you said before.
Okay, so what's your argument?
My argument is Christianity came from Judaism. Jesus must fulfill what the Messiah should do. But the Jews didn't believe in Jesus at that time.
Okay.
So my argument
There's no
is...
such thing as...
Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, my argument is, so Jesus is not the Messiah, so he's not the Son of God.
So your argument is Jesus is not the Messiah because Jews don't believe he is the Messiah.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
So first-
okay, hold on. Then I will argue he is the Messiah because Jews believed he was the Messiah.
So our argument also, there are Christians who believe Jesus is not the Son of God. So it doesn't...
Oh, now you're shifting to a different point. Your whole point was Jesus is not the Messiah because Jews didn't believe he was the Messiah. Well, I'll just use the same argument. He is the Messiah because Jews believed he was the Messiah. Matthew, Mark, Luke,
fair
and
enough.
John were Jews.
The majority of Christians...
You had a census? You had a census?
Don't believe...
You had a census? Show me the census.
Go to Israel.
Go to Israel. Okay. If I go to Israel, where am I going to see the census?
Yeah, of course. The majority don't believe that he's the Messiah.
Okay, so add populum fallacy. So if enough people believe it, it's true?
Yeah.
It's Ram holding us down? Thank you. Okay, so if enough people believe it, it's true. How many people need to believe something for something to be true?
The majority.
So if the majority of people believe it, it's true. That's just how it works.
Wait. Let's use your logic.
No, I'm using your logic.
Christians... No. Wait. Hold on. Let's use your logic. You say there must be some percentage of people should believe that it's true or it's not.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying.
Okay. Fair enough. There are also Christians who believe that Jesus is not God. He's just the Son of God.
Okay, so again, how many people have to believe it for it to be true?
The majority, because
the majority.
Look,
So if
listen,
the majority of people believe that that purple is the color circle, then the purple becomes the color circle.
Let me explain, please. Give me 1 minute to explain to you clearly. If God wants his believer, like people, to believe in something, okay, he will make a way that the majority should do the right thing.
How do you know?
Because what is the definition of God? Because the Jews say
Definition of
they are
God,
the
all
chosen
powerful, all knowledgeable, and all loving.
Yeah. So why could he make like a minority to believe that Jesus is God?
Right. So
and
your
the
argument.
majority
So
to
then your
believe-
argument is God didn't do it the way I would do it, so therefore he's not real.
It's not what I say.
Sounds like it was what you said.
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is like, if we see the percentage of Jews who believe in Jesus, they are a tiny minority. You see what I mean? Yeah. So
yeah, and
therefore,
okay, is Judaism true?
Christianity, I'm not saying that.
But hold on. So hold on. You're saying the Jews don't believe Jesus was the Messiah, so therefore he's not the Messiah. But all the Jews believe Judaism is true, but Judaism's not true. So what's your argument here?
Because Jesus was a Jew, yes or no?
Okay, so so if you're part
Yes
of
or
that,
no, Jesus was a Jew?
yeah, Jesus was a Jew. So Jesus was a Jew. So
Yes.
if you're part of a certain people group, and that majority of that people group all believe something, that becomes a thing. So if all black people all of a sudden believe that black people are now white, then they become white?
No.
What? Well, that's the argument you're making.
No, you know why?
Why?
Because the majority of black, they don't have any power like a god of blacks.
What does that have to do with anything you're saying? You're saying Jesus is not the Messiah because Jesus was a Jew and the most of the Jews don't believe he was the Messiah. So if we're going to use this type of argumentation, if most black people think they're white people, then all of a sudden they're white people.
Okay, let me give you another example.
Hmm.
The Jews don't believe in Trinity. So therefore, when Jesus said he was God, that's why the majority didn't believe in him.
Right. So again, your argument is, John, this is my turn. Your argument is,
I thought you didn't want them.
Your argument is the majority believe, therefore it's true.
Yeah, of course. You know
okay.
Why? You know
so
why?
If the majority of black people believe they're white, they're white.
No, because
okay. Well, actually, flip it around. If the majority of white people think they're black, are they black?
No.
But that's what you said. That's your argument. If the majority of a specific people group think it's true, therefore it's true.
Let me tell you why. Because in Judaism, the Jews, I believe that they are the chosen people.
Yep.
You see what I'm going?
Okay, so did that make them the chosen people?
No, let me finish.
Are they the chosen people?
Let me finish.
The majority of them believe they were the chosen people, so therefore are they the chosen people?
Yes, it's their
They
belief.
are the chosen people, so God's real. Who chose them? They also believe God is real.
Let me continue. Let me continue.
Let me say one thing.
No.
Let me just ask you one question.
Listen.
One question. I haven't talked, and then I'll shut up.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So
I cannot hear you, bro.
Yeah, no one can hear.
I cannot hear you, bro. What?
So if the majority of the Jews believe God is real and they're the chosen people, is God is real and they are the chosen people?
No, let me give you another example, please, bro. Give me 1 minute. In the desert, there are some Jews.
Dog, why are they not the chosen people if they all believe they're the chosen people? That's your argument. They all believe that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, so therefore Jesus is not the Messiah. They all believe they're the chosen people, so why aren't they the chosen people?
The majority of the Jews believe they are the chosen people. Yes or no?
Okay, so are they the chosen people?
Yes, according
they
to
are the
belief.
chosen people. Okay, so God is real. They were chosen by God, and Judaism is true.
No, what I'm making is this.
There's no way you're a real person.
No, listen. I'm using Judaism to disprove Christianity.
No,
that
you're not.
That's my point.
You're literally not. John, what did you want to say?
I just wanted to ask a question. Does the majority of the world's population right now believe that Muhammad is a true prophet?
No.
Okay. Does that mean he's not a true prophet?
I'm not Muslim, so I don't care, bro. If he's a true prophet or not.
Oh, I thought
I'm not
I
Muslim.
assumed.
I was trying to save you
Start
embarrassment,
talking.
Oh, I'm
John,
not
but here we
Muslim.
are.
I saw your question. I'm not Muslim, bro.
That's my fault. I assumed.
Yeah, that's because he's
let me
racist.
ask
He
you
heard
this.
your accent and he assumed that you were Muslim. So he's just a
No,
racist.
no. It was a conjunction of things. It was arguing about Jesus.
How do you
in the
how do you
Bible.
feel
It
to be
was arguing
racially?
about the
How do you
Trinity.
feel? How do you feel to be
It was arguing
racially?
about the Trinity. And
Big John, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Are the majority of people in the world believe that the earth is round?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yep.
So is that true or not?
Yeah, it is true, but it's not because people believe it. If we all started believing it was a triangle, it wouldn't make it a triangle.
Yeah, that's why that is my point. We have evidence for earth to be round.
We have evidence that Jesus is the Messiah, so who cares what the Jews think?
What is your proof Jesus is the Messiah?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and Acts.
Oh my. But the Jews don't believe in that book.
Oh my goodness gracious. Have a great day. Who cares what the Jews believe?
are you telling me that entire time you knew he wasn't Muslim?
Yeah.
How?
Because he doesn't talk like a Muslim.
I
Talks
thought he was
exactly
Muslim
like a
too because of.
That's
all
because
the-
you're both racist.
No, not because of his accent.
No,
Because of the Jews.
not his accent. His arguments, his Jew argument about the Messiah. His
Dog,
as soon as
you
he
guys
brought
are
up
just
They
the
always bring up
racist.
the
Trinity,
Jews.
You guys are racist.
He brought up the Trinity. Like
You guys are
that's just like-
racist.
there's a probability thing happening here.
No,
right?
yeah, it's called racism. Hello,
you
how are
doing,
you?
host?
And just
You're
real
right.
quick, how old are you?
I'm 27, bro.
right.
Just talking about the Jews, yeah. Can you give us some education or info why the Jews hate Jesus and why they hate Christians and they
He's a
speak
Muslim.
so bad about Jesus to the point where an IOF soldier, he broke a statue of Jesus the other day, not too long ago.
Yeah, I don't
I'm sure
care.
everyone's seen a picture of it.
I don't care.
So
Do you
why
have an
do the
ar-
Jewish
yeah,
people
hold
hate
on.
Jesus?
I don't care. Do you have an argument for this topic?
Yeah, can you tell me why the Jews hate Jesus so much? Is it because Jesus
Is
was
it
a
my
stupid
turn
man,
this time?
couldn't save him?
Yeah, so once again, do you have an argument for the topic? If not, I'm going to move on.
You want this one, John?
Of course.
I think he thought he left the app, but he didn't. They'll come up so confident, and yet they don't have the IQ to figure out how to leave the app. You're still here, bro.
Hello.
They do that a lot. They do that a lot.
Oh, well, I think the murder's happening.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick,
Here we
how are
go.
you?
I'm doing great, brother. How are you guys doing today?
Good, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
Well, do you know what Lasha and Hara is?
Do I know what?
Do you know what Lasha and Hara is?
No.
That means that nobody should ever speak evil about anybody because with that, you're going to curse somebody else. So we know that people want to say, oh, don't worship Jesus. Don't worship Jesus. Because I'm a Jew, bro. So what we do is that we are stronger
Do you have an argument for
as
the
a
topic?
community.
Do you have
so
an
that-
argument for the topic?
I'm just... No. There's no
All right, then
argument,
I
bro.
appreciate
Jesus
your
is
time.
cool. He was a
God
rabbi.
bless.
Yeah. Amen.
Stephen Gray. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, yes, I'm 24 and I'm not a Christian.
All right, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
Yeah, well, what would be, just first of all, then, what would be your reasons for trusting Jesus or the apostles?
The historic reportage model.
Say that again, sorry.
Historic reportage model.
And what is that, sorry?
Yeah, you basically apply textual criticism to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So you have to try and record honest and truthful information. If you include the trying to record honest and truthful information, then when they say things like Jesus Christ died and resurrected, you have to put hypotheses on the table. You slowly start removing hypotheses based off the data, and whatever's left, no matter how improbable, is more likely to be true.
Okay, and you found that the most probable explanation is that Jesus bodily, literally rose from the dead.
Yep, it's the most parsimonious explanation, and it explains all the data.
Okay. Would you be a dispensationalist, as in you like hold to like that the Bible is the word of God and that it's without error?
Yeah, it depends on what you mean by those words. I do not think that the Bible was literally spoken by God. I do not think that's the case. And without error, as in, I would say it does not err in its goal to lead to people to salvation, but it can have like humanist mistakes in there. That's what you'd expect to see from true authors.
Okay. If I brought up say a moral question from a passage in the Old Testament, would you find that relevant to your faith in Jesus whatsoever?
Morality is going to be preference based, right? You're going to say, I don't prefer this. And that doesn't change whether or not he's real.
Okay, but then maybe not if he's real or not, but then if it would be a God that a reasonable person would.
Yeah. So here's the thing: if I just take the position that I worship God because I don't want to go to hell, I think that's something a reasonable person would do. Whether you disagree or agree with them is completely irrelevant.
Okay. But if I showed you a passage, I'm sure you'd have some apologetics on it. But if I showed you a passage from the Old Testament that is like any reasonable person would say that's a horrible law and not good, that wouldn't affect your faith in Christianity at all, or the belief that God is good.
I think it's going to be difficult to say that any reasonable person would say, because you're obviously going to find people who would say differently, and you'd have to give an argument on why it's unreasonable.
Okay. Well, do you mind going along with it anyway? And
Sure.
we'll see where it takes us.
Sure.
Okay. It's going to be in Deuteronomy chapter 22.
Mm-hmm.
And it's laws given by God to Moses, as you know. And we're looking from verse 13 onwards, and this is about determining whether a woman has lied and claimed that she's not a virgin on her wedding night. So I've got just the NIV up. You don't need me to read it out, but to summarize, if a man takes a wife and then dislikes her, slanders her, and said that he married her but did not find proof of her virginity, then the young woman's father and mother will go to the town gates with the proof that she was a virgin. What is that proof that she's a virgin? Well, you find later on
it says bloody
in
sheets.
The passage that it's the bloody sheet, yeah. And if she's found out to, or if the man's found out to be lying, he pays a fine of 100 shekels to the woman's father. But if she's found to be lying, then she's stoned to death. And of course, it says if they're unable to provide evidence of the woman's virginity, then they take her out and stone her. And so my concern when I read this is that a bloody sheet is not a reliable way of determining virginity. There's actually, even in the modern age, no definitive way to determine virginity. But
yeah,
make the claim that.
So can you read the start of that verse? Because it starts off with a very strong word, a very important word there when you start reading those conditionals, because it's a material implication in that verse. So what's that first word say?
Of which verse?
On this specific subject, it starts with a very specific word. What's that word?
Okay. I don't know.
It says supposed. Right?
Okay.
So it's giving us a material implication, right? It's an if-then conditional. So it's saying if this happens, then you can do this, right? It's not saying this is the only means or mechanism in which you would prove a virginity, but that is a way to do it. So if you did bring the bloody sheets, that would show that she was a virgin on her wedding night, at least for how they have evidence for that time, because they don't have a scientific method. But there are different ways to do it. The Old Testament law wasn't strictly letter by the law situation, right? The vast majority of laws in there are supposed, if-then conditionals, and what we would call case studies. They give you an example of things and how to solve it. So you would implement into the society, there would be a trial, there'd be a case. The parents would try to prove virginity, and this could be also on the testimony of 2 to 3 witnesses. You know, we've never seen her act out. We've never seen her misbehave. We've never seen her meet up with other men. There's no reason to believe this is true, right? And you can hold to those positions. So there'd be a whole case. That's why they had trial systems set up. This is why they had councils, because if it was just the case, do this, then this, you wouldn't need a council. You wouldn't need a trial system to actually prove it.
Sure, but I mean, it's within the text itself, the only method of evidence is a bloody sheet, and less than half of women.
Wow, you didn't listen to a damn word I said, and you're showing your dishonesty. Can you repeat what I said? No, you're not. What did I say? What was the thing that I said? Because I actually addressed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that it's a method, but it's not exclusive, and so there's a court case, and there's witnesses, and there's a process.
So material implications. So that is a means to do it, because it's a case study, right? And you're saying, well, it's the only way it's brought up in the text. No shit. That's what I literally just said in my argument.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I've never heard a Christian curse like that, but
shit.
That's okay. Sure. But I mean, hypothetically, there's no instance of this law being enacted, right, in the Old Testament, or even outside the Bible. But you could suppose that this law that's given by God could result in the stoning of a woman who, say, doesn't bleed on her wedding night, if the trial, amongst other things like witnesses and stuff,
court systems are flawed, and people who were innocent were convicted. That happened. That's a part of life.
Okay, that's fine. I had a pure. I take that objection. That's. I appreciate you helping me with that, because it's a passage that I've struggled with, and so I'm glad that you've answered it. And I don't think your answer is unreasonable. So okay. Moving away from moral things, then I want to have a wee think about prophecy, and for my experience is that the vast majority of prophecies that Jesus has claimed to have fulfilled weren't fulfilled within their context, or seemingly have plucked out of various places. I understand
the problem
Isaiah
with that.
53.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is you're going to need a methodology for determining what prophecy is, how it's fulfilled, what type of prophecy, how it works. Because if we take the fact that Jesus died on the cross and resurrected, and the type of prophecy, we have prophecy, so we have type prophecy, and we have token, how it could be presented. So if the token of prophecy is typology, then Jesus 100% did fulfill these.
Yeah, if it's typology, can I give a quick example? When you think about Isaiah 7:14 with the "Behold, a virgin will conceive and will give birth and blah blah, call Emmanuel." Well, if you look at the context of Isaiah 7, it's a prophecy to King Ahaz, and
yeah, but that's what you would expect to see in typology.
Yeah, okay, so I can see when Matthew 2 comes along, you can say, well, it wasn't like the Messiah will do this, and then Jesus does it. It's more what Matthew's saying is this is like a typology or a theme or whichever that Jesus adds meaning to. Is that?
No, it's not added. It is prophecy, right? It's prophecy in the fact that these events happen throughout history as a call forward to Jesus. What does Jesus say? I come to fulfill the law and the prophets. Right? How do you fulfill a law? How do you fulfill prophets? It's not just about a prophecy that this will happen. Now, there are definitely a messianic prophecy. For example, I think Deuteronomy 9 is just straight up talking about him, the things that he will do. But when we're reading things like Isaiah, we're doing typology. We're reading Psalms, we're doing typology, because Psalms is not prophetic, but yet they correlate directly to him in the Psalms. So again, it's dependent. I think Christians trying to prove Christianity with prophecy is a non sequitur. People trying to disprove Christianity with prophecy is non sequitur. Because if it is if it is the case that Jesus Christ died on the cross and resurrected, then typology is true. If it's not the case, then typology isn't.
Okay, granted that, I'm happy with that. However, what I would say just from a broader perspective is that see the prophecies that you can find in the Hebrew Bible that are explicitly messianic, talking about sitting on David's throne forever and coming on the clouds, and all these very passages that I think you would say are clearly messianic. they seemingly to me have all been kicked to the Jesus' second coming. And then the prophecies that he did fulfill are like hidden in these wee passages.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I think that's a position, right? Second coming. I'm a partial preterist. I think most of it was fulfilled with the destruction of the temple.
Okay, a preterist. Okay,
partial preterist. I do think there is a second coming. Yeah.
Sure, but it just seems to me that the like really explicitly messianic prophecies or parts that are parts of prophecies have been like kicked to the
like what
later time, like well, see for example, like Micah 5:2 and even like Zechariah 9:9, I think, or yeah.
Are you talking about the world peace prophecies?
I'm gonna give two, but the reason I'm giving two is because they're very very similar, which is like Micah 5:2 is quoted at Christmas time because Jesus was born in Bethlehem. But then the whole rest of the passage is like, oh, this isn't fulfilled yet.
Well, Micah 5:2 just says, "But one of you, Bethlehem Ephraim, who are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come forth me, one to be a ruler over Israel, one whose origins are of old."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what prophecy did he not fulfill there?
Well, okay. Well, Christians would say that he's fulfilled that, right? Although ruler over Israel, I mean, like, yeah, maybe Jesus was a spiritual ruler, but he didn't sit on the throne.
The Christian viewpoint is Jesus is a ruler. He is ruling right now over us. That's what he is doing. He is the head of the church.
Okay. Then see after that, right? Like if you look at like verse 5 explicitly onwards, and you've got about like he'll be our peace when the Assyrians invade our land and march our fortresses, and he'll knock down the chariots and all this stuff. This, in the traditionalist Christian view, is like Jesus is going to do this in his second coming.
So let's just read it, and you just tell me. I'll keep John on the screen. You just tell me when Jesus stops fulfilling this. Now, daughter of troops, mobilize your troops, for a siege is land against us. With the rod they will strike the cheek of the judge of Israel. But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, who are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come forth from me, one to be ruler over Israel, one whose origins are of old, from the days of eternity. Therefore Israel will be abandoned until she who is in labor has given birth. Then the rest of his brothers will return to the children of Israel. He who will stand in the shepherd's flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majestic name of the Lord his God. And they will dwell securely, for then his greatness will extend to the ends of the earth. And he will be our peace when Assyria invades our land and tramples the citadels. Which part?
I think verse 5 is like pretty like this is like geopolitical, like actual like war time stuff, which people associate with.
Yeah, so it was common. It was a common motif that things like Assyria was just warring nation that comes against you, not specific nation. So again, we have the second temple, the destruction. A warring nation comes against them.
Okay.
We will raise against it even 7 shepherds, 8 leaders of men, and they will rule the land of Syria with a sword, and the land of Nimrod with a blood drawn. So he will deliver us when the Syria invades our land and marches into our borders. The remnant of Jacob will be in the midst of many peoples, like a dew from the Lord, like the showers of grass. Like all this seems to be pretty accurate. Like I'm curious how we're losing Jesus in this.
Okay, well, it's just maybe that we're coming from different places, because the Christianity that I would have known would have like kicked basically everything after like verse 4 to be like, oh well, all this language is kind of second coming stuff. And so maybe I've never spoken to like a partial preterist, so these things are kind of like maybe I'm trying to hammer home a point that you don't hold to, which is fine. Okay.
So like even this right here, in that day declares the Lord, I will remove your horses from among you and wreck your chariots. I will remove your cities of your land. I will tear down your strongholds. I'll cut the sorcerers from your hand, and you'll have no fortune tellers. I'll also cut off carved image and sacred pillars from among you, so you no longer bow down to the work of your own hands. I'll root out of Asherah poles in your midst and demolish your cities. I'll take vengeance and anger and wrath upon the nations that have not obeyed me. Like even that seems to be true to me.
That to me, and I think with a lot of traditional Christianity, is like, oh, this hasn't happened yet. Like, when did Jesus destroy your horses and demolish your cities?
John, do you want to go? I gotta use the bathroom. So, and you seem bored.
Nah. No, you're good. Well, so first off, I'll just say this, and we can keep it simple. To Jews, there was no such thing as the Messiah, right? The Messiah is like there's one agreed upon objective definition didn't exist within ancient Judaism. You have a bunch of different rabbinical traditions, a bunch of different positions on what prophecies are about the Messiah, what prophecies are not about the Messiah, things of this nature. But the three primary views is you had the notion of Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David. So Messiah son of Joseph and Messiah son of David. Now, some traditions held that this would be a single individual. Some of these traditions even held that the Messiah was two messianic figures, one that fulfilled the role of the son of David and the suffering servant, and one that fulfilled the role of the son of Joseph. So when we say the Messiah, we have to be careful with what we mean by those terms. Now, as it pertains to Jesus, we agree that there's typological prophecies that Jesus is fulfilling. And if you take the partial preterist view, so I lean partial preterism as well. So if you take the partial preterist view, then you're still going to say, okay, like the only thing that's not fulfilled is like the peace on earth thing that's going to come at the New Jerusalem. We don't have peace on earth. We don't have people like taking their weapons and turning them into farming equipment, like those sorts of things that are represented. But that's just kind of the clear answer. So when we say the Messiah in Judaism, there was never an agreed upon definition of what the Messiah was. It was always in flux, and it was progressive. And so when we look at Jesus, we can say clearly that there's fulfillment of typological prophecies, but there's also fulfillments in the sense of what will be fulfilled later on at the second coming, having to do with like the peace on earth, New Jerusalem stuff.
Sure. I find it quite, and I'm saying this respectfully, like just a bit like wish-washy, because like if you like spiritualize a lot of these things, right? Like, oh, Jesus, even though he never sat on David's throne and was never like a geopolitical actual ruler.
But what does it mean to sit on a throne?
Like, that he was king over Israel, like the actual king, like earthly speaking.
Okay, so can you make that? Can you make the argument that it was like an earthly speaking thing?
What I'm saying is
it doesn't necessitate that. So even when Jesus,
I know it doesn't necessitate it, but it means I think it leaves
even when Jesus was crucified.
Hold on, let him speak.
Even when Jesus was crucified, what was he called? What was he called above his cross?
The King of the Jews.
Yeah, the King of the Jews.
It depends
what
gospel you read.
Are you a king? Well, when he's asked by Pilate, are you the King of the Jews? Right? He says it's you who says it. So Jesus does proclaim to be a king in that sense. And so it doesn't necessitate, like I said, it only necessitates it under specific views of what the Messiah would do. But that's not something that's in, like, you don't have a universal agreement on what that is. So your point that you're going to make is like, oh, it needs to be this, is only going to agree with like a portion of what Messianic prophecy is going to be fulfilled based off of a certain like group of individuals.
Sure. I'm not saying that it has to be that. What I'm saying is that, like, for me, it's not. It loses a lot of the thing that would make it compelling, and so like, it's the same as Zechariah 9. You've got like, behold, your king comes to you lowly on a donkey.
Can I ask you a question?
It talks about.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm just like trying to move on from that point. Let's say you're right; he doesn't fulfill the prophecy; it doesn't really follow. So, what do you do with the fact that he died and resurrected?
Sure, let's go there. I used to believe that, like, you've maybe heard this point before about how, like, why would the apostles die for something that they would have known was true or not, and you have this like picture of the apostles like going to their deaths without recanting, claiming to have seen Jesus and resurrected. That for me, whenever I look at the actual like historical data that we have, on that, it doesn't actually seem to hold much weight. And so like we have some writings about James the Great and Peter and Paul being martyred, but we don't have like all of this like
Yeah, but
church tradition about.
Why are you bringing this up?
Because I think when I think about evidence for the resurrection, the first thing that is the most prominent in my mind is like the martyrdom of the saints and their testimony.
Okay, but that's not my argument.
Okay, well, I would ask you then, just specifically on Jesus rising from the dead. What is
we just look at the text and we see if they're trying to be honest and truthful, and what the data is that they're recording, and the data that they're recording when they're trying to be honest and truthful is the fact that he died and resurrected. As a matter of fact, the only reason it seems that I reject his resurrection is because of an appeal to naturalism.
I understand, and I don't want to just say, well, because this outcome's the most naturalistic, as in they had group hallucinations or something silly like that, over a spirit, like a supernatural one. If the supernatural one's the most plausible, I'm happy to take the supernatural one. For me, I mean, like, you read the text and you're happy that they're trying to be honest and truthful. I mean, I suppose I don't really know what to say to that, because you're just putting your faith in the gospel writers.
I'm not putting my faith in it. I'm taking the historical approach. I'm taking an historic method. I'm applying it to the scripture, and I'm seeing if it's consistent. So if it's true that A is sufficient enough to prove Z, I don't see why A is not sufficient enough to prove Y, outside of an appeal to dogma, your own personal viewpoint that you just don't think supernatural events can happen. Because there's enough in scripture for us to prove almost everything about Jesus's life from a naturalistic perspective without much contention, right? That he had 12 apostles, that he went and preached, that he was a Messianic preacher, that he was crucified under Pontius Pilate, that John the Baptist was actually a follower of him. Like, these are things that's not even contested in scholarship.
Mm-hmm.
They view all these things. Almost every naturalistic event of Jesus is, yep, we're good. But then we get to these things where he performed miracles and it's just like, nah, that's made up. Why? Why do I say that's made up?
I understand the only naturalist approach isn't a good one to have, but at the same time, like, the resurrection is obviously a much bigger claim than those other things that you mentioned.
Yeah, so why do I believe? So why do I believe if I can believe almost every aspect else of Jesus's life? Because we have an abundance. We don't just have some evidence. We have an abundance of evidence. Why is it when I get to a resurrection account, I say that's not true?
Because it's such a big claim that it requires like pretty exceptional evidence.
Okay, so what amount? Give me the quantity, because we have more historical evidence for the resurrection than we do for most things.
Well, I can't quantify it, but like if you read like some of the historians, like they wrote a lot about Julius Caesar, but then there's like some writings about Julius Caesar that predicts him as like almost this like godlike person. And
yeah, they call him a godlike figure. Yeah, sure. They call Julius Caesar a godlike figure, and they say there's one account of him saying that he was in a ball of flame and rose up to the sky. How's that comparable?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, you can read what we have about Julius Caesar and go, right, we can be pretty confident that these things are true, but when he ascended into heaven with a ball of fire, like, we can reject that because
we don't really have really good historical evidence for it. We have a single account.
Yeah, I mean, for Jesus, you have 4.
No, for Jesus, we have 21.
Sure. But again, I'm just not sure that the quantity of like manuscripts is that important. I mean, like,
so then you need to give me, like, if you're telling me my method isn't good enough, you need to give me a reason why, outside of tu quoque fallacy.
Okay. Well, I can't quantify what would be enough for you. Of course, I'll be honest about that. I would say that when you say that the gospel writers are being honest and try to give an honest account, I mean, I find that they quite often don't agree with each other.
Yeah, that's the sign of honesty. That's something you would expect to see if people are being honest.
I get having slightly different accounts of a scenario shows that that's what's to be expected, but it also casts a bit of doubt for me about the if you were to ask me what day was Jesus crucified on, it's well, I don't know. It's what was Jesus' last words? Well, it depends. Do you know what I mean?
None of those are contradictory and doesn't depend. They don't contradict each other in those situations. On the day that Jesus was crucified, you have to take John in his account on how he talks about the Passover, right? There's a really, really good parsimonious explanation on why he's referring to the exact same day, considering that the Habakkuk, not the Habakkuk, the Haka, I started with an H. The second meal happens on Saturday, and they also refer to that as Passover as well. It's a really good explanation why it's still on Friday in John as it is with the synoptics.
Okay.
Chat's ready to move.
Sure.
John, when you are.
Yeah, I'll let you get last word, man, but you've been voted off the island.
Yeah, no, here that's quite all right. I think in closing, I would just say just very quickly, I'm not going to go on a big spiel, John, but I suppose I was sold a form of evidence for Christianity that was maybe a lot different than what you held, but it was very much that Jesus literally fulfilled these prophecies, and that the apostles went to their death proclaiming it, and that was really the foundation that I had. And so it's interesting to speak to a Christian that has different foundations for their evidence. And so, thanks for having me anyway.
No problem, man. Sorry I got a little spicy with you at the start, but it felt dishonest at the start, so I apologize for misreading you.
No. I'm a big boy. I can handle it, and I'll just need to buy dinner for myself tonight because I was really hoping to get a taco anyway. But it's all right. I'll talk to you another time, all right, John?
God bless, man.
Cheers. Bye.
These lovely Irishmen.
Very nice.
Today.
Getting quite a few Irish people today.
They were nice.
The Irish people have been lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are
you? Doing well. I'm 38 years old.
All right, man. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
I could definitely take a try at that, or probably convince myself to worship Jesus in the meantime. I'll just give it my very best here. Sure. Do you think it's okay to worship in things that don't exist?
No.
No.
Okay. No. Jesus doesn't exist. There's no evidence for it. There's no physical evidence for Jesus' existence.
Okay, make the argument.
Does
yours?
Any person is I guess it may. I don't want to be too short on the show here, but isn't the burden of proof on the one making the claim?
You just made a claim.
Yes.
You made a claim that Jesus did not exist. That's a claim.
Yeah, but I also claim that B's and C's and D's do not exist.
Okay, prove it.
We all take that for so I see. So it's just an everything is true until proven not true.
No, if you make a claim, you have a burden of proof.
No, it's called a it's called a doxastic attitude, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Whenever you give
emphasis on astic.
Whenever you give a proposition, okay, a proposition is going to be a statement that's either true or false. Okay, so when you say a statement that has either true or that is either going to be true or false, that means you're making a claim. Now you have to justify that. You have to justify that statement.
Yeah.
When you say Jesus did not exist, that's either true or false, correct?
Does this exist in a backdrop against something? Is there something we take to be true? Is it in this space that we're working with?
Well, I'm asking you. You believe it's true that Jesus did not exist, right?
Do I believe it's true? No, I neither believe it's true or not true. I have not received any evidence to suggest that he's true.
Okay, so you're agnostic. So you can't say he doesn't exist. You have to say I don't know.
Yeah, then why'd you say he didn't exist?
Because the challenge you issued was to convince you that he doesn't.
Okay, so you just assume things do not exist until you've proven that they do exist?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous foundation.
The walls and air and my hand and this phone and
Yeah, but it's a ridiculous foundation to say things do not exist until you're proven to exist. You can make the position, I don't know if they exist. It's a ridiculous foundation to deny it because it's unscientific. And then anytime you approach something, you're not actually looking to discover if it exists because you've already concluded it doesn't.
That's true. That's true. I would concede that there is existence beyond my perception. That there is things that exist. Things exist out there that don't need me to come along and say, "Sure, you exist." It's my approval.
Okay, so two things. One, are you saying the person Jesus Christ of Nazareth did not historically exist, or are you saying Jesus Christ as God does not exist? Which one?
I guess. I'm trying to think about what claims I'm making now. I am not educated enough to make either claim. I have heard from people and friends that there are documents that start talking about this name Jesus of Nazareth in about the 2nd or 3rd century AD, referencing a historical figure who had already passed at the time.
First century.
First century.
So, by the way, first century
have,
is the lifetime of Jesus.
Oh, I did not say 1st century. I am saying 2nd and 3rd century.
No. That's what I'm telling you. First century is when we have documents of Jesus' existence.
Yeah, and I have no reason to not believe you. So these, but are these? I guess the skepticism on my part is this a church document? Is this like, hi, me and my friends in my religion want you to know my religion is true, or is this like here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is there like bones? Is there like bones?
Hold on, both of you.
No,
hold on. Either way, whether it is or isn't, that is what we call a genetic fallacy.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, are there bones? Is there something? Is there like a
is there bones? Hold on, just real quick.
Type of genetics.
Are you asking us if there are bones? No, he asked before I said the genetic fallacy, John. Are you asking us if there are bones of the person that we believe resurrected from the dead?
Please say no.
I see. To get back to like the quote unquote maybe it's called the supernatural component. Yeah, I'm told. I mean, like only because it would be so uneventful if you told me there was a man who lived to the age of 30 or so and was executed by the Romans, and his name was Jesus, and he was not this. It was just like a quote unquote ordinary person. I hope we can be intellectually level enough with each other.
I just want to be clear.
Not the Son of God, not the
hold on.
Son of God here.
All right, there's a lot, but I still don't understand the answer to the question. So just yes or no.
Yeah, I don't. No magical Jesus. So I'm going to just say no magical Jesus.
Okay, let me. Are you expecting us to show you the bones of Jesus Christ to prove our religion when we believe that Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead?
No.
Okay.
Thanks. No, I'm trying to stick to your initial claim of proving, of convincing you that Jesus. Actually, let's make sure I'm straight about this here. I am to convince you that Jesus Christ did not exist. Right?
That's the topic.
That's the challenge you issued.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just start with this. First, let's just start with the historical person. Okay. When you say someone did not exist in history, what criteria are you utilizing in order to authenticate that claim?
I guess there would be some on the physical evidence, and then probably I have some cutoff for social and some cutoff for social evidence.
Oh wait.
Okay.
Let's just stop there. Okay.
Yeah.
Physical evidence. What do you mean by physical evidence of someone existing specifically?
Physical evidence.
What is physical? Yeah, what is physical?
What do I mean? I mean a physical object purported to be evidence of someone or something's existence.
Okay, but what would that look like? What would it look like to have a physical object, right? That is proving that someone exists for you.
Bones in a grave or in a casket or something.
Okay.
A dateable.
So let's touch on the bones. Let's touch on the bones.
A shoe.
Yeah. Let's hit the bones.
Okay, so let's touch on the bones.
Go.
We have discovered an ossuary with bones in it that says, "Here lies James, the brother of Jesus, son of Joseph."
Right. So you found something that something wrote on it. Okay. I've got a pen and a paper next to me. Okay. Look, I'm going to write like
I'm just
on a
I'm just
hospital
curious. I'm just curious
appointment
what
card.
you think of that, because we found an ossuary, and we found bones
Yeah.
that says, "Here
Yeah.
lies James, the brother of Jesus, son of Joseph."
I believe in dating practices on I guess believe in yeah, sure. I believe in dating practices and dating methods of organic materials, and I would absolutely not. If you brought to me a shoebox full of bones, I don't care what you say until I get these dated or.
Okay. So how are we going to go through the bones and confirm that that is James, the brother of Jesus? How would we do that? What is the methodology?
For somebody who is in the lived in the biological testing era, where either by consent or through some sample on file or something, there's some genetic material available.
We're expected to have James DNA on file.
Not Jesus. James, born in 1995.
So then when you say we should have physical evidence like bones, what does that mean?
It's stated as says we should have physical evidence, quote unquote, bones.
You said
or
like bones.
shoe,
Okay, so we have
or
bones.
Glasses that he wore.
Hold on, relax. We have bones that claim to be Jesus's brother's bones.
Right.
Okay, so we have those types of bones.
No, that's just bones with the claim next to it.
Okay, so I agree. It's bones with a claim next to it. So then when you say we need bones, what does that mean?
The bones you're referring to are a box of bones. Someone
with a claim next to it.
Hopefully they didn't die violently, but someone's bones are in there. Yeah.
Yeah, someone's. Okay, so then what do you mean when you say we need bones to prove the historical Jesus?
No, I don't mean. We need physical evidence such as bones.
Okay, so we have bones. We have bones. So what would bones do?
Yeah.
If we found everybody's bones from back then, what would that do?
If we found everybody's bones and had a way of like linking them and organizing them into a chronological hierarchy, yeah, you'd have every living person ever dated accurately.
And what would we do with those bones? How would we confirm if we had James's bones?
Again, going back to before the availability of genetic testing, it gets harder. I'm not sure what methods are available.
We couldn't do anything for it. So then again, why I'm asking you, why are you asking for bones if bones don't change anything?
Why am I asking for bones? Mm-hmm. Oh, because I've stated that having physical evidence or something is a threshold for my belief.
My goodness gracious, my friend. I don't know how you're not connecting on this. Do you have a pen and paper? Let's write it down. Let's write it down. Okay.
Sure. Well, sure. Yeah.
We have bones. We have bones that claim to be James, but that doesn't prove anything. That's just bones with a claim next to it.
Yes.
If that's the case, what difference does it make if we find anybody else's bones from the past? Because we can't prove anything without a claim next to it. Why are you asking for bones?
No, you can prove things without making claims about them. It's just kind of helps.
What could we prove with
we talk
bones?
To each other and
my goodness gracious, we dig up a body, from the same time period as Jesus. We have bones. Now what? Now what? What do we do with those bones?
What do people currently do with bones from the 1st century AD? I don't know. Call university and call. I think right now in Europe or anywhere like that, you call somebody, you call the authorities and say, "Hey, we found bones." No, I did. You call if I find bones right now, like digging in the backyard.
Okay, so we give it to those guys. They now have the bones. What can they prove with the bones?
So we're looping back here. So if this person has been born in the modern era, where hopefully
it's not the modern era. It's from Jesus' time period. Stop changing it. What can they do with the bones?
Oh, so you know these? Oh, I see. So these are bones that are known to be from the 1st AD. These are not
literally what I said.
Okay, great. So
remember that part with the pen and the paper?
From the first day, then you call the university and say, "Hey, we found some bones. What do you want to do with them?"
Okay, so we give them the bones. They have the bones. What can they prove with it?
I don't know, through like I don't know, nicks in the bone if it was like part of a warrior class or a farmer
Oh my God!
or
All right.
something.
Is there
They
any
worked in a mine
possible?
because
Okay,
there's
for
this
love of
ore
God,
in their
stop
mineral
talking.
in their
Stop talking. You're hurting me.
femur.
You're hurting me. Please stop talking. Is there
I'm sorry.
Is there any possible way to prove that those bones, any bones that we dig up from the past, belong to James, the brother of Jesus?
Physically, definitively, like not 100 true 100%. No, but I would say you could get it very close if that person were of say rank and stature in their society, and there's other corroborating physical evidence to back the claim of who they are. And I'd like to give you an example.
Okay, so the
if you're
bones
willing.
can't prove anything. Why do
So you're
you
not willing
want
to
bones?
Could I give you an example? Could I give you an example to?
I swear to God, though, if it's not
get my point
coherent,
across
I'm
here?
moving on. All right, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Sounds good. I'll give it a go here. So I said if there's other evidence around it. So again, here's another person who is. I see. I press the point of this like modern era where we can test genetics and stuff. Okay, Henry VIII, some king from the 1500s or whatever. That is also a pile of bones. And if you showed me a pile of bones in a shoebox and said this is Henry VIII, I'd say yeah, right. It's probably Jesus. But given the fact that though there is a set of bones in like a really nice marble casket in like an abbey that has been continuously occupied for centuries, every day there's a ledger of some priest who's been in and out and says, "Hey, I'm here for the day," and sure enough, that marble casing has been there since whatever it is, 1548, Henry VIII or whatever it is, and then so it's not just the bones, it's the bones with corroborating marble evidence in a marble coffin in a referendum or whatever Christian church of that era in that right country in that stuff. So again, if there was a small Gnostic church on the side of a hill, like that might help out with the Jesus thing, but
So testimony.
yes, testimony, yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm trusting it. Like I'm trusting that all of Westminster or whatever, the whole government of England isn't out to get me and convince me that some man named Henry VIII lived, when in fact it's a lie. I just trust them on it. Yeah.
Okay. So then why don't you believe in death and resurrection of Jesus?
It just fully loops back. And again, I just want to be clear. I would like to believe it. Moral Christianity is a really good thing. And I like it a lot, and I stick with it. But there's no evidence. There's no physical. There's no evidence.
You just
the guy
said.
lived. There's just claims.
You just
show
said.
up 100 years later.
John, go ahead. I'm gonna lose my mind. So go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I just saw you in the chat complaining because you're just here to look pretty today. So you want to talk? You get your opportunity. Here you go. I'm muting them.
We've exhausted this guest.
Yeah, and I realized my task was to convince you, and I basically convinced myself, or divulged my basis for slapping that word belief on something. I've given you an insight into my method, but I've not successfully convinced you. And I thought I would go about it by getting you to adopt my method of determining what I believe in. But I see I failed in that.
Your method is very bad. You realize that, right?
Oh dear. Oh. Okay.
Do you realize your method is very bad?
Well, I disagree that it's bad. I think it's all right. Got me this far.
It's actually horrid.
Oh, okay.
Because if you utilize your method, right?
Yeah.
You cannot prove anyone in the past existed except like maybe 1% of people. So simple question.
Probably.
Are there people?
Isn't what they said there's been like 100 billion people? There's been 100 billion humans since like biblical times, since 6000 BC or whatever. Yeah. Oh God, that's way less than 1%. Like 0.0001%.
Yeah. So the point is, if we want
to, a bunch of peasants in the past.
Yeah. So let's just say right now, okay, hypothetically, let's say every scientist, every archaeologist, every historian in the world just adopted your method of how we can know and authenticate historical claims about events and about people from the past.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's say they did that.
Yeah.
You agree with me? If we just utilize your method, we can't even prove 1%. We can't even give evidence for 1% because the method is so narrow that it doesn't actually allow for any sort of rigorous authentication or study.
Yeah, I would agree. In terms of rigorous authentication, you'd get less than 1% of historical people you can prove it. And this is like court of law in today's
you understand
standards,
that's
smoking gun evidence.
Come back.
It's the key, sure, the kings and
so-
lords
so
and the
y-
ladies and the generals and the
so you under-
warriors and
you
your prophets,
understand if you have a method that is as useless as that, it's not a good method. If history is the study of hear me. If history is the study of the past, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to authenticate things. Archaeology is the study of the physical material things of the past. We use these things, right? If we just took your method and that was the only thing that we used, then it's a useless method because it tells us nothing about the past.
Why doesn't it tell us anything about the past? You're confusing me now.
Less than one. No, it tells us
No,
less
I
than
went on a
1%
trip to
of things
England
about
and
the
I learned something about Henry VIII. It did tell me something. It was a guy and he had a sword
lock in.
commanded a city state.
Lock in. If we take your method and we simply just get rid of everything else and just apply that, you agreed with me that it's only going to be able to authenticate less than 1% of people who've existed, like less than a half or a quarter of a percent of people who've existed, right?
Now, again, I'm not a professor. I'm not a pro. I'm not a historian. Maybe they got ways of telling.
That's a useless method. If we want to study the past, we need methods and we need criteria that is actually going to help us understand the past. It's going to help us understand
you are a
things
historian?
about the past and people in the past. No, but I understand the methods that historians use. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Here.
I've given you a method.
I'll show.
I've just told you. I've said substantial physical evidence.
Okay, so substantial physical evidence
like a
is
buried
not a
Viking
good method.
longship. Like there's a 30-foot boat in the freaking earth that we pulled out.
Let's say
that's a big deal.
Let's say you found a Viking longship. Does it tell you anything about whether or not Leif Erikson existed?
Blink twice if you want out.
Calling you from Ontario, Canada. Calling you from Ontario, Canada, near Lake Ontario, where I am. I can tell you that proof of Vikings in my area
That's more than twice.
Would be huge. Would be a big deal. I don't think it's going to happen though.
Appreciate your time, bro. God bless. It's been a weird day.
Listen, I've just been sitting here looking pretty. That's what I've been doing.
Oh, I mean, you got half that statement, right?
I've just been sitting here.
Roz.
Listen, I've just been sitting here looking pretty.
Roz. Hello, Roz. You got to turn us off in the background, man.
Statement, right? Great, I got to get roasted in echo.
Roz.
Listen, I've just been sitting here looking pretty.
Roz. Hello, Roz. You got to turn us off in the background, man.
Oh.
Go away.
That's it. There's no other guess. We could call it. We could end it right now.
I think I've had one conversation today.
Dude, we've had no conversation. There's been nothing fruitful that's come onto this channel.
That's not true.
Oh no, that is not true. We've had a few.
We've had
Irish guys are nice.
We had
Roz, did you fix your mic?
Had some Irish guys. We had that one
Literally
guy
never
who
done
was
this
really.
before, so.
Okay, hold on, Sean. Stop talking. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 40.
All right. Can you convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
No, but here's my argument. I don't think Jesus wants us to worship him. He wants us to follow him. And there's a very distinct difference to me.
Ought one worship God?
to worship God, but not worship Jesus.
Okay. If Jesus is God, should we worship him?
Well, Jesus is the Son of God.
Not
so
what I asked. If Jesus is God, should we worship him?
Well, is Jesus God to you?
If Jesus is God, should we worship him?
I don't know. I'm saying what he asked. He never asked us to.
Okay, let's try again.
And
ought one worship God?
did you say ought one worship God?
Mm-hmm.
Ought one?
Yeah, ought. Like should someone worship God? Should a person worship God?
From my personal standpoint, no. But
no, you should not worship God.
That's not my personal
atheist.
viewpoint.
No.
Atheist then.
Okay, so you don't believe God exists, or you just don't think we should worship God?
I believe in a higher intelligence, and I don't think that I think the story that we've been given about the God of every Abrahamic religion is an attempt to put something we cannot comprehend into a box.
Okay.
And
so then you should
that.
not. Okay. You should not worship God. How do you define worship?
Supplication, bowing down, giving all the glory to. I think we want to surrender to and be in partnership and collaboration with and in relationship with. And that's very different to me.
Okay. Do you think you're God?
Yeah, I believe God is in me, and I am inherently then part of God. God is a part of me, and I am part of God.
Okay. Teleport
Do you
into
have
my
a
room.
boyfriend who was on here earlier?
Wait, what'd you say?
Don't worry about him. Teleport into my room.
Oh, no. I don't have the powers of God. That does not.
So you think you are God, but do not have the power of God.
No, I didn't say I am God. I said I think God is in me.
Okay, what does that mean?
I mean, the thing that, and not God by your definition, I think the higher intelligence that gives us life and this consciousness provided some of that consciousness into this physical form to allow me.
Yeah, what does that mean though?
What does that mean?
What does that entail?
If we really want to get into it,
yes,
I believe that our brains are actually not our consciousness. They are like the receiver of the larger consciousness.
Okay.
So I, as a physical being, received and am tapped into a larger consciousness. And the more I am aligned with that consciousness, the more I am aligned with what many people might call God.
So is your consciousness equal to the consciousness of that higher being?
No, of course not.
Okay, so you possess your own consciousness?
In that it is not the same rate, but it is the same essence, yes.
Okay, it's the same essence. Great. Okay, teleport into my room.
Yeah, I don't have the powers of God. That's not going to.
If you have the same essence, then you have the powers.
Nope, that's not true.
That is what essence means. Yes.
Do you have the?
Do you have the essence of the consciousness that has physical barriers? Whereas,
okay, I want to do this. I want to do this. All right. Can that higher being, that higher conscious? Hold on. Can that higher being teleport? Hold on. Can that higher being teleport into my room?
Define teleport. Teleport is moving one physical thing to a different physical thing.
Is that
no?
Okay. Is that higher being omnipresent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Are you omnipresent?
No.
Okay. Law of identity would say you're not the same essence.
No, that's no.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, yeah. That's the law of identity. It's the first law of logic.
Okay. All right. Let's look this up. So at the law, that means that I must retain every single characteristic of the other thing in order for me to say that I have a part of that thing in me.
To be of the same essence, yeah. To be of the same essence, you have to be numerically identical.
All right. All right. So maybe I don't like that word, but I still believe that my essence is the same as that. The essence that gives me life.
Okay, great. How many fingers am I holding up?
That does not mean that I have the same power. However, I do believe that
does that higher power know how many fingers I'm holding up?
I don't know because I don't know.
You said it was omnipresent.
Yeah, so sure.
Okay, so then it knows how many fingers I'm holding up, right?
No, omniscience.
No, omnipresent because it would be in the room with me.
Why are you being so antagonistic to this idea? Because I have not yet discredited you or disagreed with you in any way. You're being very antagonistic.
Phenomenal. You want a hug? How many fingers am I holding
No,
up?
I'm wondering why you are being so antagonistic.
How many fingers am I
I'm wondering
holding
what's
up?
motivating that. All right, is it purely for the likes?
How many
Is it
fingers am
purely
I
for the
holding up?
views there? I've already established I don't know how many.
Okay,
but
does
maybe
that being know how many?
I don't know. Probably if it gives it doesn't. I actually don't think it has a consciousness to care that much.
Okay,
about
so
how
you have a consciousness. It doesn't have a consciousness. So therefore,
it
you're not
cares that
numerically
much.
identical.
Oh my God. I define essence as like, I just Googled it just for funsies. The intrinsic nature or indispensable quality of something that determines its character. That does not mean the exact
Yeah,
same.
no. Yeah. So if its intrinsic nature is that it does not have a consciousness and you do have a consciousness, then you are not of the
I
same
didn't
essence.
say it does not have a consciousness. I said it didn't have a consciousness to care. But yes, sure. If it
Okay,
cared,
but I'm not asking if it cared. I'm asking if it knows.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it knows how many fingers I'm holding up. You are of the same essence, and therefore you should know how many fingers I'm holding up.
No, you're making a logical leap. That does not make sense.
That is the law of identity, right? Anything that is true of A must also be true of B if A is numerically identical to B.
But I did not say that I'm the same. I said I have the essence that is that.
Okay, so you possess the same essence of it. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean? You possess the same essence.
That is life. What is life? What is it that gives us life? What do you?
What is
believe it
love,
is
baby? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me
No,
no
life,
more. Anyways,
life,
what does
life.
it mean that you have the same essence?
No. Let me ask you. So then, what do you believe? What is the essence that gives you life? Do you believe God is in you?
Not in the same way you do.
How do you know?
Because I'm a Christian.
Okay, how is your way different?
Yeah, so the way we say that God is within us is because a Christian is a temple where the Holy Spirit dwells in us to guide us, right? That doesn't mean we're identical to the Holy Spirit. We are not connected to the Holy Spirit in that way. Let me finish. You wanted to know my position. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You wanted to know my position. Let me finish. So thank you. All right. So the Holy Spirit can leave us and we would not change.
We wouldn't change?
No.
You mean, so then, so what's the point of the Holy Spirit being in us then?
To guide us and to teach us.
Okay, so then we would be better, so we would be changed, right?
We wouldn't ontologically change.
Okay, tell me more. What would be different then? And what would be different then? What is different besides?
Different in what? Okay. Different to what?
Okay. So it guides you. So that is essentially what I'm saying. You're just like not hearing what I'm saying.
Then you said you are that consciousness. That's different.
The consciousness. No. I said that consciousness is in me. That essence is in me.
Okay. Can it leave you?
And therefore, when I die.
Okay. Well, then we don't believe the same thing.
What do you believe a soul is?
A soul, it would be like our first person perspective.
Okay, and do you believe that the soul carries on? What is your belief about the soul?
Why is this relevant? Sounds like you're running from the questions I'm asking you.
No, to me, that is the spirit and the essence that I was gifted as a human is intertwined with and or potentially the same as my soul. That is my soul.
What is it relevant to any of the things I'm asking you?
Because so if you're saying my belief that the words that I'm using, the essence of God is in me, and that's what I call my soul. You're saying that is incorrect.
So it's not yours, it's God.
It's ours, in my view.
So, okay, then you both possess the soul. So are you equal to God?
How am I separate from God?
Are you equal to God?
I never said that, but how am I separate?
Okay, so what does it mean when it says you both possess it?
It means that we are connected. We are in relationship.
In what manner?
God guides me.
Okay, so he tells you things, so therefore you both possess it?
Gifted the Holy Spirit as an adult or as a human to have.
Okay, so is your argument that God tells you things, so therefore you both possess the soul?
I'm in relationship with a higher power.
And what does that mean?
Together. Meaning, like you pray, many people pray. I have my own version of that. We discuss, we talk. It guides me through life.
It? Okay, so you are not equal to it because it is telling you things. So you are not God. Yeah,
And
you're
I'm
not
telling
gonna.
you, want me to really blow your brain on my belief?
So you're gonna tell me you tell God things and convince God of things, even though you said God is omnipresent and
I
omniscient
never
and all
said
powerful.
convince God of things. I never
Oh.
said convince God of things. I said
Yeah.
talk.
About what?
Are you like? Oh wait, I'm sorry. Are you like being antagonistic to me about the idea that I talk to God right now?
Yeah. What do you got?
Aren't
What do you talk about?
What do you talk? You don't talk to God.
Not in the way
You're
that
a
you're
Christian,
saying.
you don't talk to God. How do you know how I'm saying?
Yeah, it seems like you're talking about like a communication between the two of you. You say things to God, God says things to you, and you have a
And
dialogue back and forth.
That's not how your Christian faith works. You don't
No.
talk back and forth to God. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. Okay. So you just say stuff to God and you get no like
Yeah.
response.
So again, what do you mean when you say you talk to God?
I go in meditation and I connect with and have like a conversation.
Yeah. What has God told you?
Actually, not many things that I can point to as words, but like guiding and feeling and how should I handle this.
Okay, so you sit in the woods, you cross your legs, and you get certain fuzzy feelings, and you think it's from God.
I think that I'm in discussion with a higher power.
Okay,
and
so why should anybody believe that's God?
They shouldn't. Here's my other thing.
Why should you believe it's God?
The entirety of this whole thing is like very anti-faith to me.
Yeah, why should you believe it's God?
The entire idea of arguing people and starting with the premise of convince me not to have my faith is ridiculous because you cannot prove faith.
Then why'd you come up? Anyway, so why do you believe it's God?
Faith at its core is something you choose to believe.
Listen, lady,
without proof.
Why do you believe it's God?
Because I choose to. Because that choice helps me to.
I choose that this rock is God. Is it now God?
That is part of God. God is omnipresent. It's omniscient. God is everything.
Rock?
You said rock, but that is God. How is that not God? God is everything. What can be that is not God?
This pen. This pen is not God.
That pen is not God. What? How?
Why is it? Why is it God?
Because God is everything. So if God is everything, how can there be any?
Prove that God is everything.
No, this is my personal belief.
Why should I believe your personal belief? Why do you believe that God is everything?
You literally shouldn't.
Why do you believe it? Why do you believe it?
Okay, I'll explain, but you should believe what you believe and what you, through
Why
your
do you
relationship
believe it?
with higher power, believe.
Why do you believe it?
Because I believe that if this higher power is everything, which is a thing that I actually hold very lightly.
No. That you're starting on the premise that it is everything. Why do you believe this higher power is everything? Why?
Because I can't see that there could be something outside of God.
So you believe God is everything because you believe God is everything. That's a circular argument.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
So you're by definition you're okay with being irrational.
Yes, because faith is irrational. That is by its definition. Faith is believing something that cannot be proven. That is faith.
All right. Well, hey, listen. God bless you. Appreciate your time, but you just admitted you want to be irrational, so there's no conversation to be had. You just conceded that it's okay to be irrational, so there's no conversation to be had here. Let's give John one. Let's see if we can get John a crazy one.
Hello.
Honestly.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm 39 years old.
All right, go ahead, John.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you disprove the prompt?
Yeah, it convinced me to start worshiping Jesus, win a taco. Okay, sure. So yeah, I mean, I can run the same argument I had with Big John last time. I'm having it with a different person. When the Jews picked up stones to stone Jesus, they said Jesus was a god, but claiming to be God, but he was a mere man. Okay, so the Jews understood that God cannot be a man. Deuteronomy 13 goes on to say that
that doesn't follow. You're already off.
What doesn't follow? Explain.
Yeah, them predicating that Jesus is a mere man does not necessitate that they don't believe God cannot be a man. Not the same thing. I can grant you that the Jews did not believe Jesus. The Jews in that instance, when they were trying to stone him, did not believe he was God. That doesn't necessitate that they believe that God cannot be a man. So you're already off to a non sequitur.
Okay, so prior to the coming of Jesus, was God ever known to be a man?
Well, that's the question. You said you were going to give an argument.
Book of Genesis.
That is my. So I'm supporting my argument. That's not the entire premise of my argument. That's background information. So my argument is Deuteronomy 13, where it says that you are not to worship a God which you do not know. So God was never known to be a man. When Deuteronomy 13 was revealed around 700 BCE, around that time,
then we shouldn't worship Allah.
So Allah is the one God in the Shema. In the Shema, it emphasizes one God.
Okay. I believe in one God. I'm Trinitarian.
But the God that they knew back then said you couldn't eat shellfish, and your God says it's okay. Not the same God.
So abrogation of laws is different to the doctrine of God. We know throughout history and throughout different scriptures.
But what's the argument you're making though?
So the argument is basically, the fact is that in Deuteronomy 13, it would have had to been established that they knew who God was. Okay, it's been emphasized in the Shema that your Lord is one Lord, one God. It was that God was never known to be a Godhead with three persons. So that goes against the command in Deuteronomy 13 to worship a God which you do not know.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That doesn't go against that. It's talking in reference to pagan gods. Do not worship gods you do not know. It's not talking in reference to Yahweh. All I have to show is that Yahweh is multi-personal. And that there's already stipulations for that.
Okay, sure. So that's fine. But
one sec. You agree with me if Yahweh is multi-personal in the Old Testament, then it is the case that it's not going to be in reference to Yahweh.
Yes, if you can show me.
Great.
There's conditions to that. Without ambiguity, and the verses you bring me cannot be interpreted any other way. It has to be an explicit statement of multi-personal.
According to who? Why should I rely
Deuteronomy
on your
13?
No, wait a second. Why should I rely on your subjective interpretation?
Because Deuteronomy 13 implicitly says
that the
description of God.
13. We already talked about Deuteronomy 13. All I have to show is that there's a precedent. I don't have to say that it's an explicit precedent. I can say that there's an implicit precedent. So the implicit precedent is that the son
that was accepted within the mainstream. That was accepted within the children of Israel at the time Deuteronomy 13 was revealed. Yes, you'll have to do that.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the two powers? Have you ever heard of the two powers in heaven?
I have.
Okay, so is that an accepted view that Yahweh was multi-personal in the two powers in heaven?
No.
What do you mean no? Did they believe in the two powers in heaven were both Yahweh? Yes or no?
Two powers of heaven.
Two powers in heaven were both Yahweh. Yeah.
Hey, if you don't show my live enough respect to not eat while you're on here, we're gonna kick you. Thanks.
Well, my food's gonna get cold. Maybe I can come back another time then. But go on. Explain to me the two powers of heaven.
Yeah, well, I'm asking you. Do you agree that the two powers of heaven they were seen? It was seen to be as Yahweh. So you have a precedent for multi-personal God in Yahweh, but still preserves the Shema.
You need to understand. You need to explain evidence that they understood multi-personality from that verse.
Two powers in heaven.
I understand within your Christian framework. I understand.
No, that's not Christian framework. That's a Jewish framework. The two powers in heaven is a Jewish idea, not a Christian idea. It existed long before Christianity.
Okay, well then you believe in a Trinity then. You believe in three powers in heaven.
Yeah, I believe in a Trinity. But remember, all I said is that the Jews believed in a multi-personal Yahweh. That's it. And that shuts down your argument that you're applying in Deuteronomy or to the Shema. They would not be worshiping. They would not be worshiping an unknown God if they're worshiping Yahweh and they recognize that Yahweh is multi-personal. That shuts down your argument.
Can you evidence from external to your framework this is what they believed?
It is external to my framework, and it is what they believed. What are you talking about?
Just you saying it is not evidence alone. You have to evidence it from somewhere else, or from a rabbi, or from some external scripture to show that this is what they believe.
I'm not gonna. So what I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna walk you through the entirety of the two powers in heaven doctrine. I can just give you the principles that they applied. They recognized that Yahweh was multi-personal in the sense that there were two powers that are both seated on the throne, that are both references cloud, like the one who rides the clouds. So, for example, when you look at Daniel, you look at the Son of Man. Simple question: is Yahweh the one who rides the clouds, according to the Old Testament?
If you say so, I've not read it, but wasn't it Baal that used to be the cloud rider?
Okay, yeah. So Yahweh, right? So Baal is the cloud rider. Yahweh is said to be the cloud rider because it's used as a polemic against Baal. And then you get that the Son of Man is a second power, right? And the Son of Man is the cloud rider, which is also associated with Yahweh. You also have multiple instances that are represented in Genesis, right? Genesis, where it represents the plurality, where with Sodom and Gomorrah, Yahweh rains down fire from Yahweh, right? All of these things culminate, and many, many more, all of these things culminate into the two powers view. So the point is this, there is, and you cannot deny this, there is Jewish precedent for the two powers in heaven that Yahweh was multi-personal. That's all I need, and your argument doesn't run.
Little John
does
is
this
my
concept
second favorite John.
One sec. Yeah. So anyway.
Can I carry on? Yeah. Does this concept by any chance coincide with the Jewish concept of the Sharia?
The Sharia?
Sharia.
Oh, what the world happened to you? Oh my gosh. My child is... Wow. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted.
That's all right.
My child is very colored. Anyway. Yeah, so here, just do this. Do you agree or do you disagree that the Jews believed granted, at a certain point, do you believe that Jews held to the two powers in heaven?
I've never heard that. I have heard of the Sharia, though. Have you heard of the Sharia?
I'm not entirely sure what you're referencing. No,
Yeah,
it sounds like you're saying Sharia.
No. So Sharia is the Hebrew word, but Sharia is basically the divine agency concept. It's not to be confused with divine name. It's the divine agency concept.
Yeah.
Where
I'm familiar.
I'm
familiar with divine agency. So I'm familiar with divine agency. Yeah.
So my understanding is when there is some sort of apparent multi-personality, it's actually understood within the divine agency concept, where the agent is addressed by the sender's name, but it's understood that the agent is not the sender himself. That's how Jews interpret this. They still believed in the one.
No, so divine agency. So for example, in Genesis, when Yahweh rains down fire from Yahweh, who's the agent in that reference? Who's the agent there?
I'm not familiar with these verses, but I'm trying to. That's why I asked you. Does it coincide?
Can you pull it up, John? Can you pull it up?
Coincide?
No, you can't. That comment. All right, here. I can read it to you. All right.
It's the greatest website. You don't see websites like this one. It's so great it can contain me.
So in Genesis 19, it says this. The Lord, which is Yahweh, rained on Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven, which is also Yahweh. So there's two references here. There's Yahweh raining down fire from Yahweh, Genesis 19:24. Who's the agent there?
So Yahweh raining down from Yahweh. Okay, sure. So let me see. So we have the earthbound agent is referred to by the name. So like I said, in the divine agency concept.
No, who is the agent in this verse in Genesis 19?
The agent is Yahweh. He's labeled Yahweh.
So
we have two there. We have an agent and we have a sender.
Who is being labeled as Yahweh?
The agent.
I'm going to ask you again. Who is the agent that's being labeled as Yahweh?
Who is the agent? He's just being labeled Yahweh. He's an agent.
Who?
We don't know exactly who he is. We don't know his exact identity. He's somebody sent by God. He's an agent of God.
What is it? What is it?
Could be an angel. Could be some
Yahweh,
sort of power. Could be anything.
So listen. So when it says the Lord or Yahweh rained on Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of heaven.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Where is the agency there?
The agency, so
because you're just saying it's agency without giving justification. Because I can also say this: if God has a plan, okay, do you believe God is sovereign?
Yeah.
Does God give angels the authority to barter with his sovereignty?
You just got to line your point. I'm not sure where you're coming from or where you're going.
Does God? I'm asking you a question. Does God give angels the authority to change his plan?
Authority. Give angels the authority. The choice? You mean the choice?
Yeah, agents, angels, anything. Does he give them the authority to change his divine plan?
It depends on what level you're looking at. So if it's ultimately within the divine plan, then it's ultimately within the divine plan. But if on a lower level, he gives them the choice, that's allowing them. I am looking at. I'm tracking. You need to let me allow the answer. If they have been given the option,
repeat the question I asked you.
Have angels been given the authority to change the divine plan?
Okay, so if God has a plan for something, do angels have the authority to change what God wants to do?
If that's within the divine plan itself.
What do you mean if it's in the divine plan? I'm saying that there's... What are you talking about? God has a plan for X. Can an angel change X?
If it's within the divine plan of God to give them that authority to choose between X and Y, then yes.
So you have a divine plan.
There's an ultimate divine
angel. Yeah, I'm talking about the divine plan, right? If you have it, God gives an angel authority to change X. So God desires X, but gives an authority to an angel to change X. That's what you're saying.
No. If the ultimate, so remember, you got the primary ultimate plan of God, okay, cannot be contradicted by a creation or a subordinate person, okay? But however, God, within God's ultimate plan, he can give a choice between X and Y to the subordination.
No, not to change the plan. We're not talking about agency. We're not talking about free will. We're talking specifically, does he give authority to change a plan that he has?
You've got to land your point. Okay, I'll grant it to you. Go on. He gives angels authority. Go on. You've just got to land your point because until you land your point, we're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, I need you to substantiate why you think he can give an angel the authority to change something that he desires to do. Why is he giving angels more power than him, according to you?
Okay, I'll give you an example. Yeah, we as humans, okay, we as humans have been given free will. God has an ultimate plan. He has an ultimate divine plan.
It has nothing to do with free will. If you think it's about free will, you do not understand what I'm asking you. It has nothing to do with free will.
That's my understanding of it because anything somebody does, so no one can overpower God. If that's what you're asking, no, God cannot be overpowered. No.
Okay, God cannot be overpowered. Can his plan be changed? It's just that simple.
If that's his ultimate main plan, no, it can't be changed now.
Okay, it can't be changed. So when you look at the Genesis 18 account and we look at it in context, okay? The Lord said, Yahweh said, shall I hide from Abraham what I'm about to do? Here's the context, okay? 3 men show up to Abraham. Abraham specifically comes, he serves them, he does all of these things. And then it says in 18:17, Yahweh said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Simple question. Is I a personal pronoun?
Yeah.
Okay. So who's speaking here? Is it an agent or is it Yahweh?
Let me bring up the verse. What is it? Genesis 18:1?
18:17. Yahweh said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? And I is a personal pronoun, right?
The Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do?
Is that an agent or no?
I need to read into the context. So it can be the agent. If the Lord is the agent, we don't know. We got to read the full context. So that
the Lord is the agent. Wait, what do you mean the Lord is the agent?
So similar to the angel of the Lord, where you say the angel of the Lord is God himself, but I would argue that no, it's the agent.
No, I'm asking on this verse, the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? I is a personal pronoun. Yahweh is the referent or the subject. Who is speaking?
I would need to read the whole verse, but I would argue divine agency concept does apply here. It's well agreed upon the Jewish interpretation of it. You know, I don't need to do.
I'm not asking. I'm not.
We haven't had to do this.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking who, right, is speaking in the verse. That is saying, I shall not hide what I am about to do.
I shall not hide. So it's either going to be the agent or either going to be the sender. It's either going to be the agent.
An agent doesn't speak in personal pronouns. An agent doesn't speak for God as if an angel doesn't speak for God with personal pronouns.
He does.
An agent is someone who is just representing God, right? An
ambassador. No, but you would say that because you have no concept of divine agency. What you've done, you've taken the concept of divine agency and turned it into multi-personality.
No, I know the concept of divine agency. You are so here's what you've done. Okay, you've just applied confirmation bias. You've said in Genesis 18, I don't know anything about it. I've not read it. I haven't studied it, but it's a divine agent. Why do you say it's a divine agent? Can you give me an answer? If you haven't read it, you haven't studied it, why'd you say it's a divine agent?
I have gone over this with somebody before, and I have concluded within the Jewish framework.
That's not what you said. Now you're lying. Now you're lying. Now you're lying.
Muslim that lies, shock.
You directly said, I have not studied this. Have you studied it before or have you not studied it? Which one?
No, I've not read the full passage itself. I've not read the full.
Okay, so you have not. So you have not studied it. So you have not studied.
I've not studied it.
You have not read the full context. You have not studied.
I have read it. I have read it on the basis of multi-personality versus divine agency. I've read it in that context.
Yes, but you
no,
have
I've
not
studied
the context.
No.
If you have not studied the context, how did you derive divine agency?
I hate talking to Muslims.
Is he gone?
Yeah, I kicked him.
Oh, okay.
He's never even read the damn passage, but he is confident enough to know
It's divine agents.
that you're wrong and your whole religion is false. Confident enough to know.
That was a boring conversation.
All the
I want to show
conversations
him.
today have been boring. We're shutting it down. We're done. I want to go to jiu-jitsu. You can keep going. Do you want to keep going? I can set it up so you can keep going and Abbie will run it.
No, Abbie can have a break. I can.
I don't have.
Abbie's been sitting there
cross
stitching. So if you want to keep going, if you want to run it, Abbie can run it. I'll go. If you want to have more conversations, chat. What do you think? Do you want more of Little John?
I mean, I've got time. What's chat saying? I don't have YouTube. I had to pull up my Bible. I don't have it pulled up.
Everyone's saying, yep. Okay, so bring your headphones, Abbie, and I'll explain how this works.
Okay.
I don't know how this works.
No, you don't need to.
Okay. Do you see how much trust John Steele has in me? He's just giving me his channel for funsies.
Look, we're switching chairs.
Wow.
And mics, and then I can explain it from back here.
This is gonna be great, John.
This is odd.
Okay, so there's one hard, fast rule, John. You let nobody be mean to my wife.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh, well,
Okay.
I can't do anything about
Okay,
it. I can't do anything about it. Abbie has to kick them.
Okay, Abbie. Now, first thing we'll go over is the volume on your left-hand side. See that? On the little screen on the bottom?
Yes.
The little tiny screen.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. You see how I talk? You see that little thing moves? See how John talks? His little thing moves?
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
And
The
then
video.
you see how when you talk, the little thing moves?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could turn that up and down just by moving the sliders that are underneath it that are marked with the same thing.
That are gray.
Yeah. So for example, turn you down. Let's see you turn you down. Why are you moving the whole microphone?
This?
Yeah. Oh my God. No way you're trying a touch screen right now. See, wow. See the thing? The brick that's underneath it?
Yes.
Okay. See how there's a little fader? Pull the fader towards you.
On this one?
Yeah. That's you. Okay. Got it. Okay. You see how it works now? Yeah. You see how it lines up? Yeah.
Someone said in the chat, John laboring out his grift now.
Okay. Put the mic back in front of you so people can hear you. If you're going to go to appeal, click My Live Doesn't and click next. All right. Submit. All right. Okay. If you want to take a guest from YT, okay, see that little blinky 2? Click the 2.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay, click it. Scroll down, see if they show up. No, that's John.
Oh.
Scroll down there. Okay, they didn't show up. Click it again. That person is a fake. Okay, that's a real person.
Okay.
All right, see how now you have to talk to them. You'll click unmute.
Yeah.
And then you'll talk. Don't unmute them right now.
Yeah, I know.
But you get that. When you want to remove them, you just click the hang up.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, got it.
I got it.
All right, if you want to bring in a TikTok guest, see the multi-guest button?
Yeah.
You'll click that, and you'll bring them in there.
Will it have a number?
A number? No.
Okay.
No, there's no number. You just pick a random person. Who cares? Okay. See, you know all the red buttons and all the songs. You know that. Okay. You shouldn't. If anybody wants to pull up a screen, the answer is no. Don't worry about it. This is the only screen that you have, so you don't have to worry about transferring your screens or anything like that while I'm gone. When you're ready to end the live, see those 3 green lights? You'll click those. Bop, bop, bop. That's done. And then you click stop recording, and then you click the little X button at the top, and then you come back here and turn this off and turn the cameras off.
Where's stop recording?
It's where it literally, see the blue buttons that are lit up on your left?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's where you do that. And then outside of that, you should be fine.
How do I make this just John?
You don't.
Can I do that?
You're
Why?
leaving it exactly like
Why?
this. Because
Isn't it just a button?
I'm not trusting you to teach you what each and every one of those buttons do.
I feel
How
like
many buttons are there, Abby?
a lot.
Yeah, I'm not teaching you every what button does.
I feel like I could do that.
You're just leaving it there.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Fine.
It's not happening. Okay, so then you guys should be good to go. Why don't you take a guess and we'll see how it runs?
Okay, I'm ready for this person.
I miss you already.
Oh, I feel like this is
Mystery.
going to be bad. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
Very empathetic. How are you? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 31, and I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm very good. Can you convince John to stop worshiping Jesus?
You're doing a great job.
I'm gonna tell what I've learned from my experience, and we'll see what it does to you guys. First up, I'm a little nervous, as you can hear, and I am not a native English speaker, so please bear with me if it takes more time for me to formulate things or understand stuff from your side. So I hope that's okay. If not, you can tell me so right now.
So could we just set a foundation? Because I like to do this to know kind of where people are coming from. What worldview do you hold to?
I don't believe in a God. I don't think it exists, or he, or whatever you'd call
you're
it.
an atheist. Okay.
Oh yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I grew up as a Muslim and very strict family. Yeah, same, bro. It was a really bad experience, I gotta say. And then I stopped believing in God after I went to therapy. Therapy.
I got you.
Sorry?
I promise. I'll earn you money. No, sorry. I'm talking to the host.
Oh yeah.
I'm the host now.
Oh, that's true.
I got the power. Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, she's the boss. And
go ahead.
Please, if anything comes across as offensive, please tell me so I can explain. All right.
You're good.
Okay.
All right. Why?
So
yeah,
what
just why are you an atheist? Go ahead.
Yeah, what I've learned is that many of my thoughts were coping mechanisms. So how would I explain it? The best would be that whenever I can't handle processing my emotions, I tend to have these cognitive distortion patterns, they're called, and they are taught in psychology. For example, black and white thinking, like something is really evil or something is the goodest of them all, or overgeneralization, this whole group is really bad and this whole group is really good, and or even persons in some cases, like whenever I call someone an asshole or a bad person, yeah, you're giggling, but it was true for my case that I called people a bad person in general when I couldn't discern my emotions. So someone disrespected me, I got angry. Oh, you're such an idiot. You're an asshole. You're this. You're that. You're a bad person. But no one is a bad person, right?
Okay.
No one.
I think there's plenty of bad people. So let me just kind of speed it up a little bit for us to preserve the time and also like having future guests. So
all right.
Your experience led you to, like, you didn't have a good reason to believe it, which led you to stop believing it, right? So
yeah,
specifically on the prompt, all right, why should I stop worshiping Jesus? What would be a reason I should do that?
There are specific patterns that you can observe in these books. I know the Quran better than I know the Bible. I didn't read the Bible as much as I read the Quran, but you can see in specific phrases how he's being really defensive because he can't handle the emotions that he's having, like Jesus.
Wait,
or
who can't handle the emotions they're having?
Jesus himself. Like when he's talking, he's in the Bible, he's being referred to. Jesus said this and that, right? There are passages where it says that, right?
Yeah, Jesus says, yeah, fill in the blank, yeah.
Exactly. And in those, in specific phrases, you can see sorry, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. In specific phrases, you can see some psychological pattern, is what you're saying?
Exactly. Especially ego patterns.
Okay.
This is the most common ones for people. Hello? Can you hear me?
There you are. Yep.
He's cutting
cut
out.
out for a second.
Yeah. Okay. So just so we're clear, you said you haven't really studied or read the Bible, but yet you're saying that there's like these psychological patterns that you can pick up in reference to Jesus's speech.
I haven't read the whole thing, but I can show you some specific places where it shows.
Yeah, so let's do that. Let's just pick one thing that you think is like the best thing, and I'm not really sure. Like I'm gonna indulge you for just a second, okay? But this actually doesn't really do anything to stop me from worshiping Jesus, because the fact of the matter is, if it is the case that Jesus rose from the dead, Christianity is true. Premise 2, it is the case that Jesus rose from the dead, therefore Christianity is true. Right? That's just going to be a simple argument to where like we can kind of apply it. And so if you show me that, hey, go ahead.
I'm okay with you believing in that. I don't have a reason to disprove that point, because what I've seen so far, especially in this stream, is that it doesn't lead to anything, these conversations. And I wanted to, especially after seeing you guys getting frustrated over and over with people, I wanted to bring a new perspective, which I've learned and I haven't seen so far in this stream, so that you guys are more entertained, first of all, and second of all, that it doesn't lead to pointless conversations. That's what I was interested.
Well,
but if you're not,
you seem like a nice you seem like a nice guy, but if you are not if you're not attempting to disprove the prompt, if you agree that you can't convince me to stop worshiping Jesus, and you're not going to provide like an evidential case against the position or a counter hypothesis against the Christian position, then
sorry for disrupting. That was rude.
You're good.
I can show you my evidence. I'm not gonna argue on your point.
Okay, give me your best one. Give me your best one. All right, your best evidence that is something that I'm assuming you say is going to lower the probability of Christianity being true, right?
Okay. What I can show you is I'm gonna give me a second. You want one example? I wanted to show a few. Is that okay as well?
Just give me your best one.
Okay. So
whatever one you think is the most powerful.
Okay. Well, I don't care about powerful. I just want to show a next perspective. But what I have to what I wanted to show is from John 8, I think. And please correct me if I'm saying weird stuff. I'm not so familiar with the Bible, like I said. But John 8, and there is on 44. From 44, there are weird passages from there.
Okay, so John 8:44. I'm there. So what do you want to point out?
There he talks about like.
So I'll read
like
it. So
someone
everyone's up.
belonging. Someone
John,
you
I'll
belong
start at
to your
43.
father, the devil.
Yeah, I'll start at 43. Jesus said to them, "If God were your father, you would love me, for I proceeded forth and have come from God. For I have not even come on my own initiative, but he sent me. Why do you not understand what I am saying? It is because you cannot hear my word. You are of your father, the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in truth because there is no truth in him. Whenever he speaks a lie, he speaks from his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. But because I speak the truth, you do not believe me. Which one of you convicts me of sin if I speak the truth? Why you do not believe me? He who is of God hears the words of God. For this reason, you do not hear them, because you are not of God."
Yes.
Okay. What about it?
This is the start of the. Sorry for making you read it out loud. I didn't want to prompt that, but
No.
Like,
It'll help. It'll help the chat know at least wherever your argument's going to be coming from. So, because I can't like put it on the screen right now.
Okay. Well, thank you anyway. But well, he makes here. The problem starts here. He starts where he's like, I am with God. You are with the devil, right? That's his position.
Who's he talking to? Who's he talking to?
I think. What was the context? I had many texts, so I'm not in tune with the context here. Maybe you know it better. Can you tell me?
Yeah. So the context is really important because he's not just saying this to like every person, any person who's listening. He's saying it to a specific group of Jews who are constantly like rising against him, right? And so when he says this, he is rebuking them because of their positions, right? They answered and said to him, "Abraham is our father." Jesus said to them, "If you are Abraham's children, do you do the deeds of Abraham?" Right? They said to him, "We were not born of fornication. We have one Father, God." Jesus said to them, "If God were your father, you would love me, for I proceeded forth." So what Jesus is doing is he's rebuking a specific group of people that are holding specific beliefs, and those beliefs are going to be consistent not with God because their actions and their words are not connected to that, but they're more connected to Satan. And so he uses that term. It's like you call God your father, but you don't actually do what he says. You don't actually listen to what he says. You don't obey him. And so your actions show that God is not your father. Rather, your actions show that Satan is your father, because you
but
just like he's a liar.
When someone disagrees with you, and or some not disagreeing, when someone is being untruthful, or he's like not being integral, or how would you call it, like with integrity, would you start to call them like you are with your father is the devil? Is that how you in day-to-day life, like to me, would you tell me that my father is the devil?
It depends. So we understand that when Jesus is speaking, he's speaking with intentionality. He's speaking to a group of people, and that intentionality is going to have a purpose behind it. So the purpose behind it is to call them out for their hypocrisy, for their actions, for their words that they're speaking, right?
Yeah, you
So
can't call
Jesus,
people out. Oh, sorry.
okay, so it seems like this is just your argument if I just simplify it. You don't like the way Jesus said something to some individuals.
It's not how I don't like it. It's like a descriptive pattern in psychology that shows that he isn't really mentally healthy. That's what I see.
That doesn't show anything about mental health, not like at all.
It does. There are patterns clearly described and used in CBT that are used nowadays in therapy professionally every day to help people get mentally healthy, which are proven widely to be very successful.
Okay, but
Which he
what
is
you have to
showing these
connect
patterns, right?
Here's what you have to connect. Okay, pattern of like mental illness with something Jesus says here as a teaching point, an instruction, and a rebuke.
So mental health doesn't apply to Jesus. Is that what you're saying? Or did I get that correct?
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying show where they connect.
Well,
how is Jesus rebuking these individuals equal he's not mentally healthy? You're making a logical jump there that doesn't exist.
Okay. How can I explain this well?
You're going off your interpretation, right?
It's not my interpretation. It literally says you have the father. Your father is of the devil, right?
Yeah. So your father is of the devil. How does that equal, in any sense, mental illness?
Like when I don't like someone's point, I try to.
But it doesn't matter what you try. So what you try or how you talk or how you communicate has no bearing on the objective claim that you're making that this statement equals mental illness. I need you to connect those two dots without like inserting subjective experience.
Okay, in psychology, I used I because I was giving an example, but in psychology in general, when someone else does something I don't like, that's what he's experiencing right here, right? Like these type of people or this group of people, they are doing something that Jesus doesn't like. Is that correct?
Okay. Yeah, they're doing something that's contrary not just to what Jesus doesn't like, but they're contradicting their own beliefs. They believe God is their father, which means they should be operating under those principles and living their life as if he's their father, but their actions are contradictory. And so Jesus is just pointing out the contradiction.
Yeah, I bet that they are hypocrites. That could be true. I wasn't there, but it says so, right? But I would believe it that people can be hypocrites. That I don't have anything against it.
Okay,
but what I'm saying is,
just connect the dots for me.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe I'm having difficulties explaining it, but and you're being really patient. Thank you for that. But what I'm trying to say is,
you should see the other guy.
Jesus. Yeah, people are really emotional here often. Yeah, it's really interesting.
I'm throwing monkey poo at the host, who is a very good friend of mine. But anyway.
Oh, okay. I thought you were speaking of the other guests. Yeah. Anyway, well, he sees something he doesn't like, and it disturbs him. And what he does is he uses something called the ego, in this case, where he says, I am better, I am of God, you are of devil. The ego in psychology, it has like this comparative nature. When someone is good, someone else has to be bad. Something can't be good if something else isn't bad. So the comparative nature of I am better than you because I am of God and you are of the devil.
So no. He's calling out their hypocrisy. He's calling out their contradictions, and he's stating specifically like his origin, right? He proceeds from the Father. So in the same verse, if God were their father, you would love me, for I proceeded forth and have come from God. For I have not come of my initiative, but he sent me. But you do not understand what I am saying. It is because you cannot hear my word. right? You cannot hear God's word. You are of the father, your devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer and does not stand in truth because there is no truth in him. So the point is just this, and I think we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. I appreciate you coming up, and you have been cordial and nice. But the point is this. You can't draw an entailment that just because you think, hey, this is operating under some sort of psychoanalysis of Jesus, that therefore mental illness, right? You have to know, for you to like stipulate something in mental illness, you have to know a whole lot more factors than just reading words on a page, right?
Well, I wanted to show you
the audience he's
more
talking
texts,
to.
right?
Simple question, right? If Jesus is who he says he is, then is this ego? If Jesus is God and Jesus does proceed forth from God, and he's stating this as a truth, then in what sense is that ego if he's just stating a true statement?
It's a fair question, but the thing is,
Wait,
I
no,
don't
just
need
answer
to
the
call
answer the
people.
fair answer the fair question.
Oh yeah, okay.
If
Sorry,
Jesus is who he says he is, right? Backs that up not just with his words, but also with miracles from God, and including the greatest miracle of all, his death, burial, and resurrection. If Jesus is who he says he is, then he's just making a statement of fact. He's not making a statement of like psychological ego to where he's like presenting himself as better and everyone else is worse. So
What
so
he's
just
saying
answer
would
that
be
question.
factually
If
true.
he
Yeah,
is who this says he
I
is,
answered it.
then would that be a matter? Would that be a matter of ego?
It would be factually true what he said. Yes, this is what you asked, right?
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much. And if you want to come up and run this on John Steele, may God help your soul in the future.
But hey, thank you for being nice. I felt like it was a little unfair because I didn't get to make my points.
Well, you can come back another time for sure.
Yeah,
okay.
he's here all week. He's like a comedian. So
that's okay. Thank you a lot.
Thank you
Have
for
a
your
nice
time.
evening, guys.
You too.
Thank you.
Did it. Okay, John. Are you ready for another one?
We did it. Yeah.
We
let's
did
go.
it. We did it.
High
Success.
five.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Alrighty. Chewy, how are you and how old are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
Wonderful.
Nice.
All right. Convince John not to worship Jesus.
Well, you shouldn't because he's not just a Mexican in Mexico. That's all I got.
You may
Sorry.
continue.
I'm just saying it depends on what Jesus you're worshiping, right? So
I worship Jesus, who is the Son of God, God incarnate, who lived, died, and rose from the dead.
So the one true God.
Amen. God bless.
Amen. I'm out of here. I just came up to say two things real quick, and it was on behalf of that guy's conversation.
Swipe left.
Does that mean you're getting rid of me? Are you erasing me? What the hell does that mean?
I'm swiping left. Yeah.
All right, John.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out.
Here, that'll. Yeah.
I did it. We did it. All right.
That'll be my cue to you, Abby. I'll say swipe left.
Swipe
All
left.
right.
Well, currently there's no one.
Swipe.
There's no one. Oh, there we go. Okay. 1 second. There is somebody else. Dan, how are you? How old are you?
Mr.
Hey there, I'm
McClellan?
doing well. I am not quite. I'm 31.
I'm just fine.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
Sweet. Convince me to stop worshiping Jesus.
Yeah. So I mean, to be fair, I don't think that's possible, but I can try at least, and I can present a case. But I guess where I would want to start. Yeah, I guess where I would want to start is to first understand what is it that convinces you that you should be worshiping Jesus.
I believe that the Gospels are reliable to record the life, the words, and the teachings of Jesus. I believe that they are reliable in understanding the life that he lived, the death that he died, and his resurrection. If it is the case that they're reliable, and if it is the case that Jesus rose from the dead, Christianity is true. It is the case that they're reliable and Jesus rose from the dead, therefore Christianity is true. That would be a simple argument.
Got it. And I think that's a fair, obviously that's a fair response. But what precisely convinces you that they're reliable? Because I think that's where you and I differ, right? That's what makes myself an atheist is obviously I don't think they're reliable, right? If I did think they were reliable, I would be a Christian. So where is that?
So,
where's the symmetry right?
So a criteria that we're going to employ. So I hold to the same model that the host holds to. It's called the historic reportage model. And the reliability is going to be based off of factors that are going to be required of historical authenticity. So when we say something is historically authentic, we're going to have a criteria for what is going to make it authentic. And so we evaluate that criteria. The criteria can include things like independent attestation, multiple attestation, enemy attestation, the dissimilarity of the surrounding world to the gospel, early proclamation. There's a number of things that we can use in virtue to attest whether or not the gospels are reliable and that they're recording reliable set of events. And they're seeking, and the most important part, they're seeking to record this as reliable information. That's like the authorial intent. So when we say, if you have an author who's writing a book, right? The author who's writing the book has an intention in writing the book. Maybe their intention is, I want to get rich, right? And so I want to write a book. Maybe their intention is, I don't really care about wealth. I just want my ideas out there. I want my imagination to soar like Harry Potter, right? And so they have an authorial intent in which they're writing the book for. So when we examine historically, what are the author's intentions based off of the content internally and what we can even know externally about the scriptures, about the gospels, about Paul's letters, things of that nature, then it's going to help us be able to evaluate whether or not it's truth tracking.
Okay. Well, so the thing with that is so we're talking about what are their motivations? What is their intent, right? Do they believe what they're saying? But I feel like that could be the case for all religions that we have currently. I don't think the religions that we have today are because people are intentionally lying. I think they are preserved today because people truly did believe them, right? And still believe them. So when I look at these gospels,
well,
right,
I'm not. Well, just to be clear, I'm not saying that their authorial intent is just to write down their beliefs. I'm saying that their authorial intent is to write down an account as a biographical type of account. They're attempting to record history. Like the authorial intent is they want to record history. They want to preserve the teachings of Jesus, not just based off of their beliefs, but as an authentic historical record, especially Luke.
Okay. And that's fine. Okay, so you think because of the way I guess the style of that authorship, that is you would say the strongest, supporting piece of evidence to say that the gospels are reliable.
Well, so the starting evidence is to say that they're seeking to record a reliable account. That is their overarching goal. They want to record the events as historical. So that's where we lay the foundation. Then we actually look at the material. We look at where they got their sources from, the eyewitnesses that are represented, the author. Who the author is writing to is also really important. The audience that they're writing to, whether it's a Greek audience, a Jewish audience, or even an individual. Like I said, Luke seeks to be writing to a specific individual known as Theophilus in his account. And he's trying to give Theophilus, a clear understanding of the message of the gospel.
Okay, so let's actually talk about that as far as the sources, because I'm sure you're obviously very versed in this. When we talk about sources, right, we look at the four gospels, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You obviously, I'm assuming you would agree with the vast scholarship of Mark in priority, right? Would you agree that Mark came first, right?
Yep. I hold the Mark in priority.
Okay, so it seems to be that the scholarly, consensus, right? It's like this, this is not a fringe view that Matthew and Luke seem to borrow, a large majority of their gospels from, Mark. So when we talk about that,
I hold more to the fairer hypothesis. So the fairer hypothesis is going to say something like this. Matthew borrows from Mark, and Luke borrows from Matthew and Mark. So Mark in priority, right? Then Matthew from Mark, using his document as a reliable source in order to record the similar information, with obviously Matthew as the author. Now, I do hold to traditional authorship. Matthew as the author is seeking to speak to a certain audience that is distinct from Mark. And so there's going to be differences. There's going to be distinctions. And then Luke uses both Matthew and Mark.
Right. Now, so if Matthew...
and then John is more independent.
Got it. Right. So you believe that Matthew borrowed from Luke, and then Luke mostly borrowed from Mark. Did I understand that right, or did I miss?
No. Mark in priority. Matthew uses Mark. Luke uses Matthew and Mark.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, so then we're agreeing that they are borrowing from Mark, then, right?
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah. And,
okay.
And I see. Yeah, and to be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. So having a reliable source that is recording events, this is actually in favor of the hypothesis, because if Mark is reliable, and they consider him to be reliable, because Mark, I don't know if you know the history behind this, but Mark is seen to be traditionally as a direct companion of Peter, right? So there's internal evidence that we can point to within the Gospel of Mark that points to this fact, right? That helps us, because the Gospel of Mark is one of the shorter Gospels, right? But it contains more Peter than any other gospel by far, right? You have Peter maybe more in terms of quantity based off of like Luke or something like that, but the Peter narratives are way more detailed in Mark, which is an internal expectation that you would have if Mark is a companion of Peter, right? And that's what the tradition states. Everything that Mark is writing, he's getting from Peter. So Peter is operating using Mark. And then when you have Luke and Matthew, or when you have Matthew borrow from Mark, right, and uses Mark in priority, if Matthew understands that Mark has got his information for Peter as a reliable source, then including that in his own gospel is actually not problematic at all. Just because you have borrowing doesn't equal it's no longer reliable. Reliability is actually going to be substantiated by that fact because of the source.
Right. Well, see, the thing for me, the reason why that makes it at least less reliable for me is that Mark already existed, right? Mark, by the time Matthew is writing, Mark's already existed. Why would you need to repeat a story that's already been told? Especially when we're considering the fact that Matthew is a supposed eyewitness of these things. Why would he need to borrow from someone who clearly wasn't there? Although, albeit, like you said, he's kind of relaying, maybe Peter's story, right? But to me,
so Matthew is using reliable information from Peter. That's the argument. Matthew is using Mark because Mark is reliable information from Peter, and Matthew wants to include reliable information from Peter in his gospel.
Right, but Matthew is a supposed eyewitness, though. Why borrow at all? I mean, you would expect an eyewitness to use his own testimony and speak of his own, testimony.
What? Yeah, we can say that he does do that, right? Because Matthew and Mark are not identical; they have distinctions among them. Right? There's distinctions, there's different perspectives, there's completely different narratives between Matthew and Mark that we can point to that are going to be from the position of an eyewitness. And then there's other instances, right? Not every instance that are represented in Mark were where the eyewitnesses would have been present, right? There are some, no issue. But if he's just recording the events, maybe it could be like there's a number of different hypotheses you can offer to that, but none of them present the problem for reliability. It's actually the opposite.
Right, and I guess maybe that's just where I disagree, right? And especially because it's obviously, which
can I give you
agree.
an example?
Matthew clearly.
Can I give you an example? Okay, let's say I want to write a biography. All right, for let's say I'm a college student. I want to write a biography on someone from the past. All right, let's just say like Abraham Lincoln. All right, and so to write the biography about Abraham Lincoln, I go to another source in the past that is also representing a biographical account of Abraham Lincoln. Now, that can be an eyewitness. It can be someone who's directly connected to eyewitnesses, all of this. So I take the information from reliable source of the biography of Abraham Lincoln that was written at that time, and then I use that information in my own document that I'm trying to give to my teacher for the class. And so just because I'm borrowing and just because I'm using that information, it doesn't actually harm reliability. It promotes it.
Well,
no one's going to look at my document that I give the teacher and say this is unreliable because you're borrowing from another biographical account. That seems nonsensical.
Well, I agree with that, but in that same scenario that you're giving, you would also be citing that source, right? Matthew's presenting his own testimony, which, by the way, we noticed that there are intentional things that Matthew edits that we don't see in Mark, right? Or even like if you look at, for example, in Mark, when Mark, talks about how Jesus could not perform miracles in his hometown, and Matthew just switches it to, well, he just didn't want to, or I forgot what it was, but there we see an intentional shift in motivation between Mark and Matthew, which you wouldn't really expect.
That helps my point. That helps my, because that's not talking about reliability anymore, or that's not talking about like the consistency between the synoptics now. Now you're actually talking about, hey, there's differences between Matthew and Mark. And that's something that you would expect to see as well. So Matthew is word for word using Mark in some instances. Luke is doing the same thing for Matthew and Luke is doing the same thing for Matthew and Mark. And then you also see the differences that pop up that would arise out of different eyewitness perspectives, that would arise out of different views of things. Like, again, that's not harming to reliability. Because what do you think would be a bigger problem? If Matthew and Mark and Luke were completely identical, where everything that Matthew said is what was in Mark, and everything that Mark said is what was in Luke. So you have 3 identical gospels, same amount of chapters, the same stories, the same everything. Do you think that is more problematic than having distinctions or differences among eyewitness accounts? Because I do. I actually would think that's a bigger issue, because now I have only one independent testimony. Right. The one independent testimony is if we use Markian priority, we say, okay, Mark is the priority that they're utilizing. And if all of them are identical, have the same number of chapters, have the same stories, have everything the same, then I'm actually only operating under one independent testimony that is copied 3 different times. Right. So there's one testimony here, but over here we have independent testimony that utilizes testimony, independent testimony that utilizes. So you have 3 to 1, right? 3 independent testimonies, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, that are giving their own insights, giving their own positions, giving their own perspectives, to one completely copy-paste testimony that is represented among 3 gospels. I think it's pretty clear which one we would actually choose to say, hey, this is obviously a better thing, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree. Obviously, if they were identical, then it would just be one singular gospel, or at least it would be strange if they had different names attributed to it. So I agree.
Exactly.
I agree with
it would be worse for me. It would be worse for Christianity, because you'd only have one independent gospel that's copy pasted. Rather, we have 3 independent gospels that are actually represented as different perspectives and eyewitnesses.
Right.
So distinctions don't harm in a reliability, and copying from biographies don't harm it either.
Right. Now, going back to your, like, the example that you gave, right? The issue that I have with that example, maybe there's a better one, but in a situation like that, you would cite your source, right? You would say, this is what happened with Peter. Peter witnessed this. But when we're seeing, 90% of Mark and Matthew, and little details, but not arbitrary details, right? Details that are clearly meant to that have like a a theological motivation behind it, right? Like, as I mentioned earlier, that Jesus cannot perform miracles to now, well, he just didn't want to. That to me shows a progression of tradition, or or an evolution of myth. So when I see these things,
I don't think it's an evolution of myth. I think it's just a diversity of thought. Now, I'm not entirely sure what verse you're referencing. I know the concept of the verse you're referencing. I'm not entirely sure what you're representing here, but diversity of perspective and diversity of thought is not going to equal theological or mythological development, right? That's not going to follow. I agree. I agree with you. There is clearly theological things that are happening in the culture and in the time when these are being written, right? The example I gave earlier today was in the book of John. There was a common heresy that was going around known as Docetism, which says Jesus did not have a physical body after the resurrection, right? And so in the book of John, you actually see what I consider to be an answer to Docetism, where they bring in the Thomas narrative. It doesn't mean that the Thomas narrative didn't happen, where he says, let me touch Jesus, let me feel his hands and his feet, let me put my hand in his spear side. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It just means that, yes, okay, John is especially pointing to one of these accounts or one of these events that simultaneously is going to deal with Docetism.
Got it. So I guess here's this is my main point going into the reliability of these gospels, right? So putting aside the reliability, for me, it also comes down to, and maybe you would agree with, when we're talking about the reliability of a story, we're also looking at how many independent sources we actually have for said story, right? But the issue with obviously like Luke, I mean, you obviously would disagree with Matthew, but with Luke, I don't see Luke as an independent source for what's going on. He's obviously, writing from, again, what in this case, which you're agreeing that Luke is borrowing from Mark, that he's passing down oral tradition, 50 years post,
that's what all historians did. That's
right.
What all
but what I'm saying is
did.
he's not right. And then I'm not saying that this isn't something that happens, but I'm talking about when we're looking at reliability, I'm talking about the importance of having independent sources to support whatever that claim is. In this case, the resurrection of Jesus. When we look at these independent claims that we have, we really only
There's
have
a distinction between independent sources and independent eyewitnesses. So my claim is not that the three gospels are all independent eyewitnesses, right? Because if I hold traditional authorship, then I'm going to hold that Matthew is a disciple. I'm going to hold that Mark is a companion to Peter. I'm going to hold that Luke is a companion to Paul, and I'm going to hold that John is a disciple. And so you have a plurality of the apostles and those who followed them, right? So I'm not saying independent source means independent eyewitness. I'm saying independent source means a reliable source of information that is independently verifying these things. In the same way that we do, like literally any historian, right? And even in this day and age, you turn on the news, you see the news, and someone is saying, "Oh, we talked to XYZ source, and XYZ source told us XYZ," right? Well, we say, okay, they're getting this information from a reliable source.
Well, we don't know who Luke is actually getting this information from. I don't think we can reliably say that he is using reliable sources.
Well, he actually says it. So in the very can you still see me when I'm in my Bible?
Yeah, I can still see.
What's that? No. Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to point something out. So I want you to notice how Luke actually introduces this. In Luke chapter 1, inasmuch as many have undertaken to compile account of the things accomplished among us, just as they were handed down to us by those who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and servants of the world, it seemed fitting for me as well, having investigated everything carefully from the beginning, to write it out for you in consecutive order, most excellent Theophilus. So this first statement tells us a lot. Luke is directly connected with eyewitnesses because he's able to directly identify eyewitnesses and saying, hey, it was handed down by those who were there from the beginning, right? The second thing we can point to is he's writing to an individual named Theophilus. So he's seeking to record these events in consecutive order, and he does his own investigation on this, right? He says, as many have undertaken to compile an account of things accomplished among us just as they were handed down, it seemed fitting for me as well, having investigated everything carefully from the beginning, to write it out for you in consecutive order, most excellent Theophilus, so that you may know the exact truth about the things you have been taught. All right. So we don't have a direct reference of who Theophilus is. There are some notions, like Luke Vandewey points out in his book. Theophilus very likely was actually a Roman official, because Theophilus, that's the type of name Theophilus was. And the fact that he called him most excellent Theophilus seems to infer that there's some sort of title that's represented there that did not exist prior historically. So we have no record of bishops in the church being called most excellent Theophilus or most excellent. We have no rabbis that are being calling most excellent rabbis. Most excellent usually historically was the title that is given to Roman officials. Theophilus is also going to be represented as that type of name. And so what Luke starts out doing in his account is he says, hey, not only do I know eyewitnesses and I know information has been passed down from eyewitnesses, but I want to give my own investigation. I want to go to these eyewitnesses. I want to go to these people, and I want to examine everything carefully from the beginning, and then I want to write it out in consecutive order. And then he's giving it to this very likely potential Roman official, so that, what's the intention? So that you may know the exact truth about things you have been taught. This does not say mythological development. This actually says historical precedent.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's reflecting, a word of mouth, tradition or belief that was held at that time. But the point that I was trying to make is that I wouldn't consider Luke as a reliable source of these events, because there'd be no way for him to independently verify. It would be like if someone claimed, it would be like I went and I interviewed 10 people who claimed to have seen UFOs, right? There's no way for me to independently verify, that what it is that they witness actually happened. All I can do is collect their stories, write them down, and present them to, whoever it is that I want to convince. But I don't think you would, unless you do believe that Luke's, account is like an independent source that's reliable of something that actually happened.
It's a reliable independent source, but it's not a eyewitness source. Luke does not claim to be an eyewitness, but he claims to know eyewitnesses. And so he's gaining his information from those eyewitnesses. And that's where we see not only synoptic differences, but also synoptic unity. So now really quick, I know we have other guests. Did you have any other main point that you wanted to kind of hit on? I know I've talked a lot, and I appreciate you for being so kind and listening. But
of course, yeah. I guess from there, it really just comes down to, how likely it is that Jesus really did, rise from the dead. Putting the reliability of these gospels aside. For me, naturally, anything that's supernatural is always going to be less likely than something natural. Why do you believe it's more likely that he came back from the dead as opposed to his body having been stolen?
Yeah. Great question. So, I don't take the natural supernatural distinction there. I don't think it actually does anything interesting. So if we're looking at the account, we can say, okay, this is an account. For example, do you believe Jesus died?
Yeah.
Okay. In believing Jesus died, I agree with you on this. Okay. Something like someone rising from the dead is going to be less probable, right, than another account, right? That's going to be called the prior probability. So the prior probability is going to say, okay, before we actually look at the evidence, the prior probability of someone who is dead getting back up from the dead and resurrecting is going to be extremely, extremely low, right? Because we can apply that probability across, hey, look at all these other people who have died and not done that, right? So the probability there is going to favor the prior probability of no resurrection. Now, the claim that I'm making is that when we actually evaluate the accounts, we evaluate the historical content, we evaluate the internal content, we evaluate the external content, we look at all of the facts. This is going to be our hypothesis. So when we say, okay, the evidence for hypothesis 1 versus the evidence for hypothesis 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to however many you want to present. The evidence for the resurrection is going to raise the posterior probability above any counter hypothesis. So the hypothesis for resurrection is going to exceed in terms of two conditions. What is going to be explanatory power and explanatory scope. Explanatory power is going to represent how well the evidence for the hypothesis is being preserved, like the quality, and then explanatory scope is going to be, okay, how many of these facts, right? The quantity. So one is quality, one's quantity. And we say, okay, what is most parsimonious? What is the explanation that requires the least amount of assumptions that is going to be represented here? So hypothesis 1 over hypothesis 2, you presented, what was the one you said? If you could remind me.
Like, for example, his body being stolen.
Okay, body being stolen. Great. So body being stolen is not going to be able to answer all of the facts, right? So you're going to lose out in terms of explanatory. You're going to lose out in terms of explanatory scope specifically, because resurrection hypothesis says, okay, Jesus rose from the dead. His followers truly believed it. They preach this gospel, the early spread of Christianity. It takes all of these things into an account, and we say, okay, the reliability of the gospel based off of these facts. And then we say of hypothesis 2, right? So your hypothesis is actually the very first hypothesis that's referenced in Scripture. It's the very first counter hypothesis where the guards come to the priest after the resurrection, and the guards say, "Oh, just let's just tell people that they stole the body." That was the very first historical counter hypothesis to the resurrection. So when we compare them, yeah, sure.
Or I don't want to throw you off your track either, but to me, because yes, obviously we see that in the book of Matthew, right? But to me, this feels almost like this was clearly a rumor that was already going around at that time. That when I read this, it sounds like he's purposely trying to, set aside all doubt. Well, hey, look, there's guards. Keep in mind, he's recounting a story between the guards and the Jewish priests or whoever it was that they were talking to or Pilate, right? Whoever it was, I can't remember who. But he's recounting a story that he would not have been present for, right? Hey, to say that you got bribed and, it's to disperse, to get rid of these rumors, right? How could Matthew have been witness of any of this? It's also a little bit convenient that Matthew's the only one that actually makes any mention of these guards.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
No.
That scared me.
It scared you.
I don't know what to do with that though.
Oh, okay. So can you? So the guest cannot see my screen though.
No. You're in different channels.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't do anything. So I was going to show you specifically. So I actually have a presentation that I've done on the resurrection where I go through each of the hypotheses. So from stolen body theory, swoon theory, wrong tomb theory, hallucination theory, spirit vision theory, mistaken identity theory, pagan mythology, alien theory, and then resurrection theory. And I compare the hypotheses to each other. And one of these, let's see. So stolen body theory. So here's what stolen body theory can explain. So remember, in terms of explanatory power and scope, The explanatory power that's going to be represented and scope that's going to be represented of stolen body theory, it can explain how the tomb could be empty, right? So that's just one fact regarding the resurrection that it can explain. We can understand, okay, stolen body is going to equal an empty tomb. It can explain how the disciples could lie about the appearances, right? Oh, hey, they actually stole the body. Hey, Jesus appeared to me. The problems that you're going to have with this is it requires a lot of suspense of disbelief. So the disciples would have needed to overpower or bribe Roman guards. That's not like something that's too crazy. Like you could issue that, but you're not going to be able to present evidence for that, right? The evidence for stolen body hypothesis is going to just be a denial of the resurrection account that's preserved within historical documents, right? Like if I were to ask you, hey, can you present me a positive evidence for stolen body theory? The answer will be no, because you can't actually point to documentation or manuscripts from the ancient world that's going to relay that, right? Does that make sense? Right. So the disciples would have needed to overpower or bribe the Roman guards. That's not something too crazy. It's something that could happen, right?
Well, there were no guards at all.
Yeah, there's no guards. But again, if we're saying, okay, all of the evidence points to there were guards at the tomb according to the accounts, and then you say there were no guards at all, if I say, okay, which one is the more evidential position, it's going to be relying on the gospel accounts over the non-gospel accounts, because we don't actually have evidence for that at all. There's nothing to justify that, right? And then they would have to suffer and die for what
that makes it more reliable, though. I don't think just because we have one claim from Matthew that therefore it's more reliable than a claim, because we wouldn't expect any claims to survive to this day saying there were no guards at all, right? That's not something we would expect to survive, or even for we wouldn't expect anyone to write about something like that, right?
No, but if you're presenting a counter hypothesis, and you say, okay, here's my hypothesis is stolen body theory, and I say, okay, what's your evidence for your hypothesis of stolen body theory? And it seems to be you don't have a case of positive evidence. So if you say to me, well, the guards weren't actually at the tomb, and I just say, okay, well, bro, what's your evidence for that? What would you say?
Yeah, from there, I would have to reason and say, well, one, it seems there's only one gospel that mentions it. I would also mention why would Roman guards be, duty to go protect the dead body, for a Jewish race that they don't really care, they really couldn't care less about. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, because they're afraid that they would have stolen the body. But to me, it's like, okay, well, were they going to station guards there until the end of time? I mean, 3 days, a week, 2 weeks. I mean, at some point, the guards would have had to have left their station. And again, like I said, we have one source of it. It seems so strange that Matthew is recounting a dialogue between these guards and the Pharisees, right, or whoever. I can't remember. God says who it was they were talking to, but it seems strange that he's recounting a story, a conversation that he would not have been present for. So to me, there's an obvious motivation, because he's clearly lying, right? There's no way that he would know what was said in that, during that conversation with the guards.
Oh, but no, I mean that's not the case at all, because we can absolutely look at the account and we can say, okay, there is no problem if we're saying that the eyewitnesses are compiling accounts of a biography, that especially, like I said, in terms of the Gospel of Luke, especially, that they are going and they are interviewing people that were a part of these events. That's I don't have to suspend anything. But if I just say, do you have positive evidence for this, right, that Roman guards were not there, you would have to say no, right? You can't, if you're just saying, well, I doubt the evidence that's already here, that's a different question. But when you're presenting a hypothesis, you're saying, I have something that's a counterclaim that I have evidence to back up. Evidence is not just negating already presented evidence. That's not a good account of what evidence is. It should be something that's probability raising. So I'll just go over this really quickly, and then we'll move on to the next guest. But so the stolen body theory explains how the tomb could be empty. It does not explain testimony of discouragement and fear of the disciples, how they go, because that's historically attested to. It does not explain the appearances and conversion of skeptics. So, for example, we have a fact about Paul. Paul specifically is an individual who is actively persecuting the church, and he's actively persecuting Christians, imprisoning them and speaking ill against them, holding the coats while they are literally put to death. This is something that the stolen body theory will fail to explain, right? So when we say explanatory scope, that's the quantity of facts, and the explanatory power is the quality of the facts. Something that the resurrection does explain, that this does not explain, is the conversion of skeptics. So what would be your hypothesis for why Paul, who is actively persecuting the church, now becomes a Christian, right? Under stolen body hypothesis.
I would agree. Paul's probably the most intriguing case of something that I wouldn't be able to explain as to why he he took the complete
exactly.
180.
So resurrection does explain that fact, right? So this is what we say. We look at the hypotheses. We say, okay, here's a fact. Resurrection does explain. Here's a fact that stolen body theory does not explain. And so guess what? Parsimony, like the explanation with the least amount of assumptions, now is going to be more geared toward the resurrection hypothesis over that. Another thing it does not explain, appearances to massive groups of followers. Now you can say, okay, that's just like a historical claim, or I'm sorry, that's just a claim. It's not historical, but we have very good reason to doubt that, including up to 21 eyewitness accounts that are represented throughout the Gospels and the letters of Paul. It does not explain an idea of embarrassment. Right. So stolen body theory does not adequately explain why women are mentioned as the first witnesses. This is not something that it explains well. Right. If you're wanting to fabricate something, if you're the disciples, okay, you have this desire. All right, here's the goal. We are going to steal the body of Jesus. All right. We're gonna do that. After we steal the body of Jesus, we want people to believe this message. And so we understand within the ancient world that a way to do that, the best way to do that, is not and I say the best way to preserve a fabricated message that is trying to be relayed about the resurrection of Jesus is not to have women as the first witnesses. It would be to have men as the first witnesses. So this is something that's just not explained very well on stolen body hypothesis.
I would actually have to disagree with that. I think there's a reasonable explanation for that. I think it was in fact, it was a woman's job to dress the dead, right? It was their job to put the ointments on their body. In fact, I think the gospel actually says this, that the women were on their way to go and put ointments on Jesus's dead body. That was the whole point. That was the woman's job. You would expect the women to see him first if it was indeed their job to be there at the tomb.
But remember this, if you're wanting there to be the first witness of the resurrection, right? I can grant that. It's like, okay, women should be going to the tomb, whatever, that's perfectly fine. But if you're trying to preserve a fabricated message, if the goal is, hey, we're going to steal the body and then we're going to fabricate the resurrection story and we're going to like lend it to this, you should not have the woman as the first witness, because that actually does harm the account. It doesn't. It would be just simple question. Would it be better if the first person to see Jesus would have been a man over a woman? If you're trying to preserve this in an ancient world,
you would have to, in this situation within the context, I think it's actually more supporting that you would say a woman, because if it had been a man,
would it be?
You would have to ask why a man was there.
No, if we're just saying like the first witnesses, like you wouldn't even have to, like if you're trying to fabricate the resurrection account, you wouldn't ever have to mention, you could have just said, hey, the guys, they got to the tomb to pay their respects. And then guess what? They saw the angel and the stone was rolled away and Jesus appeared to them, right? It would clearly be better in an ancient world to have a man as represented here.
Well, it would depend on the context,
something
right?
I don't think is well explained.
I think it would depend on the culture and the tradition, right? Was it common for the men to go and visit the tomb after 3 days to go visit the body? Or was it more likely that the woman would be going to go dress his body because that was their job and, put ointments and, make him fresh and clean? If that is the case, in this case that is the context, then I think it would make sense that you would use a woman. Now, it would be one thing if you only used women as eyewitnesses, then I would completely agree.
this is a misogynistic society, right? Or at least a society that doesn't hold women's opinions to high regard. But in this case, that they were the first witnesses, but it also mentions that the men saw it as well, just later in the story. I don't think it detracts from it. I think it's a progression. It's the women were there because it's their job to be there, therefore they saw it first. That to me is exactly what you would expect.
So I disagree on that, but we can digress. The last point I'll make is the voluntary sufferings of the disciples and the apostles, right? So the voluntary sufferings of the disciples and the apostles, we know how traditionally, like, Peter was unalived. We know how Paul was unalived. So we're going to have another thing here that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense psychologically. It doesn't make sense with the evidence that we have. It's like, okay, these guys, they steal the body, and then they willingly live a life of poverty. They willingly live a life where they don't really gain a lot of notoriety. They gain it among the church, like you could say that. But in gaining notoriety, now they're being imprisoned for long periods of time. They're being beaten. They're being shipwrecked, like all of these different things. And so this doesn't make sense under like a psychological level of suffering and then eventually dying for what they know is something that is a lie, right? If Peter, simple question, if Peter stole the body of Jesus, right, and is a part of like this cover up, then it makes no sense why he's going around preaching that Jesus is risen from the dead and is being willing to suffer and die for it. Like, that's just not something that's consistent with the evidence, just like the conversion of Paul as a skeptic is not consistent. So you have, just among these hypotheses, stolen body hypothesis, the prior probability favors no resurrection. Posterior probability, we're going to say stolen body theory does not have the same explanatory power and scope as resurrection theory. And so resurrection is going to be more parsimonious because it answers more things and it does so more qualitatively. I'll let you have the last word, and we'll move to the next guest.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I mean, regarding that last point, I'm not sure. I mean, you said that they were, live this life of poverty. I mean, Paul seems to have been doing just fine. I don't see any evidence that, he went into poverty through his belief of, Jesus resurrecting. And for the most part, all the apostles were already poor as it was before they believed. So this idea that they chose a life of poverty, I don't think that's something that, I don't think there was really any economic, financial sacrifice that was being made. Now, as far as their willingness to die, I mean, to me, that just, if anything, it demonstrates that they believed, right? But I don't think that necessarily means that what they believe is actually true. It also it also posits this idea that they actually had an opportunity to recant their faith, right? It could very well just be that they were killed and they weren't even given that opportunity to recant, because at that time, obviously, Christianity would have been viewed as a political threat. So, I mean, this idea that they were martyred and they had this opportunity to recant, but they still didn't. I mean, we don't actually see any evidence of that, of this, this option to, give it up and say, hey, on second thought, not at least until the second century.
Well, the opportunity to recant is after you've been beaten, right? You have an opportunity to stop preaching Jesus, right? You have been beaten over something that is fabricated. You have an opportunity to stop preaching that thing so that you don't get beaten or imprisoned or killed, right? They don't do that. They go through the beatings one after the other. They go through the imprisonments one after the other, and it leads them to their ultimate death, according to tradition. The
How
tradition
would you know they were never recanted, though? We have no way of knowing whether, how many of them actually recanted. This is what I'm saying. This is kind of like a survivorship bias.
No, there's no positive evidence for it.
Right, but we don't have positive evidence for them given the opportunity of recanting either. There's no positive evidence for that.
Yeah, I don't need to say it. I can say we can look internally, we can look externally at their actions, what they preached, what they went through. The tradition states like James the Greater was stabbed by a sword, James the Lesser was stoned to death, Thaddeus was filled with arrows, Philip was crucified by soldiers, Thomas was thrust with a spear, and then it goes on. Paul's beheaded in Rome, Peter's crucified upside down, Matthew stabbed, Judas committed suicide, Simon crucified by soldiers, Bartholomew flayed and beheaded. when we look at these things and we look at the actions of these individuals, again, under a psychological perspective and a historical perspective, it just does not show us any sort of evidence that they had any intention of recanting. Not that they were given opportunity. I'm not saying, hey, there's positive evidence where they were given opportunity to recant, but there is an opportunity to recant. The opportunity to recant is when you get out of prison, stop preaching Jesus, and yet they didn't. Right? So that shows that is an opportunity to recant. When you're let go, when you're set free, when you're no longer being beaten, this is implicitly saying, hey, don't do the thing that I beat you for. And if you do it again, I'm going to beat you again. But they didn't stop. There was something about what they believed and what they were preaching that led them to persist. But I
do we
appreciate
have an
you.
example? Sorry. Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah, if we're done, we're done. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're good.
Well,
You're good. Hey,
you've
you've been a great conversation. I'm gonna do a couple more and then I'm gonna head out.
For sure. Sounds good. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks. You too.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Alrighty.
Good dialogue.
Great. We have a couple of super chats. It says, for the extra time, thank you guys. Thank John. If it wasn't for him, I would not be here.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
What?
There we go. I fixed it.
Oh, I see. I saw that.
I saw it. I fixed it.
It's okay. It's not showing anywhere anyway. And then there's where is it? Here it is. Should have used this earlier. Now that Big John is gone, let's talk about him. This is your chance. This is your chance, people. All right. Somebody's been waiting a hot minute, so let's see. Are you gonna show up? No. Next person. Alex. Hello? You there?
Yeah, how are you guys?
Good. How are you? And how old are you?
23.
Beautiful. Convince John to stop worshiping Jesus.
What's going on, John?
What's up, man?
So,
good. Do I know
we
you?
can both agree. No.
Oh, okay. You said how you been. Like it was like it sounded familiar. I don't know. Go ahead. You're fine.
No, I'm sorry. So we can both agree that God doesn't have limits, correct?
God does not have limits. It depends on what you mean by limits. So, for example, I think a limitation is God cannot violate his nature. I think a limitation is something that God cannot violate, like the laws of logic, like things of that. So it depends on what you mean by limits.
Correct. So, like when you guys say Jesus willingly limited himself, is Jesus fully God when he's limited?
Is Jesus fully God? Yeah.
When he's limited?
Yeah. It's the two natures of the person of Christ, right? So there's the nature that is going to be the divine nature, which is going to be represented by omnipotence, but then there's going to be the nature that he takes on that is going to be limited. Yeah.
See, I can't grasp the fact that Jesus in his limited form is God. That logically doesn't make sense. Because if you were to ask me,
well, there's no logical contradiction. Well, I can just say this easy.
Well,
there's no
there
logical contradiction.
I get your perspective, but like, for example, we can ask a question that doesn't make sense, right? Like, for example, I can ask, would God take himself out of existence? And that would be like, no, like that doesn't even make sense. That's a contradiction in itself, right?
Yeah, well, it would be a contradiction because you have a proposition and its negation. You have an independent self-existence that now is not existent. So you have existent and not existent in the same way and in the same sense. So you have a genuine formal contradiction there. When we use reduplicative predication, reduplicative predication is going to say that there is the person of the Son, and the person of the Son qua his divine nature, and the person of the Son qua his human nature, because the divine person of the Son subsists in a human nature as well. And so when you use that, there's no formal contradiction there, because a formal contradiction must exist in the same way and in the same sense.
Sorry to cut you off. So you can be limited and unlimited at the same time?
Not in the same way and in the same sense. You cannot be.
Okay, so Jesus was a human being, correct? Jesus was a human being.
Jesus is a human being. Yeah.
Okay. Jesus as a human being is limited. Correct.
Jesus, qua his human nature, is limited. Yes.
So Jesus as a human being cannot be God.
How does that
Jesus
follow?
as a human, because God doesn't have any limits. God is all powerful. God is all knowing. God can't be.
But you're ignoring reduplicative predication.
I'm not.
You are. Reduplicative predication. Every time I say this word is the fight of my life.
That's a tricky word. It's okay.
No.
Reduplicative. I'm just gonna say R predication.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro.
I know what it is, but it's just annoying me. All right. So R predication, right? RP is going to be such as there is one nature and then it is subsisting in another nature. There are two natures of the one person of the Son. One nature is limited in virtue of the properties that that nature brings, right? One nature is not limited. So it's not limited and not limited in the same way and in the same sense, because RP stipulates that it is qua one nature and qua another nature. You're only going to have a formal contradiction is if it's in the same way and in the same sense. Okay, I'll give you an analogy. I want to preface this analogy is not a one-to-one analogy with the incarnation or God or Jesus, but it does show you how reduplicative predication, or RP, can kind of be utilized here, right? Does that make sense?
I guess.
So you understand what I'm saying is not an analogy for the Trinity or the incarnation, but it is an analogy for this reduplicative predication.
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you ever seen the Avatar movie?
A long time ago.
Okay. So here's the principle of the Avatar movie, right? The principle is you have the one person named Jake Sully, right?
Okay.
Jake Sully has a human nature. Okay? Jake Sully, qua his human nature, cannot connect with Awa, right?
Okay.
Has no means to connect with Awa. Jake Sully then goes into and takes on an avatar nature, where the person of Jake Sully is represented simultaneously in the avatar, right? This big blue alien thing, right? The big blue alien can connect with Awa, right?
Okay.
So what we have here is the one person Jake represented by two RP, reduplicative predication, where qua Jake, qua human nature, no connect with Awa. Jake, qua avatar, not V nature, can connect with Awa. This is the sense in which you can say that there's one person that is represented in two natures. So you're not going to say that he's able to connect and not able to connect in the same way and in the same sense, but rather you say there's two different senses in which connection can apply based off of the natures.
I get your perspective. I'm just gonna kindly disagree with it. Like we're just gonna keep going in circles. It's not gonna.
Well, don't disagree with it. If you disagree with it, you're saying that no, I'm saying there's a logical contradiction. All I'm saying is that there's no formal contradiction there. There's no logical contradiction. There's no proposition and its negation. If you disagree with me, you're going to have to show me a proposition and its negation that is going to apply to reduplicative predication.
No, it just makes more sense to me. It just
wait a second. That's different. When you say it makes more sense to me, right? That's just an intuitional thing. That's just, I'm now talking about reasonability. I'm talking about what I think is rational or what I believe to be rational or something like that. It's a very different
you just
claim.
gave me a superhero analogy. Like, give me an analogy that's like in real life, in real time. Like you just gave me a movie superhero analogy.
All I'm saying is there's no logical contradiction because the proposition and its negation is not something that's in the same way and in the same sense.
Okay.
For you to say there's a logical contradiction, you have to show it's in the same way and in the same sense, but you can't do that with reduplicative predication or RP.
I mean, for somebody to tell me that God is doesn't have limits, and then to tell me Jesus willingly limited himself, and then to tell me Jesus is God in itself is a contradiction.
Okay,
like I said, we're just gonna keep going in circles.
Swipe left.
We're just gonna keep going in circles.
Swipe left.
We don't have anybody else.
I can't show you it's a contradiction, but it's a contradiction. Dadgummit, there's no proposition, there's no negation. Go away. Anyway.
But there's somebody who says, oh, where is it? It was just there. Something about Christians not being able
what did someone say is heretical?
Oh, I was just saying I hope that John wouldn't say this is heretical because I don't know. And then John asked if it was heretical.
Well, no, it would be heretical if I'm applying 1-to-1 with the incarnation.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I'm just kidding. This one. You guys are bots repeating what you were told, but cannot answer a verse question you were not programmed to. Come on up. Challenge John. See if he hasn't heard it before. I bet you.
What's the what?
Has. They said
the what?
You guys are bots repeating what you were told, but cannot answer a verse question you were not programmed to. I want to see if they can break your programming. Oh, look, we got somebody. I don't think it's that person though. Alrighty.
We'll call this as the last one.
This is the last one. Okay.
Yeah.
Ben the white boy.
Extended stream.
Ben the white boy. Whoa.
Oh, hello? I'm sorry.
Hello. How old are you, Ben the white boy?
I'm 18.
Beautiful. Convince John to stop worshiping Jesus.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, if you worship Jesus, I'm assuming you're a Christian. Like, you follow, Christian, Catholic, one of the two, right?
I'm a Christian, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just assuming along with worshiping Jesus, you believe in free will.
Yeah, I do. I'm a compatibilist, but yeah.
I don't know. I've just always seen a problem with following God and then thinking God is omniscient and then also thinking you have free will. Because if God is omniscient, then he knows, he has the infinite foreknowledge, and it's not that foreknowledge alone is causation. It's that foreknowledge plus initiation is him, making it causation. So then it's only one outcome is going to happen, and that's what he knows. So
that's consistent with compatibilism.
So then, from the compatibilist view, what is it?
Compatibilist is just going to say that God is the ultimate cause, right? He's the ultimate external cause to everything that occurs, but people are genuinely acting in accordance with their own desires.
But he doesn't know those desires specifically?
No, I didn't say there was something he didn't know. It's saying people act in accordance with those desires. So the desires that I have, when I have a desire to do X, right? That's going to be consistent with what I mean by the ability to choose X, right? Libertarian free will. And then the deterministic side is that the reason I have to make that choice at all is because God caused the universe to exist to where that choice would be applicable. And so you have God as the ultimate creator and external cause of all things, but then you still have human agency in virtue of acting in accordance with your desires.
Yeah, but it's if this agency and the outcome that the agency is coming to, if God knows it and he knows it's going to happen, then in what other sense could other things happen? It's only going to be what he's knowing. So how is it even ultimately free will, I guess?
That's compatible with compatibilism. That's the point.
No, I get it. Yeah, it's from the compatibilist view, it can be seen as okay, but
libertarian freedom and determinism are compatible. right? That's the point, and that's what like most people recognize. Even if you're not a theist, right? There's tons of people who are not theists that are still compatibilists. That they say, okay, their choices are derived from some external cause, and that external cause leads them to choose X over
No, for
Y
sure.
or whatever.
But for
right?
me, it's just always been that, God is the ultimate foreknowledge, and it's like, are you really picking like yourself, or is it just what God knows will happen, so it's happening? Like it's like
no, you're
in the
acting in
end,
accordance
like
with your
you're
desires.
doing it, yeah. But if He knows
God
what's
knows
going to
what your
happen,
desires would be.
yeah. So
God
what's the
knows what your
alternative? If
desires
there's
would
no
be.
alternative, then it's not really free will to me.
No. So libertarian free will, in a strict sense, is going to apply what's called the principle of alternative possibility, right? Principle of
being able
alternative
to choose
possibility.
something else.
Principle of alternative possibility has been debunked in like the 1800s. Okay, no philosopher really. I mean, I'm not saying there's
Recognizes
none,
it,
but the majority of philosophers don't recognize the principle of alternative possibility as much, right? So when we say, have you ever heard of a Frankfurt case, for example?
The Frankfurt case? I'm not sure. No.
So a Frankfurt case is like this, because we say, okay, the choices that we make are also going to lead to moral responsibility, right? So let's say I implant a chip in your head, and this chip guarantees, right? This chip guarantees that you are going to unalive the person to your right when you sit down for dinner. Okay?
Okay.
And so we have a guarantee here. I know that you are going to unalive the person to your right. Okay? So I have prior knowledge, because that's what the chip stipulates the chip is going to bring about and the chip is going to do. Now, right as I'm about to press the button that makes you unalive the person to your right at dinner, you grab a knife and you stick it in the jugular, and you do it without me pressing the button. Okay?
Okay.
Was the action determined from an external source?
I mean, not like like actually.
You have no principle. No, you have no principle of alternative possibility, right?
Yeah.
The principle of alternative possibility is gone because I have the button. Here's the button. You have no other options, right? The action is determined via the external source, being the button and the chip in your head. Yeah?
Okay, yes. But like,
yes. So the action is determined.
In the sense of the person who still like went through and put the knife in the jugular, it's like.
But is the action
from their viewpoint? Could they have done different? Like,
well, is the action determined?
I would say the outcome from like when you gave them the chip, and whether or not you press the button that activates it, from right then and there, it's pretty much set in stone. Yeah.
It's determined, right?
Yeah, one would say it would be cause for that event to happen. Yeah.
Okay, so I have knowledge. We have a determined event, right? But even though it's determined, you, according to your own desire, not because I pressed the button, stuck it in the jugular. Yeah?
Yeah, but it's kind of like from this brainwashed viewpoint already, from like you were going to, like, it's like.
No. You didn't know the chip was there, but you didn't know the chip was there. You have no idea that the chip is in your head. No, I put a chip in your head that, like, while you were sleeping. You don't know it's there. I'm sorry if I didn't stipulate.
Oh, okay. So I must have misinterpreted this whole analogy. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The Frankfurt case is to say I put a chip in your head that you do not know is there.
And then whether or not this button is being pressed for it to be activated, the outcome is
the button will produce the out. The button will produce the outcome no matter what. So the event is determined, and I have knowledge that the event is determined.
So
but
in this scenario,
instead of me pressing the button, you pick up the knife and do it by your own volition because it's what you desired to do. You acted in accordance with your desire. The event was externally determined. The event was externally determined, and right, you had the no principle of alternative possibility. And so that's going to not only lead you to that you're morally responsible for that because you're acting in accordance with your desire, but it's also going to say that like it's an argument that's used for compatibilism for that, right? So simply put, there's no contradiction in compatibilism where there's foreknowledge, there's an external cause where God is the creator of everything, and then there's still genuine freedom in virtue of desires, right? It's just the compatibilistic framework.
Whether
now,
or
I
not
agree,
the person
you would
chose
have an
to
argument.
fall through with the knife in the jugular, it's like, could that event not have happened from the point it was determined? Like,
Nope.
So
I have the
I
button.
mean,
it's a determined event. I have the button.
yeah, the action
button
being
will
determined
make sure it
itself.
happens.
But then if it's already determined, and whether or not you use this free will to fall through with a determined outcome, like how is that even then free will? Like it's still
Because you're acting
determined.
That's the compatibilist notion. You're acting in accordance with your desires. You desired to do X, and so X obtained, even though it was determined, right? X still obtained.
Okay.
And so
I'm tracking for sure, but I just don't know if I would agree.
Look into Frankfurt cases. So Frankfurt cases are used in order, like the main principle of them is to maintain
Frankfurt as in like the German town, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The main principle of Frankfurt cases are to say, hey, you have external determinism, but you still have moral responsibility. That moral responsibility is because you acted in accordance with your desires, even though the action was determined. So that's the idea. But yeah, look into compatibilism. I agree with you. If someone held to purely libertarian free will, the principle of alternative possibility, all of that thing, then there can be an issue with omniscience, that omnipotence like causes the universe to exist or something like that. But yeah, compatibilistically, there's no issue. All right.
No, I'm tracking, yeah, and I think the whole problem is that one would say they would have a compatibilist view, but they're still kind of arguing a libertarian viewpoint. But I don't know. I can see what you're saying, but in the grand scheme, to me, it doesn't sound like free will still. But I will look into the like this compatibilist viewpoint for sure.
Yep, sounds good.
All right. Yep.
Appreciate it.
No problem, man.
All right.
What a nice guy.
All right. Yeah, nice guy. Lovely philosophy talk that John would have never let happen in his life.
No. Well, we also find the free will conversation kind of boring.
Yeah.
That's my least favorite.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in to the Big John Steele live show. I am Little John when I'm here, and yeah, thank you for joining us. But after I leave here, I want it to be very clear, and no one can mute me or stop me. After I leave here, I am bought by Blood 316. God bless you. You guys have a wonderful day. We're gonna go. Yeah, you could. Yeah, Abby could.
But I won't.
It's out there. It's out there now. So Abby's nicer than her husband. So John would have muted me, and I would have been raging in the background by now. So thank God. Maybe. Wait. Do you know how to mute?
Oh yeah. I could.
Oh okay. Oh, he taught you. Dang. Anyway.
He taught me.
Yeah. So that being said, we're gonna shut down on TikTok. Yeah. And then we're gonna hang out on YouTube a little bit. And did we hit our dono bar?
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay, we hit our. Okay, you guys are good.
You're doing great,
little
John.
Grift. You guys are good little grift minions. So thank you for making helping John pay his bills, as the song says. And yeah. So goodbye on TikTok. We're gonna hang out on the YT. So come on over for
if you
a
want
couple
chat,
of minutes, and
you can come over to YouTube. I'll hang out for a bit. John can leave whenever he needs. And
we can read some super chats and all of that, and I can answer some questions if you have them as well.
Okay, bye TikTok. Oh, I hear Johnny's back.
Is John back?
John's back.
Also soon.
I think we need, huh?
He's Little John.
He was listening. I think we need 1 second. Where is it? There. Because Jon held down the fort. He needs his song.
But today.
I'm hungry for some apples.
It's a good headbanger. Hey. You taking over again? Get in my seat. No way. He's taking control. Rude.
You made me red apple.
I'm actually kind of sad. I had fun.
Green apple. Did I do
what you wanted me
to do? This is what I want, 'cause you're not giving me green apple.
What is happening in Canada right now? Where is that jujitsu?
You're running. Did I accomplish it?
Holy heaven, brother!
Oh, come on. Please focus on your own argument.
It does sound like you, Jon.
Yes, give in to the hatred. Feel it rising, I can taste it. Was Jesus crucified? Answer me! What is Jesus, the Messiah of an Islam? Speak! Lock in.
That's sick.
You got back really fast.
No, we were on for another like 2 hours.
A long time.
An hour and a half.
on?
Hour and a half.
Last time. I was texting Abby. I'm like, you could shut this down. And she's like, oh.
Oh, I did.
I had nothing to do.
I didn't know.
No, you were good.
That long.
You were good.
I was planning on doing like another hour.
Lord, thank you for this day and the blessings that you have given. You are good. In Jesus' name, amen. Name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Goodbye, y'all.
Oh.
We're ending this damn stream. It's been going like 7 hours.